All right, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the final two rounds of Swiss. Of course, followed by the top 16 and finals. There'll be 4 rounds of cEDH today here at the Cowtown Throwdown, brought to you by the TopDeck Championship Series in partnership with the Iron Deck Tournament. This is the final Platinum event on the TopDeck Championship Series prior to the TopDeck Invitational, which will be happening in August. That Invitational will take place here again in Columbus as a $15,000 prize pool and 64 competitors. Of course, our 4 platinum winners, some discretionary invites based on community votes, and the 56 top leaderboard players will battle it out for their share of that prize pool. But right now, many people are still trying to lock up their points to qualify for that. And this pod that we're going to be starting today off with is among those. Now, remember, this is a $12,000 prize pool here, one of the largest ever at cEDH events, and 256 players registered yesterday, many of them coming back today, making this the largest cEDH event ever. So there's a lot at stake here today, a lot at stake that it boils down to again here in another month in August. So a lot of high stakes cEDH here in Columbus, and bringing this to you today is myself. I am Drake Sasser in the booth with Zane Nair. We're going to be covering round number 6 of Swiss. And like I said, we got some leaderboard contenders here. Some people that are, high up in the leaderboard and looking good for the Invitational, and some people that really need to get it done here on the bubble in these last couple rounds. Zane, break down for me here what we're looking at here in pod composition.
Yeah, this is Pod 5. We got some heavy hitting players here, a little bit of a meta composition, and a little bit of spice with the Tameshi. So in first seat, we got Jason Tameshi. He's actually 5th on the leaderboard, pretty secure in his position on the leaderboard. Bringing some spice with the Tameshi. He's crushed a few gold events. I know he won the Mana Vault Time Twister anniversary event, notably. So good stuff there. Jeremy from California on Sisse, semi-former local of mine, powerhouse on Sisse. Your standard fare, nothing crazy there. Sean on Kinnan, coming from the online scene, looking to get some really good, some plat points here, maybe mix it up with some locals and then make that qualification for the TopDeck Championship Series. And then Bailey on TNK here, He's looking to make top 16 at this event. I think that's his make or break for the Invitational. And he's playing some spice in his TNK list. I encountered him in Punt City 3. He almost killed me with the Blood Chief Ascension Brain Freeze combo. So
yeah, I've seen him very vocal on socials with Blood Chief Ascension. So
yeah,
that card, of course, sported again here today. So hoping to see a little bit of that card in action, potentially something that people are sleeping on in the cEDH metagame, as he's a very vocal advocate for it. And he plays quite a few events. And, like you said, Bailey right now, one of the 2 players in this pod that if things ended today would be on the outside looking in. That is, of course, alongside Sean Wiley. Now, Bailey's a little bit closer to the threshold than Sean, so he doesn't need to have a monster weekend, but he does need to have a good weekend in order to secure his spot at the end of the year championship. Sean, on the other hand, does need a monster weekend if he wants to have really any chance of playing or qualifying for the end of the year championship through the leaderboard. And the other 2 players, Jason and Jeremy, both would be actually in the Invitational if things ended today. So
right.
Those players a little bit safer. Of course, they're here to collect a little bit more points for their threshold. And, there are 2 players here that need to get quite a bit more in order to punch their ticket to the Invitational. So, and a lot on the line for all these players. Really, the only person who I think is pretty safe is Jason. He's number 5 on our leaderboard, looking to really be sitting pretty, even with like a little bit of a lackluster performance. But obviously, players still very much playing for top 16. A lot on the line for all of them. And as you mentioned, kind of a return to some meta compositions. A lot of the stuff we were covering yesterday, there's a lot of new spice and a lot of very successful stuff going on with the addition of Modern Horizons 3 cards. Here is kind of a return to form for cEDH as players are getting started very quickly. Bailey in seat 4, very lucky to have a Gemstone Caverns here, maybe exiling Mindbreak Trap. Seems like a pretty good card to be the worst card in your hand in this pod. But Tameshi Reality Architect is kind of the non-meta deck going first. We've seen this combo in Modern before alongside Lotus Bloom, and we'll see if we can see a little bit of Tameshi combo here and now as Mox Diamond pitching some kind of land.
Looks like a Gemstone Caverns.
Okay, I agree. It looks like the Lord of the Rings gemstone caverns, but
Yeah,
little tough for me to call it. That I do know is a hollowed fountain being shocked in there. 2 mana available for Jason on turn 1 here.
I bet this is the
Let's
early Dranith.
follow up.
I would love to
Ooh.
see an early Dranith here against
Yeah,
this
early
pod.
draft would be great against this pod. See, no, looks like just a passing
Yep.
of the turn.
Oh, looks like Judge is speaking
Oh, we're getting some life totals
live
going here, I
totals.
think. So yeah,
Gotcha.
we did shock in the Hallowed Fountain. That's when all the players realized, hey, we need a way to track life totals. So we're gonna get that up and running here for you. But like I said, yeah, the rest of it, I mean, very typical pod composition. We have Sisay, Weatherlight Captain, Kinnan Bonner Prodigy, Blue Farm, aka T&K. These are decks that we've seen together over and over and over again. Really hallmarks of the top tier CDH metagame. Transmute
Ooh,
Artifact.
Transmute coming out immediately.
And
Wow.
this can grab Lotus Bloom, which I believe can be cracked right away and do really a Black Lotus impression.
Oh wow. This is there it
Okay,
is.
there's
The
Lotus Bloom.
Get
All
that in the
right, so that's in
yard
play.
immediately.
Functionally Black Lotus. Now we did use
Gonna crack
2
that
mana
for
to
like
get
a
it in
wrist
play.
deck?
So really it's only a 1 mana ritual in that kind of a sense. But
It's a one mana
combo-
ritual, but it puts it in the yard for your combo later.
Right.
I don't know. That seems pretty good. And if he's about to land some 3 mana powerful enchantment or something, I don't know. That's a pretty scary turn 1. I would be shaking and maybe considering, should I have exiled that Mindbreak Trap or not? To my
Yeah, Mindbreak Trap
gemstones?
looking pretty attractive. But I mean, if you're Jason and you see a Mindbreak Trap exiled to a Gemstone Cavern, you have to be thinking, oh, there's
You feel
more
good.
interaction, right? There's no way you're just getting rid of your only piece of interaction to get your Gemstone in play. That would be, I mean, that'd be quite a statement.
Oh, really? I think the opposite. I think
Oh, you're just
Bailey was like, yeah,
you're a
this is the only
monster.
piece of interaction. Get this out of here. We don't need interaction where we're going.
Well, let's see if he is interested in using this Lotus Bloom right
Oh,
now.
just
The answer appears
pass.
to be no. So Tabashi not even put into play with the Lotus Bloom, not even interested in casting that. Holding up the Lotus Bloom is Jason, but did get it into play on turn 1. That could be a big deal as we move over to Jeremy and his Sisay deck very quickly, fetching with what appears to be a Windswept Heath.
I
Now,
believe
the
that's the
Sisay
new
deck,
wing flips, right? Looks pretty good.
yeah. We've seen a lot of the new Bloodstained Mire seems to be very, very popular among
Yeah.
players. I've seen a ton of the retro frame new Bloodstained Mire. I'm shocked, actually, legitimately, at how much Eternal format players are very slow to catch on with new arts. I think a lot of the time, these players not so. As here's Birds of Paradise on turn 1, very traditional kind of Sisay start, looking to get their mana started with their mana creatures more so than the artifacts like we saw with Tamashi decks and some other less green decks. Is Sean starting with Besija Who Endures, good card in this meta game, and looks like a mana creature.
That's a
of some
birds,
kind.
right?
Yeah, I think it's the universes beyond Birds of Paradise.
Yeah, it's a Lord of the Rings Birds of Paradise. So
Yeah, it sure is.
Sisay and Kinnan mirroring each other here.
A lot of Birds of Paradise in this CEDH metagame. As here's Jeweled Lotus, Mana Confluence. That's 5. Is it Crom time?
Turn 1 Crom? Probably.
It sure is. Crom's in play. Tapped out for Crom did Bailey. And these are the kinds of hands that I always felt look really strong in T&K, but I really, honestly, I fail to convert with these hands all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, at one point I was like, is Jeweled Lotus a trap in this deck? Like, I feel like every time I have these kinds of hands, they don't win. Now we'll see if Bailey and his somewhat unique construction of Timna Crom and from 4th position can kind of make this happen for him. Little late to the party with is Crom having already lost out on the potential to draw a card from Jason, as now we're interested in putting Tameshi in play, it looks like. Cracking Jeweled Lotus to do so.
Meshi comes out, everyone's gonna read it, be like, does this work?
Why don't we read it too? So Tameshi Reality Architect is 2 and a blue for a legendary creature, Moonfolk Wizard. Whenever one or more non-creature permanents are returned to your hand, draw a card. This ability only triggers once each turn. Now you can pay X and a white, return a land you control to its owner's hand, and return an artifact or enchantment with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. So what you're about to see here is we floated white there with that Hollowed Fountain. And we are now activating Tameshi, which allows us to draw a card, makes the triggered ability, and returns the Lotus Bloom to play. So now we have 4 mana again, and we get to shock that Hollowed Fountain back into play.
Engine
Very
is
powerful synergy.
online.
Immediately clacking Lotus again. 4 mana. It's the One Ring. Great follow-up to Tameshi. That will draw a card for Bailey off of the Crom. He was very quick on that. And Crom already going to work drawing some cards. But the One Ring, I think, draws a few more cards than Crom does. As here it goes a-tapping. Protection trigger and all that available for Jason. And a great starting position here from our Tameshi player. Mox Amber added to the mix. And Manifold.
Manifold. Dockside's
no mana problems here. Wow. All right. Over to Jeremy we go. Gonna draw a card.
You got to watch out for these Sisei decks. Like, they drop the Dockside, you're done. And
yeah, I was about to say, like, this... I feel like the relying so heavily on these very powerful artifacts that cEDH is known for. I think there's a lot of the top decks in the metagame that really do try to target that via either using Dockside to just go over the top of whatever you're doing. You know, you have all this mana available to you, or just trying to shut all that down with various Null Rod style effects. Now, we'll interested.
Right.
You can look real quick at the Sisei deck list, see how much artifact hate we're working with. I see a Dauntless Dismantler among the mix. That one taken off in popularity very quickly from Lost Caverns of Ixalan. But other than that, I don't see too many Null Rod
too many
effects.
things, yeah.
Collector oofs or anything like that. Heavier on artifacts is this take on Sisei, including things like Agatha's Soul Cauldron. A lot of strict Serenades in this pod. That's something I'm noticing.
And there's the Dauntless Dismantler.
Wow, he actually has the Dauntless Dismantler. Brutal if you're a Tameshi fan. This is not what Jason wants to see. Now the question is, do we crack it right away? Because the Lotus Bloom still works. Right? The Lotus Bloom doesn't have to tap. So it slows down Docksides, and you can hold it for a while, but it doesn't actually stop the Lotus Bloom in any meaningful way. Checking that really quick.
I believe that's a Rhystic study coming down. Turn 2 Rhystic.
Turn 2 Rhystic is very
good.
Yeah. A tried and true strategy. Okay, so Lotus Bloom actually does tap. So this does actually work against the Lotus Bloom combo. Going to be interested in keeping the Dauntless Dismantler in play, I believe, is Jeremy and his Sisei deck. Now, Rhystic Study looking to slow things down alongside Dauntless Dismantler. Left side of the pod, interested in slowing this game down. Bailey doesn't seem too upset with that if our plan is to just attack with Crom.
I don't think that's his plan. No shot. That's why he keeps his hands, but
I mean, that's what we're doing right now, you know.
Now, I know Bailey runs like stuff like Phyrexian Metamorph and whatnot. Perhaps he could come in and copy this One Ring. Don't think he drew a land, though.
Yeah, Crom only drew one card in that turn cycle, so not any kind of crazy card advantage coming through. And I have to imagine with Rhystic Study in play, not too many people going to be triggering the Crom, which can be problematic. Demonic Consultation.
Bailey
Classic.
Needs to win this game. Needs to make this top 16. And he's going to send it all here. No fear in his eyes, launching the Demonic Consultation. Mental Misstep coming out.
Yeah, I think players very interested in interacting with the Demonic Consultation. I'm shocked. Misstep on misstep. Is this vintage? Here we go.
Bailey wants this consult to resolve.
And Rhystic goes a drawing. No mana available for Sean, but cards are flowing as mental misstep on mental misstep happening here. So talk to me. What does this consultation actually represent, especially with Bailey being willing to defend it so
Reverse Thoracle. Reverse Thoracle.
You just think it's Reverse Thoracle
in my head? If someone's doing this right now, I'm just like, yeah, this is Reverse Thoracle. If they're misstepping that, this is not just a blind consultation in my eyes. But
if it was just like a value blind consultation, what's the name?
Well, I don't know what's in Bailey's hand. It could be Mana Crypt that he's naming. Maybe he has a Rhystic in hand. It could be
Dockside, I guess.
Dockside, yeah. Yeah, that'd be pretty good too. With the Dauntless Dismantler, less so.
Yeah, shuts it down a little bit. I mean, especially defending the, Reverse Thoracle seems, and of course, Reverse Circle refers to consulting first and then casting Thassa's Oracle afterwards, because Thassa's Oracle traditionally the harder card to counter. So sometimes you lead on your consultation just to see if you can politic or whatever to get it resolved, and then maybe the players can't counter Thorkel's backup. And players very interested in interacting with this. Swan Song coming from Jeremy, no interaction from Sean at all, and the cards are going to continue to flow.
Fierce Guardianship.
Additional backup for Bailey. He had so much interaction here.
Alarm bells are ringing for me. This is a reverse consult. Bailey is way too sneaky with this.
I mean, Sean's drawn like 4 or 5 cards at this point. I mean, you feel like he really needs to get involved in this interaction stack in some way.
I mean, he's playing Kinnan. He would need to find MBT, Force of Will, Force of Negation. That's pretty much his only ticket out here. He doesn't have the Kinnan deployed, so Fierce is offline. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, there's Thassa's Oracle. So console did resolve Thassa's Oracle, the follow-up. That's going to draw another card for Sean. Is it a Force of Will? Sean taking a quick look at the grip.
Oh, no.
That's it.
He's in disbelief. Bringing it out. Big guns, keeping that early Crom for his Fierce Guardianship, drawing a sneaky card off the top and being like, yeah, here's a consult. Being maybe a little too sneaky with it. Maybe I would have played the land first or something to put my opponents off it. But
yeah, I don't think, I think at the point at which you're willing to commit to 2 counter spells to the bit, there's no sneaky about it, but you called it out exactly right. Reverse Oracle. And it's really interesting because this feels like the dichotomy with these cEDH games. We saw the players at the bottom of the screen really trying to slow the game down, or sorry, on the left of the screen at the time, really trying to slow the game down. Rhystic Study and Dauntless Dismantler just trying to stop people from blowing the doors off the game and allow those decks to get set up. And one of the best things you could do against that is the Thassa's Oracle combo. So Bailey, kept a hand based around that already. Saw his window, punched his ticket, and Sean was Jason was just setting his mana up with Tameshi. And even with all that mana, didn't have a lot to get done. Only 3 mana it took for Jason, and that's it.
Bailey here going to 17 points. And I just want to highlight a little bit about what just happened there with, our opponents are setting down their One Rings and their Rhystic Studies and Dauntless Dismantler maybe to disrupt someone else. And Bailey's like, you know what? I'm just going to win. Win.
Here's the win.
Here's the consult. Here's the Thorkel. You got it? You don't? Oh, that's too bad. All right, here's my 17 points. I'll see you guys in top 16 or maybe not.
Round. you have a crisp hour to do anything you want with your time and go, get a snack, whatever, wake up, get your coffee, get breakfast. We kind of make fun of this just win mentality. That's been kind of something we're talking about, especially in the face of these mid-range hell narratives that have been thrown around where we've seen it multiple times on camera yesterday, where we're talking about games that go to time, ton of interaction back and forth. The game is bogged down by permanence and interaction, all this stuff. And it's just, people call it mid-range hell. You're just in hell. But not every game plays out that way. And a lot of times it's that kind of texture where you see the players that are trying to push the game to that state. And it opens up windows, a very small window to just win for some of the decks if they can assemble it. Now, Bailey, from the 4th position, was able to recognize that there were multiple decks, both Sisei and Kinnan, in the pod that were going to look to slow the game down. That held true, and one of the best things to do in that spot is the Thorkel consult. I really think that outside of just jamming, which is kind of how you could bastardize this idea of just win mentality of where you just blindly jam into things and then feed the rest of Mystics and you die. There's actually a plan that was built there. There was a plan built.
There was a window seen. If Bailey, I think if he waited, that window opportunity was going to close. That Rhystic was going to get more fed. That Ring was going to draw more cards. Who knows what was going to come out of the Sisei. That was the window. It didn't seem like it was getting any better for him there. He had 2 pieces of interaction. Opponents are tapped out. I think that was extremely well executed. Perfectly timed, and just a good hand to open with there in the 4th seat, winning on turn 2. No one saw that turn 3 in this game.
No one saw turn 3, and even from a deck like the T&K Blue Farm deck that you kind of think is like a little bit slow. People like to talk about that deck as really one of the contributors to this mid-range nightmare or whatever. Can still get it done on turn 3, and that's part of the power of Blue Farm as a deck. And part of the reason it is one of the best decks, if not the best deck in the cEDH format, is it does allow for you to play a long game or have games like that. The fact you can do both is one of the most appealing aspects of the TNK deck. And, Bailey rewarded, like you said, with 17 points, looking in very good shape to make the cut for top 16, which for Bailey, extremely important. Number 71 right now on our leaderboard, right on the outside of that top 56 cut threshold right now. Remember, there's a lot of points that are going to be added to his point total this weekend, and maybe, just maybe, make a little bit of a deep run in top 16, make those finals, anything like that. Going to punch his ticket to the end of the year invitational. But for now, that's going to do it for round number 6 of our Swiss. We have one more round of Swiss to play. There's going to be a lot of great players with some win-in-ins. We're going to feature, of course, a win-in of some kind for some of our leaderboard players and things like that, I am certain. But things are heating up here at Cowtown Throwdown here early in the morning, and we will be back very shortly. Well, most likely shortly, but could be up to an hour, I suppose, depending on how things go here in day 2.
I'm gonna do some shilling here. I got this cool shirt. I'm gonna stand up. Check out this cool shirt. Top Deck merch. I got an hour here. I'm gonna spend like 5 minutes shilling. Shop at topdeck.gg. Get some stickers. Get some shirts. We'll ship it right to you. You don't have to be at the event to get this stuff. And then I got some. I can't show you guys, but I've seen the playmat for the Top Deck Invitational. It is sweet. I hope to be unveiling it later this week. Follow us on TopDeck GG Twitter. I'm sure we'll be posting that there later this week. Just some final touches coming. I think you guys are going to love this one. TopDeck, this company known for its sweet playmats from a variety of artists who all seem to be named Tim for some reason. Yeah.
And don't forget, of course, we are pairing with Iron Deck Tournament for this event. And that means that in addition to the $3,600 for first place, the 500 points, the direct qualification to the end of the season, I guess not necessarily the end of the year, it is in August, but the end of the season invitational, you also win a sword as the part of the prize payout. And what better trophy is there for an event than a sword? So that is something that is on the line for these players as part of our collaboration with Iron Deck Tournament. Very, very happy to be running that collaboration. Love the work that is put in by everybody over there. And yeah, I mean, just awesome event we have today. A lot more Magic left to be played today. But again, that'll do it for this round. And we will be back with round number 7, the final round of Swiss, as soon as we can. And we will see you there.
See you soon.
Force. Is it? Okay, hopefully it works. All right. Day one. That's a wrap on day one. How we doing?
302.
Okay, all right.
So,
That was the ID.
yeah, so I'm
What?
lock.
Okay,
Yeah.
lock for top 16.
Yeah. If I get one more draw, I'm looking at or right now I'm technically on the bubble with 2 more rounds, but my tiebreakers are likely the best of all the 17s because of I did my winning early.
Okay.
So if I get another draw, I'm like a hard lock. In 2 more draws, I'm like first, second in a pod probably.
Okay, I like that. Well, good. Congratulations.
Sorry.
No, don't even worry about it, dude. You take your time.
Thank you.
So, yeah, congratulations. I'm looking forward to catching up with you more tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Feeling good about the day, though?
Absolutely. Yeah, went well.
Good. All right, I'm going to keep wandering around. We'll catch up with you.
Perfect. Thanks. Have a good one.
We'll get you to draft the cube tonight, all right?
I might be around for that. Good idea.
Pardon me, guys. If you're watching, say hey. If you're in the chat right now, say what's up. And let me know how the sound is coming through. Let me know how everything's coming through. I've been running into trouble, so. Oh. All right, Dan, it's your turn. All right, we got Dan. Step back 2 steps. There you go. We got the stepping complete here. Look, now we're professionals with the backdrop and all.
Nice. Love it.
How's our standings?
3-2. I started 0-2, won the last 3, so.
All right, 3-2's hot.
Yeah, definitely in it.
So what are you playing today?
I'm playing Thrasios Timna, what I always play pretty much, outside of a few breaks for like Ob Nixilis and stuff, but Thras Timna's my baby, so.
How's it feeling in the mix-up? Like, I know things are a little faster than they've been for the last 6 months or so, like less grindy mid-range. How's it feeling?
It's feeling good for the most part. I don't know. I had one game where I didn't really get to do anything, which obviously kind of sucked, but I haven't seen a ton of like Rogsai. There's been lots of Timna Croms, lots of like Kenrith, Najila stuff, lots of still, I would say, mid-rangey decks. And I've had a couple early win attempts, so like I wouldn't say that I felt like I'm slower than the rest of the meta or anything like that.
Have you seen any decks that are like way fringe? Anything that's like, whoa?
I saw Captain Sisse in one pod. That's a deck I haven't seen.
Okay.
In a long time. Yeah. They were definitely threatening. They threatened to win several times. I had to use a lot of interaction to stop them, actually.
That's awesome. Honestly, I'm psyched to hear that.
Yeah, it's a really cool deck. Honestly, I wanted to build it back when Paradox Engine was still legal. Sadly, that's not the case anymore, so it takes a little bit more work to make it work. But
you gotta jump through some hoops to make it work these days.
oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they were doing stuff with like some Berserk creatures and untap, like make it into a land and untap itself and some.
That's cool. I've heard there's an Urabrask deck out there somewhere today too.
There are 2, I believe. My friend played against them 2 rounds in a row. Well, two different Urabrask players. I played against one of them actually in my 4th round.
Okay.
And I actually ended up cloning their Urabrask because I was trying to clone Kinnan and it got bounced. So I'm like, what do I clone? And I'm like, this Urabrask makes a mana every time I cast an instant or sorcery, so why not? Let's do it.
How? Have you got anything new from the new sets in your deck? Are you running any murders, any Thunder Junction? Probably some Modern Horizons 3.
Yeah, I don't think any murders or Thunder Junction. I've got a couple Modern Horizons 3 cards in there. The Shifting Woodlands is real good in my deck because I'm playing Razaketh, so like turn Shifting Woodland into Razaketh is always pretty great. Like they can't counter that really, so something that I definitely want to do. I'm also playing Psychic Frog. It's just like kind of the best discard outlet on a creature that we've ever gotten. Like if I hit somebody with it with Timna, I draw 2 cards, and nobody really wants to block it because if they block it, I just discard and make it bigger than their thing they blocked it with, and their blocker dies. So it kind of just almost is unblockable, draws cards, and if I need to discard it, can.
I saw it recently, and I was like, how did this slip by me? Like, what a crazy card.
Yeah, it's a sick card. It's seeing a lot of Legacy play, too, actually. I play the Rescaminator in Legacy and 4 of in that deck, so I like the Reanimator, and it fits very well in that strategy.
And it rummages, right? Is it discard a card, draw a card, or what does it do?
So it just draws on contact when it hits a player. The discard is an activated ability. You can discard a card to give it a +1/+1 counter.
Okay.
And
All right.
Exile 3 cards from your graveyard to give it flying, which isn't always relevant, but maybe if you really need to draw a card.
Yep. Because it's Demir, right?
It is, yeah.
What a wacky card. So you've been playing cEDH a while now. About how long have you been playing cEDH?
That's a hard question to answer because it depends on what counts as cEDH. Like way back in the day, like pre-partners or anything like that, I was playing like Jared, Golgari, Lich Lord with like Necrotic Ooze combos and stuff, which like for the time that was considered kind of competitive, but the format was so small that nothing was really optimized.
It wasn't really established. It was still Wild West. Like it was, you were either playing against people who were all in the tank or you're pub stomping.
Yeah, you'd go to like a Magic Con or what other Grand Prix back then, and you'd sit on one of the arranged pods that they have or whatever, and sometimes it's just like I'm playing and just crushing these 3 people, and it feels really bad to just beat up on people who don't know what's going on, but that was kind of all we really had back then, unfortunately. And
this is like 2016.
Yeah, even before that, maybe like 2014, 2015, something like that. Yeah, way back.
So that was going to be my question is, what was your first cEDH deck? And it sounds like Gerard, which is, honestly, that deck does really cool stuff. I mean, I'm a sucker for Golgari, and also, like, know that Gerard WinCon is so funny.
Oh, yeah, I'm a Golgari guy as well. Feel you on that.
What keeps you coming back to the format?
Mostly the people, honestly, just like coming out to these to see all my friends from all over the country. You know, it's like we don't get a lot of excuses to see people that live, you know, on the West Coast or down south, or I'm from the Midwest. So just, yeah, honestly, the people more than anything else. You know, like the games are fun, but like if it was just the games and didn't get to hang out after, I probably wouldn't come, to be honest.
There you go. I love that. I mean, and yeah, like people are here. And I learned very much from Punt City. Like people come as much for Saturday night as they do for the tournament.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. Well, best of luck in the rest of the weekend, and thanks for taking a minute.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for having me.
There you go. So I'm going to try to find 1 or 2 more people to talk to, see how they're doing. Oh. You want to talk for a second? Yeah, you. No? Okay, no worries. That's why I asked, right? Oh. So we've done the dreaded wardrobe change. That's a move.
Yes.
How are you doing today?
We're hanging in there.
How's the day been? Has it been a struggle, or are you doing pretty easy?
No, it's been great.
All right, yeah, that's what I want to hear.
Yeah, this event has been amazing.
I mean, you couldn't have better people in charge of the logistics and running things.
100%. Yeah, they've been great.
And tonight we're gonna tie one on.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do some karaoke here afterwards.
That's wild. So I heard rumors of karaoke, and then somebody was like, yeah, I think it's like Alex is in charge of it. And I was like, oh, right. That all makes sense.
Oh yeah.
It's all coming together.
We're going to be in the back room here.
Okay, all right.
Because we want to let people free play without.
Oh yeah, without deafening them. That's funny. We're not gonna give them the accompanying music, no.
Yeah. But we're gonna be back there, hidden and ripping some karaoke.
Awesome. I'll have to come take a picture or something.
Absolutely.
Good. I'm glad I got to catch up with you for a
Please
second.
come sing a song.
Oh no. So I got some judges behind me. We got the heads. And I'm trying to talk to some strangers now. You ready to answer questions? Oh, nice. Good. Oh, well, they're mostly cEDH questions, so you don't have to be that smart. What are we playing today?
It's Timna Crom.
Okay, yeah, I've heard of that one.
Yeah.
Is this one that you've have you put in your 10,000 hours?
I was playing Rogsai and decided silence effects are pretty cool. So this is my first tournament with Timna Crom.
Okay, and how's it feeling?
Feels good and bad.
Oh, a little bit of both.
Yeah. Just there's just one game. I won't get too into it. Magus of the Moon, Collector Oof, and a Null Rod.
Yeah, a big pile of stacks pieces is pretty brutal.
I don't think I have a single out. Like, there was not a card in my deck that plays Magic now. But it's just like that sometimes.
Sometimes you get shut out, right? Sometimes you shut them out, and sometimes they shut you out.
Sometimes you lose. Sometimes you draw. So
what would you say Timna Crom, there's there's not a ton of variance between different Timna Crom builds. What would you say are your 3 favorite creatures in the deck?
Right now, I'll just say my 3 favorite cards right now.
No, gotta be creatures.
Creatures? DRC right now. Dragon Rage Channeler. Dockside, creature. I don't know. I'm back on Dothy. I was off Dothy, but I'm back.
All right. So we got Darcy, Dothy, and Dockside.
Believe it or not.
Fuck, marry, kill.
Hold on. DRC's new. We just met. I have to kill Dothy because I can go without Dothy.
Fair.
Can I go without Dockside? But I've been with Dockside for so long. I'll marry Dockside.
Oh, okay, all right.
And DRC will just, do a quick thing with,
The one and done.
And it'll probably be the 105 card that gets cut every time.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Most people kill the Dockside because you can loop it, right?
No. Well, it just depends. Yeah.
Awesome. So, I'm been at it a while today. So, oh geez, don't even remind me. So, what do you love so much about the format? What keeps you coming back?
I played casual for a long time actually, and didn't like cEDH.
Yep.
But I guess as your player skill goes up, you jump into cEDH, and there's a lot more interactions, a lot more thinking. And then you go back to casual, and it feels a little tough sometimes. Everybody plays on their own turn. There's no removal, no interaction, and people just win or lose. So I like that people can win at any time. People have answers, and people really pay attention to the format and how it's changing. So you have to actually think about your deck often in a serious way.
With cards like Born Upon a Wind in the format and being such staples, like the wins are happening at any time now, which I think is massive.
Yeah. It's like I said, it's probably my favorite part in the format is like you have to pay attention at all times. You can't be on your phone. You can't you can socialize with your friends, but like you miss triggers, you miss spells, and you lose the game.
So I play a mix of casual, cEDH, all that stuff, and I, a little while ago, built an Esper deck that just triggers off of everybody doing everything. So I'm fully engaged on my turn and everybody else's turns, and I've gone back to other casual decks that are only doing game actions on my turn, and it feels like I'm playing literally 1/4 of amount of games as it's just that resonant what you said about cEDH games being more engaging because you stay engaged the whole time resonated with me very, very strongly.
You have to decide what gets to resolve, what doesn't resolve, and it does make a big difference on you losing or winning the game. And everybody's trying to win the game. There's goofy things and goofy pet cards, but ultimately we're trying to win.
So what do you think is the most overrated cEDH deck right now?
Overrated? Nadu is getting a lot of hype. Obviously, I think it's a little overrated at this point because everybody hates it. And then past that, I'm playing it, but Blue Farm.
Those are the two answers I'm hearing as people are Nadu's fake news, and then Blue Farm is just big hype.
If you let Nadu do the thing,
it's scary. Oh my God.
Same with Blue Farm. If you
do
the thing, you'll lose. But yeah, they're scary, but not too much.
Yeah, as long as you know when the interaction points are, just like any other deck, right? But
just play better.
Yeah, skill issue, right? Don't suck.
Yeah.
But if you can stop it from landing, you do a decent job for sure.
Kill the bird, and then don't let Blue Farm play.
Birds aren't real. Chat's screaming about birds aren't real. So we just put you in charge of the cEDH rules committee. Ban a card.
Ban a card?
Go on.
Oh, give me 2 seconds. You know what's funny? I've seen these clips. I'm always like, oh, good choice. Ban a card. I don't want it banned, but it'd be interesting. Certain split-second cards like Angel's Grace.
Oh, cool. Interesting.
Yeah, some people probably love that card, and some people probably hate that card. They're like, Thoracle Decon? And they're like, yeah, that's cool. All right, good to resolve the trigger. You're like, Angel's Grace? And they're like, all right, I have nothing left. That's fine.
Angel's Grace is such a goofy card for sure.
That card, I hope it's not banned, but I understand people might not want it there.
That's fair. And then what? So you're on Tim Necrom. If you could unban a card to put in Tim Necrom, what would it be?
I'm not gonna say Hole Breacher.
I appreciate that.
As much as I'd like to try it.
I had one person say Hole Breacher already today, and I definitely it made my bones itch.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that. After seeing what Chthonian Nightmare does, I think Nightmare is fine.
Wow. Okay.
Both very good cards and both powerful cards, but like similar or same effect. I think it's fine.
Awesome. Those are great answers. So what was your name for those at home?
James.
James, I really appreciate you answering some questions today. How's the standings so far?
1-3-1. So I think
Okay.
done.
We're going into the party
We're
zone.
done. We're gonna hang out with friends and go get dinner. That's it.
Awesome. Well, it's good talk. Oh, you got the dope shirt. Okay. Is that from like a specific squad or what is that?
It's a band called Gel.
Oh, okay.
Punk hardcore band.
I thought it was like a play on like the Dark Ritual guy or
It looks
something.
like a fireworks company. What's that thing called?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't either. They'll know in the chat. There's a
It's-
fireworks company. Phantom.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a super cool shirt though. I'm definitely feeling it. I thought it was like a cool like play on the Dark Ritual art or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, James, it's a pleasure. Thank you so much
Thank
again.
you so much.
All right. Oh, nice. We got the my buddies who run the chat with me. They're feeling it. They're like into
If
it.
you can never go to a live show, do it. Even if you don't know the band.
Okay, awesome. So I heard that the sound was cutting in and out. It does look like the Mind Sculptors dude. Apparently, the last stream, my sound was really, really bad, which I'm so bummed about because I think I got some really good interviews. Was the last one was no good though? Was there just like no sound the whole time? I know that while I was live, I didn't see a single person in the chat, which was really weird, and the stream actually cut out 2 times. But I sound great now. That's all I need to hear. I love that. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna find some more people to talk to. Maybe 1 or 2 more catch-ups. 1 or 2 more people who are just like strangies. Yeah, I've been trying to keep an eye on my little live indicator up here to make sure that that's not cutting out, and I'm always taking a look down at my mixer to make sure it's going from blue to green. Bear with me. I'm going to get this back. I'm going to stretch the wrists out. I really just need to start doing wrist curls. So I tell you what, holding this thing is a chore. And I need to get something wireless too, because it's been cutting out. And if it was wireless, it probably wouldn't cut out as easy. Let's find some more people to talk to. What's interesting is now that it's at the end of round 5, people are just peeling out as soon as they get out of here. 15 minutes left in the round. So yeah, as soon as people's games end, they're just like lighting out of here, which I think is really interesting, and it creates it makes it tough to interview people because I gotta like get them as they're standing up. So you can see. Come on. There's still a fair amount of people playing. They're all out here slinging their games. And then over towards the other end, there's a lot of people standing up. So I'll walk over there and I'll try to talk to some people. It's also important not to disrupt the games that people are in the middle of. Yeah, there's a couple of different merch areas, which I've been excited about. The merch area is really good. They're doing a really good job, honestly. So there you go. So what I'm probably going to do for the rest of the day is just try to do individual recordings rather than going live so that I can have content for me. So when I find somebody I want to talk to, just be like, hey, you want to answer some stupid questions? And hopefully tonight, while people are wasted, get some of them. Baldy, I talked to him earlier today. I don't want to bother him too much, especially in between rounds, but he's right behind me there, so we'll keep an eye on him. And once he frees up, I'll go over to him and ask him how he's doing, how the games are going. So we love Baldy for sure. He's definitely a good dude. Oh, I know who we're going to go talk to. We're going to go catch up with one of my other buddies as well. Yeah, he's wearing a kilt today with like preposterous boots too. He's got big long boots. All right, yeah, no, Baldy's doing judge stuff, so I don't want to bother him too much. But he's definitely killing it. He's got the look for sure. He's looking flashy. But I'm glad that the sound is good. I'm glad the video's good. I'm always happy to be able to live stream and have it not look like trash. And apparently they've been liking it on the live stream too, which is like, sure, great. I'm psyched about it. We love it when it helps out the Top Deck stream. When I can go live over and over again and have everybody kind of be happy about what it does for the event as a whole, it's so helpful to me. Because it's helpful to them. But yeah, I might not be live for too much longer just so that I can kind of continue to go socialize and all that stuff. But I'm psyched that I was able to bring people, you know, their 2 hours of footage. All right, where are we at?
1, 2, and 2.
Okay, all right.
That
could be way worse.
Yo, nah, man. The last game,
that no good. It was bad feels.
It was definitely some misplaying on my part, and you know what? I gotta go tell Shorty when I go back to her that she's gonna be like, "Oh my baby, where's my little champion?" I'm like, "Baby, I didn't win. Hold me." Like, yo, like I can't. Like, it's gonna be bad, man. Like I messed up, baby. I messed up. Please forgive me. Please forgive me.
Listen, you'll be all right. All right, we all bounce back.
Right,
we all have our slumps.
You're right. I'm gonna be all right. I always tell people they're gonna be all right. I gotta tell the same thing to myself. I'm gonna be all right.
So are you staying here in this hotel tonight?
Oh, nah. I'm trying to get drunk, and I'd say see strippers, but I don't know if she's watching this feed. But nah, there's no. Of course, there'd be no strippers. Absolutely.
So, because I was gonna say, in that room over there's gonna be some karaoke later, and I know you.
Yo, say less. I'm trying to go sing into the mic and go have him sing the low. He see this wonderful voice online. That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
I knew you'd appreciate some karaoke.
What if they're gonna do some karaoke? I'm gonna be singing all the folk. I mean, obviously, I listen to Marvin Gaye, so I'm gonna be playing all the jams and going like, what's his name? I'm gonna be like all the songs. I'm trying to go think of the song as well too. That I'm trying to go think. Lean on me when you're not strong, but I see your face.
Amazing. Well, hopefully I see you in there then. All right.
Absolutely. I'm gonna be in there. I'm gonna stop by. I need to first eat. My stomach, my ribs is touching. I need food.
Get something in you.
Exactly. Thank you.
That man is wild. That's an absolute wild man. All right, so we got a whole range of emotions out here. Post round 5, people are slowly starting to stand up and make their way to dinner. There's still a lot of games going, but a lot of people standing. This is by far one of the biggest cEDH events I've ever been to, if not the biggest, and it is so cool to see just how well it's doing. I've been so psyched about it. Thank you guys for sharing it with me, for dealing with me just in a t-shirt, first of all. But I mean, you know, it's a special t-shirt, but still, normally I got a flashy shirt on, but today I'm keeping it super casual. It's a little on the sweaty side in here. How's everybody at home? I keep asking this. If you're watching on the Top Deck stream, if you're watching on my stream, I hope you're having a lovely weekend. Maybe we'll watch some pugilism tonight. I always love a little bit of the old pugilism. We're going to come outside. You can immediately hear probably that the sound changes a little bit once we come out here. But it seems like people are really, really happy. Attitudes are still really, really up. Anybody who is not still live as far as the gameplay is definitely like, I'm just here to have fun. So tomorrow there are 2 more rounds and then semis and finals. So tomorrow has 2 more rounds, then top 16 and then top 4, which is crazy. There's 4 more rounds tomorrow, which is definitely something to behold. Oh, we got Koval walking around. I saw him in the feature match, and then there were 3 people, so he's definitely, it looks like, out for now. All right, you ready to answer questions? You ready? You got this? Yeah. No, you sure? I bet you could answer questions good.
All right, let me put the bullshitter
All right, what's your name, boss?
I'm Tony Pineapple. What's up?
Tony Pineapple, what are we playing today?
Today I'm on Italian.
Italian, okay. So are you just like trying to whittle people down and then go for Authorical? What's your game plan?
Yeah, I'm trying to draw cards and
All right, I like that.
Draw cards.
Okay.
I'm not even trying to win. I'm trying to draw more cards than everyone else.
Now,
That's all I'm trying to do.
Italian's a little bit of a newer cut, but have you put in any brand new cards from like Thunder Junction or MH3 in there?
MH3, I have Sink into Stupor.
All right, and we like the MDFCs.
Oh yeah, what's the black one? Or is that the black one?
The black one kills a creature, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yeah, it's just like creature kill.
Black and blue one. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yo, and it's free real estate.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't care about 3 life.
So you play? How long have you been playing cEDH?
When was MagicCon Chicago?
Okay, so it's pretty recent.
2 months ago, 3 months ago. I can't remember. Yeah.
Is Italian your first cEDH deck?
No, second. Second. I did Malcolm Timna as my first.
Okay, so that's not Tropical Pirates.
I messed around a little bit with Yuriko, then Malcolm Timna, now Italian.
Now, do you come from playing like casual commander or 60 card? Or?
Mostly casual, yeah.
Okay.
I do mostly casual. Italian was my casual, like my top casual commander, and it was too oppressive. So I was like,
yeah.
All right, well, let's make him a little cEDH.
Now, say you're playing Italian in a casual game. What number do you say?
2.
2 still.
2.
Interesting.
2. It's always 2.
So when I played in casual, I say 3.
Why?
I don't know. It does fine.
Does okay?
Yeah, it does good.
Heuristic study either way.
People don't like that card in casual. They blow it up fast.
No, yeah,
It makes people like too like.
Italian for 8, 9. What is he?
He costs 4 usually.
Yeah. So yeah.
For 8, 10.
8, 10. Yeah.
So on Italian, what are your 3 favorite creatures in the deck?
Oh shit. Creatures. Phyrexian Metamorph.
Ooh, I like that one.
Fairy Mastermind.
Oh, I love Fairy Mastermind. That's one of my favorite cards.
Okay, I'm gonna be boring and say Orcish Bowmaster.
Okay.
That was boring. I know.
Bowmaster, Fairy Mastermind, and Phyrexian Metamorph. You know what comes next? It's Fuck, Marry, Kill.
Oh shit. Okay. We're gonna kill the Metamorph.
Oh no.
We're gonna fuck Fairy Mastermind.
Okay.
Kill Orcish Bowmaster.
Okay. Wait,
no.
No, that was 2 kills.
That was 2 kills. We will marry Phyrexian Metamorph.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. We're good with that.
All right. That's an excellent answer. When you said Metamorph, I was like, oh, this is gonna be a good one. I was like, oh, all right, we're good. We're going. We had somebody recently. Somebody else I asked was taking home the Eldrazi Displacer. I was like,
taking that home?
Because what did he say? He said because he's
we're all taking the tentacles.
Because it's got that strange.
Oh yeah. Give me the tentacles.
So what keeps you coming back to cEDH?
The stack.
Okay.
So I'm very new to Magic.
Okay.
I am big into casual, and the thing that I fell in love with harder than casual was Dan.
Oh, okay.
I got into Dan. I was like, oh shit, 7 cards on top of each other. Let's do this.
There's a whole format for this?
Yeah, I could do this. Yeah, people like this. Yeah, let's do this.
Have you run into any like really wild fringe decks? Anything crazy out there today? Most people have been saying it's like your standard murderer's row of like your 4-color piles and your Kinnons and stuff.
Yeah, nothing
Nothing too crazy?
Yeah, nothing. No.
All right. Well, I really appreciate you answering some questions. What was your name one more time?
Tony.
Tony, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And because you come from casual, we got to ask, who complains more, cEDH players or casual players?
Oh, casual. It's not even close.
It's every time I'm getting that.
Yeah.
I got to start asking more casual players that
Casual
question.
Players hate interaction. They hate the basics of the game.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you again, man. You the one, and you can share in not take my monster that's in there. But otherwise, this is all you help yourself. We're getting it started. I told you, we're back. We got the mic. We're live. We're rolling. All right, you said your name was?
Carmen.
Carmen, have I ever talked to you in front of this thing before?
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
You popping my cherry for me.
Oh, gee. All right. So, where are you coming through from?
Syracuse area.
Did you fly out here?
No, I drove.
Ooh, that's a haul.
6.5 hours.
Oh, okay. Not so bad. We're doing all right.
Yeah.
What are you playing this weekend?
Malcolm Vile.
All right, that's Malcolm Vile is not Tropical Pirates.
No. It's Grixis Pirates.
Grixis Pirates. Dark Malcolm. And how we feeling about it?
We're feeling all right. We're 2-2-1. We're on the bubble right now. We're doing all right.
So you got to win.
I got to win.
Okay.
I need a win next round. I'd like a win round 7, but winning and draw, we're on the bubble, so we'll see.
What's your dream pod? If you sit down and you're just going to be like, oh, I'm going to clap them up. This is cake right now.
Probably a Sisse, probably like an Atali, and some other like a Mardu deck or something like a Dargo. You know what I mean? Just try to not a lot of interaction, just let me pop off.
And what's the Nightmare pod?
Nightmare pod is like
bunch of rock size.
Yeah, no, not even that. Like we just all try to go fast, but Talion, Yuriko. And like an Atraxa, that'd be
okay.
Odd, yeah.
All right. Well, listen, we're all rooting for you here. What are some of your? What's the hot tech? What's the hot new tech in Dark Pirates?
In Dark Pirates, Necro Dominance is like having another Necropotence is pretty nice, but that's about the newest thing that deck really got. It didn't really get a lot out of MH3. Flare Duplication's pretty good.
Dupers is amazing.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Flare Dupe's pretty good. Denial's not good in it, but yeah, that's about it.
Not a lot of blue creatures.
No, not a lot of blue. I mean, Malcolm Timna, Flare Denial's awesome, but...
What about the black one? Does the black one kill a creature?
Flare Malice? Yeah. I think it makes each opponent or every player sacrifice a creature, which is pretty good.
That's that's so edge case, you know?
Exactly.
I'm so anti-edict effects because like the Najila player is like ha 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 ha.
Like yeah, I don't even care. It's like okay, there goes my Dino, sick.
Yeah, and then the like I also like from a casual standpoint, I hate edict effects.
Right.
It's because in casual they're usually gonna get repeated over and over again, and you're like, great, I guess I just don't get to play creatures this game.
Like flashback marauding you, and it's like fuck this.
Oh, nice. We got people from Australia watching today. Yeah, from down under. Yeah.
Down under.
So, do you know Chthonian Nightmare?
I'm actually I am on Chthonian Nightmare. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, just because it's
loops. We like loops.
It works really well with all the Reckless Fireweaver, Hedron Detonator stuff in the deck, and
so it's not just Dockside. You're doing all sorts of stuff with it.
Doing all sorts of stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Any big punts yesterday? Do you have anything that's haunting? Anything keep you up at night?
Yeah.
yeah. I don't want to fucking talk about it.
100%. Yeah, my round 3, I know exactly. I kept a mold of 6 that wasn't. I should have mold to 5, and we got beat on turn 3, and obviously it wasn't my fault, but I should have kept a better hand.
Those are always the worst because like you get to 6 and it's like because. Like sometimes you go to 5 and you're like, oh, good, okay, I'm glad I did this. And sometimes you go to 5 and you're like, it's worse. It's worse.
Now I'm going to 4, right?
What would you say your favorite? What are your 3 favorite creatures in the deck?
Mayhem Devil, Reckless Lackey, and obviously Dockside. That's probably about it.
Mayhem Devil, Reckless Lackey. What is Reckless Lackey?
So Reckless Lackey is a 1-drop red goblin, pirate, monkey, whatever. First strike case. It's got, do you know Zoro from One Piece?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's got a
Oh,
sword.
that's the one with the 3 swords? Okay.
Yeah, and he's got the headband on. It's Zoro.
It's the Zoro card, okay.
Yeah, dude, it's so sick. That's why it's my favorite card. It's literally the only reason it's in the deck. I mean, it's first strike case. It's,
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we got, you said Reckless Lackey, Dockside, and what was the other one?
Mayhem Devil.
And Mayhem Devil. All right, you know what comes next, right?
What?
It's Fuck, Marry, Kill.
Oh, yeah, dude. We're gonna, oh my God. Do we just kill Dockside?
Well, yeah, because he loops.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that way no one can copy it. Let's fuck the lackey and marry
of course.
the devil.
Yeah, all right, there you go. You gotta go for Zoro, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, you just got put in charge of the cEDH RC. We just formed one, and you're in charge. What's getting banned? Ban a card.
Ban a card in cEDH.
In whatever you want. In EDH, cEDH, whatever, but ban a card.
Man, I'm still banning Bowmasters, dude. Right. I think that the card just kind of warped a whole archetype out of the meta, and it makes play patterns with everything else a lot more difficult. I don't know. I think a lot of people just jam it into their decks, play it at the wrong times, and then it skews the whole game. I don't like the card at all.
I think it's definitely, there's a case for it as far as how hard it hurts like low to the ground creature strategies.
Which is like my whole deck, right? Player 3 will be drawing a Ristic Strike, player 2's got a freaking Bowmaster, and then my board gets wiped while this guy gets card advantage, right? Like, it's insane.
Just gets to party.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So I hate the card.
And how about unban a card?
Unban a card. Well, we already got Chthonian Nightmare. So
right? That's crazy.
Yeah, just unban Recurring Nightmare, and then we can run 2 of them. So
Nice. And which color wedge or pairing has the worst players?
Oh, the worst players.
And that could be etiquette or playability.
I don't know, man. It's probably, I hate Dimir players, like that only play Dimir.
You were saying you listed when you listed off Nightmare Pod, you were like immediately you say Talion Yurko.
Yeah, I hate both those decks. I hate playing against those decks. I like Dimir strategies, like strictly Dimir. It's got 1 win con, and it's like, oh, I'm just gonna just dirtle until I get there, stupid.
Just blast your game plan until I can push. Yeah, exact. I feel that for sure. I mean, and I think Talion especially is extremely guilty of it because it doesn't have any other game plan. Like, they are trying to draw cards, destroy your game, exactly. And until they can push.
And yeah, counter spells and what's the enchantment? Blood Chief's Ascension.
Oh, geez. So, to be fair, Blood Chief's Ascension, Demonic Betrayal is one of the funniest things ever.
100%, yeah. No, it's fucking awesome. I'm not even gonna lie.
It's like such a cheeky win and so funny when there's a big stack graveyard and you can be like, all right, nuke the table.
Right. No, yeah, that's so good. I love that.
Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to talk serious stuff, talk a little of the goofy stuff. It really means the world, so thank you. One more time, your name?
Carmen.
Well, you best of luck. I'm rooting for you for the next 2 games, and we'll see you in the finals.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
Hell yeah. All right, give me just a second, chat. Y'all have been awesome. Blue, not the card, but the color. Bye-bye, OBM. Yeah, would not be sad. Marry Dockside for the treasure. No, you got to kill it for the loops. Give me just a second. I got some DMs. Sorry, I'm away from home and my wife is texting me about all the spiders in the house. She says too many spiders, so I get text messages about them. I get lots of texts about the spiders. Oh, all right, it's Dan. Yeah, bright and early, Dan.
Good morning.
How'd we end yesterday?
3-2.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I got to get 1 win today.
I'm rooting for you.
Thanks.
Remind me what you're on again?
I'm on Thrasios Timna still.
Okay. And what's your dream pod? If you sit down, what's the pod that's guaranteed? You're clapping them up and you're taking that. You're taking the next game.
don't know if there's any guarantees with this deck, just because it's not a red deck, doesn't have Dockside, but definitely more mid-range, slower decks. Like the Nightmare is 3 turbo decks, so definitely not that. Anything but that. I feel like I got a chance at least.
All right. I think it's so interesting hearing like where people's decks sit in that hierarchy. And it's like, all right, sit down and imagine your pod that you're just going to clap up. I think has been a really interesting one. So, how's the weekend been otherwise? Good? You feeling good?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. Got a decent night's sleep considering I was on a futon.
Good.
A very cool basement, so that helped a lot.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we love a nice, cool room when we fall asleep.
Absolutely. That definitely works for me as well.
Well, thanks for taking a second. I wanted to catch up, see how you're doing, and I'm looking forward to talking to you at the end of the day.
I sure hope so.
So, it's pretty mellow in here right now. There's not a ton of people. There's just like a couple people standing around. We're hanging out. So I'm just trying to run up on people and get an idea of where thank you, where people's heads are at. So I'm going to show you what they turn the lights on out here. That's nice. It's stuffy out in this room though. Bad. But we're going to see who we can talk to out here. Is there anybody? No, there's like no one out here. So I think we're going to go back in that room and try to talk to people for sure. We're going to flip this around though. I need a coffee. I need 10 coffees. I need 100 coffees. All right, let's find somebody else to talk to. How are we doing? You playing, right?
I am, yeah.
You ready to answer some questions?
Sure.
Oh, good. All right, what's your name, boss?
Luis.
Luis, where are we coming from?
Cincinnati.
All right, so do we drive out here or we fly?
Drove.
How long was that ride?
About an hour and a half.
Oh, okay. So nice and easy, right?
Yeah, we're right next door.
No cool roadside attractions? Did you stop at like any big balls of yarn or anything like that?
No, we just drove straight through.
I love that stuff. Anytime I meet anybody who's like, yeah, we drove out here, I have to ask that sort of stuff. What are you playing this weekend?
I'm playing Urbrask. Mono Red.
Okay. I'm excited about this. I've heard there's like at least one person on the Urbrask deck. What does this deck do? What are you trying? Are you like kind of doing like a Burgie thing basically? Is it like Burgie but on a slightly different access?
Slightly. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to cast a bunch of spells during one turn, and then afterwards he turns into a Saga.
Yes.
And then once you get to the third lore counter on the Saga, you're able to play instants and sorceries from every opponent's graveyard. And then once you do that, depending on what's been happening, people have played some counter spells or have played some tutors. So you're mono red, now you're just gonna play a vampiric tutor, or someone plays a counter spell, they try to counter you to stop them, and you say, that's great, I'm gonna counter your counter spell with the counter spell that's in your graveyard, and then now that counter spell you just played, now can use as well.
So you can just do it once he activates and you're playing things from graveyard, they don't get exiled?
They do. But it's the new one that try to counter you with that gets.
Got you. Yep. Once they use it, goes in a graveyard. You can use that one right away.
Because it's not like Demonic Betrayal. Demonic Betrayal, it's whatever's there at the moment you activate it. This one's just any new cards that go into a graveyard, you can start using them as well. So you get like a Gutter Snipe out, and you start storming off, and every instant sorcery just burns people for 2 plus Urbrask 1 damage, and you kill people.
So it's probably not terribly difficult to turn it into the Saga, but what do you do for 2 turns after that? Do you have anything to speed that up, the flipping over, or are you then just trying to sit out 2 turns and wait until it hits that third chapter?
Right. So you have 2 options. You can either proliferate. So I personally proliferate cards. There's actually one other Urbrask player, and he's running extra turn spells.
Okay.
So you do, unfortunately, most of the time have to at least try to survive 1 turn cycle. So that one, at that point, you might be a little bit vulnerable, but thankfully, deflecting SWAT still counts as the Saga as the commander.
Oh, nice.
So you can just say, okay, well, I'm going to deflecting SWAT wherever it comes at me, and then a lot of times you have a bit of brewer's advantage, or people might just be more worried about people doing a decon Thoracle win, so they're not as worried about you. Typically what works for me is I go to turn cycle, I go up to Saga counter 2, but then I'll have a proliferate spell in my hand, and then I just throw it out, and they weren't ready for it. They thought they had an extra turn cycle to stop me.
That's awesome. And I could see how, like, with that turn where it hits number 3, you're like ready to push, really ready to storm off, go crazy. And so I could see where a Final Fortune or something like that is like, that's not too bad of a gamble. Like, you're probably not getting blown out when there's so much stuff in the graveyard.
That's correct, yeah. So Final Fortune tends to be a pretty good card in the deck. Some of the extra turn spells in red, unfortunately, that means your extra turn's your last turn. So sometimes people try to do stuff like silence you or things like that. So, and unfortunately, you're only out to that is Tybalt's Trickery.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, Tybalt's Trickery. And the cool thing is there's so many duplication spells and redirection spells, so you have a plethora of those to protect your enchantment, which I think is really good. So I love the idea behind this deck, and I definitely will have to take a look at the deck list. I'm super excited to hear about it.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's one that people should try out. I personally think he's the best Praetor in the lore. That might be a bit of a hot take, but you know what? It's red mana, so I guess that's fine.
No, it's definitely a good take. I love that because it is he's really an underappreciated Praetor, especially because he got left out of all the Atraxa lore, all that stuff. And I think it makes him cool, rebellious, and he fits in with the color pie.
Exactly. Yeah, I think he's a great representation of red, and you know, all about freedom, baby, right?
So, what are some unique cards that you're playing in the deck? What are some things that you're playing that you would say are specific to your deck besides the proliferate stuff?
Yes. So there's a lot of red cards that I think when they were created to give your creatures things like first strike or trample or haste. However, they also wanted to give, they didn't want you to lose card advantage, so they added the text that says draw card, and draw 1-drops. So whenever I play them, I'll say something. I play Warlord's Fury. It says draw card, but there's a whole other line of text above it that unfortunately doesn't matter because what you do is you play a draw spell that costs 1 mana, you get 1 mana back, and then you keep doing that, and you keep storming off. Your storm count gets really high, and you can hit people with Grape Shot afterwards. That Grape Shot's a good card in the deck.
So 1 mana, instant speed, cantrips.
Correct. Yeah, some of them are sorcery speed, but you want to do this on your turn anyway.
Yep.
And I think the best card in the deck is actually going to be Virtue of Courage. It's one of the adventure enchantments from the one set.
The second Eldraine set.
Correct, the second Eldraine set. So that one says whenever you deal non-combat damage to an opponent, you exile that many cards off the top of your library. So once you have, with Urbrast, you exile only 1 whenever you play like a draw spell. But if you have something like a Gutter Snipe out, then you're gonna exile 7 cards out of the top of your library, and a lot of those are just 1-drops. So you just keep going and going. There was one round, the one round that I did win, I did get to exile, I'd say about 30 in 1 turn, and people said, oh, are you gonna run out of gas? I said, at this point, I don't think I will.
So it does like what Obnixilis does.
Yes.
Similar.
It's similar, and I think
a little more powerful.
Definitely, yes, because I'm biased. Yeah, I think with what's called Obnixilis, actually, I think in some lists do run Urbrast.
Yep.
Especially because of the 1 damage, and that helps you do Obnixilis things.
I've been thinking about running it in Italy. I play Flip Italy, and I've been thinking about it, but like it's very, very tight. Well, we got the meeting. Thank you so much for taking a few minutes to talk about that deck.
Of course, thank you. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
You can do that up with the scorekeeper, okay? 9:30 in your seat. Your player meeting posting is going to be about 9:25, okay? This is a player meeting. You don't need to get your things out. This is just to make sure that we have everybody that's here, that's going to be here, so we make as many 4-person pods as possible. So we got that? 9:30 and 9:31, you get dropped. I'm not messing around. 9:30 in your seat, okay?
So the players meeting is in about 10 minutes. We're very excited for it. I'm so excited that I got that deck tech just now. That mono red Urbrast deck is sick, and I want to put it into Italy so badly. I would love that. And seeing how it works is crazy. All right, we're going to talk to one or two more people. Let's see how Jorman's doing. All right. So we're up right now, right? We're doing good. What's how many games you got to take right now? Or are you just in it?
Bro, I gotta win out, bro.
Okay.
We just came to cook, bro. I'm cooking people, bro. I'm reverse searing people all day. The steak has been sous videing all evening. I'm putting niggas on the grill and I'm cooking them. I'm sorry, don't.
It's okay. We're canceled.
Don't cancel my son Allen. I'm cooking people all day.
So what?
I win 4 games in a row, gangster.
What's the dream pod right now? If you sat down in the pod, what's your just a big stack of pancakes, breakfast, big.
Breakfast is, breakfast is. I need a triple sisay pod, bro. I'm sorry, Malcolm. I'm cooking. I need a triple sisay pod. I need 3 cobras right now.
And the triple sisay, you're just taking it, huh?
I'm just taking it. I'm cooking them.
What's the nightmare pod?
Rockside. Nah, chill. I'm not trying to deal with the landfall shenanigans. Rockside. I don't need a TNT. Okay. Just because all the ones in the mid bracket are stacks decks, and I don't feel like dealing with turn 1 collector oofs and no rods right now. A Rockside, a TNT, and then I don't know, a deck that can break parity on it all, like a Kinnan.
Okay.
That's a hellish pod
Did
right
somebody
now.
say Kinnan?
DJ. That's a hellish pod right now. Just decks that I have to like traverse and like put a puzzle together. T1 blind obedience would like mess the game up. I'm not trying to deal with none of that, bro. And then Rockside will try to push, and then if Kinnan gets a Remora, I'm cooked. And then Kinnan in the mid game, I'm cooked. I'm not trying to play no mid-range hell pod. I'm trying.
Facts.
Yeah, I'm trying to just reverse sear people right now. Cook, bro.
He speaks facts. He's telling the facts, people. He's telling the facts. You don't want that. You don't want that. You don't want that.
The mid range is tough right now. It's a hard spot to navigate.
Yeah, everyone's just holding counter spells. They don't want to win games. They're just like afraid, and they just want to. Yeah, they don't want to win. They want to just not lose, and that's not how you play Magic.
All right, I like it. Thanks for the lowdown. What's the spiciest new tech in the deck? What are we running? What's our card that we're so
boring? It's just boring. Boring old blue farm. Nothing new. No MH3 spice. Power balance is trash. Hot take for the weekend. Stop playing power balance. That card is doo-doo.
Listen.
You got to give hot takes on Allen's stream. Power balance is a doo-doo card. Stop playing it.
I played it. I resolved one on Friday night, and somebody cast a 2-drop, and I flipped over a Vexing Shusher, and we were like, yay! And it never did nothing. It never did. Natali was already out.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like, oh, good. I get a free Vexing Shusher.
Yeah. Power balance is doo-doo. Don't play.
If you're playing top deck manipulation, it's like a maybe.
Yeah.
I've seen it whiff more than I've seen it hit. I've seen it like
sit there and reveal information.
That's the problem. Is the floor, like people talk about the floor and the ceiling of cards, and the floor of that card is you're at a disadvantage.
Yeah, definitely. It's like I'm showing you my top deck every turn. Nah.
It's bad.
Facts though.
All right. Best of luck.
Ram Gang or Don't Bang, we here all day.
We're rooting for you.
Of course.
You, what are we doing today?
Yo, what we gonna do is just trying to push for these dubs. That's it. That's all we're trying to go do.
You got to crush too, yeah?
I mean, definitely gonna. That's the whole point. I mean, obviously we back in action, trying to go make sure we get them dubs and try to go get into top 16. That's the whole goal. The dream's still alive, baby. We ain't never stop. We ain't never gonna stop grinding. We ain't never gonna stop grinding, ever.
So we're on Kenan. I'm gonna ask you the same thing I talked to Jarman about. What's the dream pod? What's the pod that you're just like, it's a whole, what's your cake to chew a hole through?
These spicy questions, man. Jeez. Wow. Okay. Wow.
What's the pod that you sit down, they announce your pod, and you see your 4 players, and you said, okay, we're having a feast right now. It's the barbecue.
You know what? If I keep it a whole, if I'm being 100% keeping it a whole band for you folks out there, it's gonna be nothing. A pod with no blue in it. That's it. If we doing like I don't know, you know, blues.
Spells are resolving.
Oh, nah, because you see, here's the thing, because people think, oh, yeah, that means they're going to play something like Collective and all that stuff, and of course, you know, boy is kidding. So I'm going to be the most disarming and most threatening, and then afterwards, when I really want to pop off, bang, bang.
All right.
Catch him with a 2-piece and a biscuit and get this dub. Now, I mean, that's exactly what we're trying to go do.
And
that's what it is. That's what it is.
And what's the Nightmare Pod? What are you dreading?
A full pot of Rockside. There's no reason. Look, I don't want to talk bad about people who play Rockside. But I am going to talk bad about people who play Rockside. I need you guys to make better life choices and stop being greedy. I don't understand why you guys feel the need to be constantly selfish and thinking of yourselves. Like, please, seriously, for the love of the people. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you. I need you Rockside players to really just chill. Commentate, do something. Take a chill pill. I don't know what it is you need to do where you need to go like, I need to go push for this win. Bro, we're in this together. We can chill for a little bit. Well, no, I want to go win. All you guys are greedy, making bad life choices, constantly always trying to go think as if you that guy. You're not that guy. I really need you. From the bottom of my heart, I really need you guys to understand and internalize. You are not that guy, and it's okay. It's okay. It's okay to be not that guy. Sometimes you don't have to be that guy, because you know why? You can be the person who wins, but it's not that guy. It's not that guy.
All right.
It's not that guy. Please.
Well,
for the love of God, Rockside players, just do better. That's all I'm asking. Just do better.
Well, I'm rooting for you, all right?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Get after it.
Thank you. Get them dubs. By the way, as well, too, I want to go shout out all of my people from NJ. The NJs, if you guys also, for anybody who's in New Jersey, we have a cEDH Discord. You can follow me on _DJ_links, LYNX_MTG, and afterwards we'll be able to go find her. You'll be able to find me, and afterwards I can tell you about New Jersey. I'm telling you, we're trying to put New Jersey cEDH on the map.
There you go. Player meeting's about to start. I'm going to put this thing up and try to get...
Not your round 6 pairing. You do not need to unpack your deck and get comfortable, but you do need to be in your seat for the player meeting.
I want to find a good place to hook this thing up so that people can watch the player meeting right now as well and get an idea of what it looks like. So the player meeting is about to start. I want to make sure everybody gets to see this because in the past when the player meeting is gone, I have turned it off or gotten a little bit of it and then turned it off. So I want everybody to be able to see this right now. I think it's cool and exciting. Oh, they're putting down tape. Let me show you guys this. So yesterday, everybody was standing in the way. Everybody was getting in the way. We got Tim coming through with the munchies. I love it. Yo, get it, bud. So I had one small cup of coffee this morning. I need to double down. I need that second cup for sure. I don't like this angle. I look all like a goofball. How's everybody's Sunday going this morning? What do we have planned right now? What's our Sunday look like? We playing in our own tournaments. We go into the LGS. We go into the berry farm with our kids. What are we doing? What's our Sunday look like? Is anybody out there going for a swim? Oh, Mishodum. We love to see you right now, Mishodum. Best takes and great interviews. Yeah, absolutely. Mishodum, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day.
cEDH competitors, good morning and welcome to day 2. I have a judge walking around collecting our missing players so we can get everything pinned down to as many 4-person pods as possible. As I mentioned before, I mentioned yesterday, Day 2 and Top 16 and Top 4 are going to be ran at professional rules enforcement level. What this means for you is that our expectations of you as players are greater. We expect you to be operating cleaner, announcing your triggers, passing priority, because you are 2 rounds away from playing.
Can you guys hear okay?
$1,000. You need to act accordingly, okay? Spectators are not allowed in the play area. We have a blue tape line that's coming out. Once we thin down the tournament, we know the size. You may not be on that side of that blue line. Once your match is complete, you are expected to leave the play area. When you have a completed match, fill out your match result slip, raise your hand and call for a judge, and the judges will be collecting your match result slips. Does anybody have any questions about that? All right. Now, if you intended on playing round 6 for fun and then entering the rebound event, you're going to be able to do that. But you must, by the end of round 6, drop from the main event to register for the redemption event. The redemption event will be starting after round 7 begins. Does everybody understand that? We had a wonderful day yesterday. I hope you as well had a wonderful day. We would like to ride that into today. If at any point you have any questions about a ruling, an interaction, want clarification on how this very complex format works, what should you be doing? Judge. That's right. Put your hand in the air, say judge, and one of my floor judges will come over and assist you. Now, same as yesterday, if you do not agree with the floor judge's ruling, you do have the right to appeal. Let them finish their ruling. Politely say, I would like to appeal. They will come and get myself or Mr. David Gibbs in the blue shirt. We will deliver the final ruling. There is no lunch break. There was a lot of questions about that yesterday. No major events do not do lunch breaks. So if you're playing slow decks, better bring some snacks. If you're playing linear decks, then cool, enjoy your lunch. All right. Yeah, we have 2 rounds today. We have an untimed top 16 and an untimed top 4. All right. Judges, do we have our missing players all accounted for? Still going. All right, so players, please sit tight. We're going to get our missing players, get them dropped, and we will have your official round 6 pairings in just a couple minutes. Players, real quick, if you happen to be running black sleeves, I would suggest getting your deck out and giving it a quick count, because likely one of you has a 99 card deck. And I am sitting with a card in a black sleeve. If you're running black sleeves, or matte sleeves, one of you is wrong, you were missing a card. We don't want you to get a deck problem.
Yeah, a fair amount of people dropped. I mean, like, only so many people can place, right? So that's an easy way to send everybody into an absolute panic right now, is say, all right, everybody quick, you're missing a card. It's brutal. So, yeah, that's what day 2 looks like, the beginning of day 2. The rounds are about to start in just a few minutes, and I'll be back here in about 50 minutes with more interviews from the floor, talking with people about how their games went, how their days went, how their decks are, and I'll try to get some hot takes. Most of the people I've been interviewing have heard the hot takes, have heard my
And welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the long break. We are here for the 7th and final round of Swiss here at Cowtown Throwdown, the last platinum event in the TopDeck Championship Series before the Invitational, and of course, the last opportunity for players to get one of their 3 placements as far as platinum events do go for their points on the leaderboard. And for some of these players in this pod, that's of course going to matter. But additionally, next round is the top 16. So there's a clear winning in at this pod for top 16, and there is quite a stacked lineup of players playing today. I'm here in the booth once again with Zane Nair. Zane, talk to me a little bit about these players and what they're playing and how this pod's going to play out.
All right, so here in first seat, we got Ian, comedian MTG. I'm sure many of our viewers, or all of our viewers, have heard of him. One of the premier cEDH players right now, bringing it back on Sisay. I know he really likes this deck right now for these big events. He plays Sisay when he wants to win. So pretty standard fare, I believe, on the Sisay deck. After that, we have in second seat Cody here on Timna Crom. Just another standard fare of Timna Crom. He needs this win to lock in the top 16 as well. All 4 of these players actually need this to win this game to get that top 16. I don't think any of them are allowed to draw. Maybe Eric could draw. He's at 16. Maybe 17 could make it. But there's 256 players. I think you need 18 points to make the cut. Ryan here on ROG side today. Formerly a ROG Thras player. He top 4'd Silicon Dynasty. He's made some top 16s before on ROG Thras. One of the innovators of ROG Thrasios. Builds the deck differently than Sam Black. And today he's bringing Rogsai, and I'm not going to lie to you guys. I told him to bring Rogsai to this event, and he's playing my list exactly.
Yeah, he's literally playing your 98, right? Like,
yeah, his list is just my deck duplicated. That's the deck name, and I told him, like, hey Dan, if you're flying out from California to Columbus, just play Rockside, just win. So I'm gonna feel real bad if he doesn't make the cut here.
If he really needs those points. Yeah, there's a lot on the line for you here in the booth as well. A little bit of stake in Ryan on his Rockside deck.
And then here in fourth seat, we got Eric on Corvold. Once again, we featured Eric earlier in this on this stream. He's back. He's back on Corvold. Fourth seat Corvold. Probably, I mean, 14 Colvard's not bad. Everyone plays their artifacts. You could just dockside win on turn 1. I wonder if that's what he's thinking. But let's see what happens here. We're looking at pod 6, by the way, if you guys are following along on the bracket page. And just getting here into mulligans.
Clean winning in. Yeah, so the players are mulliganing here. I want to call out, of course, Ian here in first place, someone that is already locked for the end of the year championship. So he won the Boyle, one of the, I believe, the first platinum event, at the time the largest cEDH event as well. That record now broken here basically constantly by these platinum events. Cowtown Throwdown, the latest to do it. 256 players. A capped event is Cowtown Throwdown. And Ian, like I said, locked, but looking to continue his streak. I mean, this is one of the winningest players. When you think about cEDH and people that are really kind of excelling in the format in the early stages now of competitive cEDH, or rather tournament cEDH, Ian Flannery is one of the faces. I mean, I've seen so many pictures of this guy just holding time twisters that were trophies for various cEDH tournaments. Just absolutely time twister flooded is Ian Flannery. And with this $12,000 prize pool, the sword as part of our collaboration of Iron Deck Tournament on the line, more opportunities to accumulate winnings and unique trophies that I think Ian is certainly very invested in. If he doesn't necessarily need the points, someone we're for sure going to be seeing at the TopDeck Invitational in August already.
Yeah, don't forget, this is a 12K, so just besides the points, there's a nice, cool cash prize waiting for these players in that top 16, top 4 game. And that nice sword, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I just want the sword. I mean, if I was playing this event, I want to play it all for the sword. We could, we can split the cash and do whatever we want with that. Points, I'm playing for points and a sword. And that's what I love about Magic tournaments, right? The cash prizes really do help keep the hobby sustained. But for me, when I was grinding, when I was playing events, it was always about everything else. We could split the cash, whatever. I got my plane ticket back. I got my entry back, all that stuff. Now it's time to play for the stuff I care about, those precious leaderboard points and the trophy. And that's what it's all about for me. And I imagine imagine that's true for a lot of these players as well. Is, Ian, someone that does a lot of coaching as well, and it's a great opportunity to just win every event every weekend and be like, all right, look, you guys want to learn from me? And Ian, very good at making those kinds of posts and presenting that kind of information. Awesome stuff from Ian Flannery. But a lot of very tough competition to go up against. All these decks, as this tournament has kind of progressed, we've seen the pods begin to take this shape again. We've seen this over and over again throughout the entire season this year of these top deck events. Just Sisay, Timnacrom, Rogsai, Kinnan, that same lineup of the top tier decks, but notably not really in spades. We're not seeing like any kind of like 4 blue farm decks. We're not seeing 4 Sisay decks. It's always really a good mixture, which I think is really interesting and speaks to, in my opinion, actually pretty healthy, diverse format with multiple different strategies and potential, kind of winning paths available to someone that wants to get into this kind of a format.
The meta has never been better, in my opinion. Obviously, I just one trick the same deck, but yeah, you could play anything, you could see anything. I think there's a lot of examples for any specific deck that you want to be playing, unless it's like really niche. But like top 15 decks or so, you could play any of those and win a tournament. And we're going here in the moles. We see Ian keeping A7. The team,
he's been
Cody
done
here.
for a while.
Yeah, Cody here on 6, I believe. Ryan maybe going to 5 or 6, and then Eric keeping that first 7. So feeling pretty comfortable with the keep. I wonder if he just kept that dockside hand.
Yeah, Ryan reaching for the deck once again. Rogside doing what it does best, mulliganing very low. I see this over and over and over again. I've talked about it, I think, earlier in the show already in here at Cowtown. When we see Rogside on camera, the mulliganing process is going to take longer. It's a deck that I compared it to Vintage Dredge, where it's looking for Bazaar of Baghdad, and if they find it, it's going to blow the doors off the game. There's some similar kind of effect going on with Rogside, where you can leverage the very powerful multiplayer mulligan, where you get a free mulligan, and you'll eventually find a hand that can blow the doors off the game. But, it does take some searching. There's not a critical mass of those kinds of cards. And even when there is, Necrodom now added to this deck list among other hits from MH3, they don't always show up in the right mix.
And I think this is the right pod to be mulling aggressively, because who's interacting with you? The TNK player? That's it. This is pretty much like, in terms of interaction, there's one player who can interact with you. The Corval's not interacting. Sisay may interact, but they run a lot of weird cards, low on interaction, as I believe a lot of 5-color decks are kind of low on interaction. That's like the secret that no one's talking about.
Yeah, you just can't afford to play it. You play like the best of the best, which is fine. Like, that's good in its own right, but does come at a cost. While we're still mulliganing, can you talk to me a little bit? I mean, you said Ryan's playing your Rogside list. What kind of MH3 developments have you made or tried and tested as a part of this list and we may be seeing here?
So MH3 brought us 2 new cards, Flare of Duplication and what's the other one? Necrodominance. Necrodominance, I know some people were very suspect on, but I think it has looked amazing in this deck as just another piece of payoff. Like, if we're playing Wheel of Misfortune, we're on playing Necrodominance. Necrodominance is better than Wheel of Misfortune. So still, both of those are still in my deck. I know some people are low on the Wheel of Misfortune. Gone down to 23 lands, inspired by Tad after losing to him in Pun City 3. Ooh. And playing Flare of Duplication. I've done some pretty crazy stuff with Flare of Duplication just the other night against like another Sisay deck like this. I Flare of Duplication, their Chord of Calling, put my Thorkel into play, and then just consult it on top.
That's gas. I love that.
There's some wild stuff you can be doing.
I'm telling you, Fork's been underrated for so long as these players are underway. Ian, just a Taiga passing of the turn. No one mana play. Kept 7. Interesting tell there from Ian. As we move over to Cody, his TNK list, it's Scalding Tarn, very quickly cracked.
I think Ian's angling for a Worldly Tutor Dockside here, but wants to see how the board develops. It's my guess if I'm one of the other players.
Solid. Now, something we saw earlier with Eric in the pod, the dockside kind of impact changes a little bit, because if you play a dockside and don't immediately win, I mean, Eric has a lot of ways to kill it, reanimate it. He has a lot of ways to copy it, whatever. And of course, it feels his own. And given that dockside is really what the Corval deck is built around, it is the power of the deck is just finding dockside very quickly, making a large dockside count, and then using that to not just make mana but draw cards through Corval. You can't just play out docksides with make a bunch of mana past the turn like we see a lot of these more responsible players do.
Right. All right, let's see what Cody has cooked up here. I imagine he's
Let's
just
go
going
and
to
see
be
the
deploying a
find.
quick value engine. I think that would be the best play to be making in this type of pod.
Well, I think Remora's not great. I mean, it's good against
Ring
Rock Side.
coming
That's like
out.
it. Soul Ring, a great start, in my opinion, though. Follow up. One heck
Belwar,
of a follow
Dockside
up.
count 2.
4 mana for Cody. Great start. Very mana hungry deck is the TNK deck. 4 mana dialed up. But like you just mentioned, like the top of this table here, Ian and Corvold, Eric on Corvold, Ian on Sisse, both decks very interested in getting early, large Dockside. So this could be a little bit costly for Cody as another Soul Ring here. This one
This
from
is
Orion.
mirroring the turn from Cody.
Yeah, Underground Sea. No Scalding Tarn involved yet. Is there a follow-up? No follow-up there. Just colorless mana available for Ryan. Can't expect to see interaction. Did not play Rog. Notable?
Did not play Rog. Maybe afraid of a Bowmasters? Not sure.
Rock is either the play from Eric. Bins a Pyroblast.
Passing the turn. There's the Worldly Tutor.
Oh, did you call it or did you call it? Worldly Tutor it is.
Just
Dockside
like
count, only 3.
the Homer Simpson Bruce there, I also have a third eye for these things.
Yeah, I'm noticing this. They all have. Well, they don't all have 3 eyes. Marge has some other stuff going on there. I assume that's a Marge Timda mashup with a third eye.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on in these playmats. I'll tell you what.
Bloom Tender coming out. Okay, yeah. So I think Ian just holding that Worldly Tutor, trying to keep his options open. If everyone dumps artifacts, he just looks for the Dockside and tries to get something going there. But as it sees that, Dockside counts 3, not good enough. I'm just going to get the Bloom Tender. I'm going to drop basically a Black Lotus, hopefully soon with this Bloom Tender. And that will be another avenue. Because Bloom Tender, I think, you should not underrate that card in these Sisse decks. If you see these Sisse decks have a Bloom Tender out, you should be on high alert. It's a very scary. Pretty much, I think every time I lose to Sisse, it's not from their Dockside. It's actually from this Bloom Tender. So
yeah, I mean, it just makes so much mana. They have so many ways to untap it, and I mean, it can be a very large problem. And as you just mentioned, kind of works when Dockside doesn't, and that's like a big part, not just of Bloom Tender's inclusion, but actually of Worldly Tutor. I think a lot of CDH players can kind of get a little bit mixed up about why decks will play Worldly Tutor, not Sylvan Tutor as well. Quick check on Ian's deck to see if he plays one, but sorcery speed versus instant speed matters a lot. A lot can change in one turn cycle for these players, and being able to keep that option open to grab either or and not have to make the decision right away is a big deal.
Is that a Mystic Remora?
Unclear. I believe that is a Mystic Remora, signed all kinds of different ways. So I think, here's a Mystic Remora. And the turn 2 Mystic Remora, a lot better than the turn 1 Mystic Remora. Mana to pay forever and continue to develop.
That Remora is not going away. Pretty heads up play here. And I think maybe Cody wanted to deploy that on turn 1, but Ian had the Taiga, no blue land, so unable to use that Felwar Stone to deploy it.
Felwar Stone, much worse than Arcane Signet. You're right. Tough.
Talisman, etc. Yeah, that's why I like the Talisman. So the Felwar Stone can just really mess you up.
And maybe it did. I mean, not that it's necessarily too late. Not too many creature spells developed.
Yeah, it's
just
fine.
A Soul Ring
Nothing happened.
And a Worldly Tutor. Yeah, here's City of Brass, very quickly tapping that one. And
3 mana. This is going to be a turn 2 Ristic. Maybe? No, because he's tapped the City of Brass. 2 mana.
Retapping here a little bit. Back up on life. So it looks like, we're using 2 mana with the colors floating. That's Demonic Tutor.
Demonic Tutor. Maybe trying to look for a Remora of our own?
Again, no Rog put into play yet. Very patient with the Rog. And this may be just kind of an adaptation to, like you mentioned, Bowmasters, the additional removal spells that are available as creatures continue to get better in this format. Just not getting your Rog picked off as kind of free value is becoming part of the game, I think. And some respect to that, I think, is quite impressive.
Going to cast the Dockside here, maybe? Yeah. No, that's
it's Cabal Ritual time. That's going to trigger Mr. Kimura again. Is this just win mentality at work?
Dropping the Necro here?
Yeah, it has to be Necro, I imagine. Though not leading on the rituals a little.
There it is.
Yeah, it is Necropotence. That'll trigger one more time.
Necro being an enchantment is harder to counter, but we've drawn 3 cards. We've cast 3 spells. Are we going to see an MBT? 2 opponents tapped out here. I don't think Cody has anything.
It resolved.
Yeah, there it is. All right. I think we're just going to pay 10.
Oh,
and
maybe not.
pass.
We're shuffling. We're not. we're not paying. I thought we were picking up our deck to pay life, but no, we're actually shuffling. So
I think we're
the
shuffling
players
our
are still
hand
talking.
in such a way that it's gonna resolve, but who knows?
Oh, okay. We're looking
Before.
at body language to determine that it resolves. Here we go.
It's very important to look at body language in these cEDH games, and then that's why I like to distract my opponents with like foreign cards and things, so that like they have to like
That's distracting,
exert
isn't it?
extra pressure while I'm just sitting there going like, what's
Ooh,
going
look
on
at
here?
Ian's hand
Almost like
there.
a game
Awesome.
of poker, you know?
Relic of Legends action. Okay, I think we revealed a card. Maybe no. Okay, we're good actually. So we just got to shuffle a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, I'll say Cody not really sitting like someone that is planning on countering this. Can't get a great look at the hand.
Yeah, you know these TNK decks, they never have interaction, they never have win, they just have ways to draw more.
We just saw Bailey have a double backed up turn 3 2 win with Thassa's Oracle Consult. That was our round 6. Now this is round 7, the last round of Swiss. These players are playing for top 16. A lot on the line here for these players, both in terms of cash prizes, points, and of course the first place prize of a sword on the menu for any
I
of these
like
players.
the heads up play with the Cabal ritual, by the way. Dodging the misstep. Want to calculate what types of interaction your opponents might have. I don't know, just something to think about. He knows he's not going to get the Born off with that Soul Ring mana, so
Okay, yeah, look at that life payments. Necro's definitely resolving, and still no Rog in play.
I mean, he could put the Rog in play right after this, but who knows?
Yeah, it does give away a little bit there. I think on the turn you're going to cast. Maybe you're trying to play around MBT, so that could be a big deal. But no, that could still be. We did Dark
No
Ritual.
Rog in play.
So
Yeah,
doesn't even matter. Yeah, we're just picking the cards up. Don't even need Rog. And I mean, if you're planning on passing the turn, I mean, it does turn off your Fierces and Swats. You could draw from Necro, but again, protects your Rog if you're going to need it for a win next turn from any kind of Bowmaster stuff. I'll say this: it's untraditional to hide Rog like this, but I don't hate it.
yeah. I not something that I would do, but I'm not the one who's playing here.
I mean, we're in the booth for a reason, you know. Ryan's here playing for top 16 for a reason. So I'm just saying it's something I haven't really seen much of before, but it could come up huge here. Multiple Bowmasters available at this table.
Yeah, really playing around that Bowie, being like, if the Bowie's going to come down, I don't want it hitting my Rog, which is a juicy target. Just hit that Bloomy just in case. I don't know. Maybe playing around incompetence.
Well, I mean, there's a fish in play. It's going to hit everything.
Yeah.
You know,
Right,
any Bowmasters
right.
involved in this board is going to look really, really good with that Mystic Remora in play for Cody. Now, making some decisions on the hand is Ryan.
Making decisions, he needs to see another turn. If he sees another turn, I'm pretty sure Ryan takes the game away, but Dockside looking pretty fed. Ian may be wondering, should I have waited on the Worldly Tutor? Maybe the first seat working against him here. And
I mean,
Eric
no
there
Necro is going to resolve necessarily. Things definitely look different and Necro doesn't resolve. As here is the discards into exile. There will, of course, be triggers to put these cards into exile. Now, I have to ask you this. It looks like he drew a modest amount, 10 cards, looking to survive the turn, but there's no pressure in play. Do you like the number he drew there? Would you have drawn more?
I'm a big preacher of paying 10 into the Necro if you're not winning. I don't like playing half your life total. I like playing, this is some coaching. You don't have to pay me for this one.
Oh, here we
I
go.
like
Free
paying for my maximum hand size divided by or multiplied by 2. So I have that many cards in hand, or approximately that many cards in hand. Ryan paying 10, going to 13 cards in hand. Maybe I would have paid 11 to see 14 and then
I usually paid
half of the best
12.
cards.
I have no math like you, but I usually paid 11 and 12. So I think that our numbers actually aligned, but mine was just vibes.
All right. Dark Ritual coming out by
Eric getting
Eric.
things started. Sparks flying. Cards drawing. For in the case of Cody and his Mystic Remora. Here comes
Gonna
3
see
black
another
mana.
Necro.
Oh, that would be a little Necro on Necro action. Oh, maybe not. Black floating. It's Demonic Tutor.
Going for the Dockside here.
And Dockside, like you mentioned, looking quite a bit juicier.
Makes
Total of
5.
5. That's Corvold mana.
That is, in fact, Corvold mana. Do we have additional lands or something to get something going here? I don't know. We
No land
haven't
drop
played out
played,
the land
so
yet.
Ancient Tomb would be huge.
Holding your lands back, always a smart play. If you play enough
Always?
limited, you know to do this, right? Not always, but sometimes.
Limited, you like discard them to like random stuff or whatever, you know. But
Yeah.
here, I mean, there's not as much of that going on. I think, okay, I'm going to say this. I think holding your lands as a strategy gets better the longer the games go. And cEDH, notably, the games don't go that long. So I think you should just kind of play your lands. Not clear. Unclear. I guess if you have brainstorming deck, whatever. We're speculating. Eric is searching. So talk to me a little bit here about the critical mass of what Corvold needs to actually have a good shot at winning the game. So we know a lot of the Corvold stuff already. We've seen this deck before. We've even seen Eric on camera so far this weekend. But when it comes to Corvold actually winning the game, we've seen Eric put Corvold in play with like 3 treasures left over, draw a few cards, make some mana, and then have to pass the turn, and someone else ended up winning. Is that common? Is that something you need more than 3 treasures? What is the critical mass of treasures we need to really basically more or less soft guarantee the game is locked up for Corvold?
Generally, these Dockside decks need to make like 6 treasures to get going. He's making 5 right now, but I think Eric sees the window closing on his opportunity to even win this game in the 4th seat with the Necro deployed right before him. In the face of a Remora, he's just saying, hey, I'm going to just try to get something going here because I don't think I'm getting another turn. Cody here being the big beneficiary of all of this with the Remora out. He can kind of just draw a bunch of cards. Ryan kind of sweating on the turn order here, being like, damn, I wish I was before this Remora. Now he's going to draw a bunch of cards, and they're going to just tell me to pound sand because I'm the one with the Necro. So if I don't want to lose, I gotta win the game. Okay, we're just putting a
yeah, hold on. For turn, and Elves of Deep Shadow deployed.
I may have spoken too soon.
There's Entomb. So we're gonna go Entombing. We have no mana floating now, so that uses the last black. Yeah, we had 3 black, then we deployed Elves of Deep Shadow. So we're gonna go Entomb, and I have to imagine we're entombing the docks. But then why didn't we just grab the Dockside with the Demonic Tutor?
I don't know. Let's see what's going on. I may be looking like a clown here.
Like post-mortem lunge and mana. I don't know. That doesn't make sense either. Very interesting. This Elves of Deep Shadow, strange card to deploy. His
Dockside going to the yard. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Dockside's in the graveyard. Very easy to reanimate. That's why Corvold plays the Entomb. A lot of reanimate effects. No mana floating for Eric.
No mana floating, passing turn, putting a gun on the table and just passing. Interesting.
Multiple players now. Ryan with his Necropotence, Eric with Dockside in the yard, 2 guns on the table, I'd argue, and Ian with just a Bloom Tinder. You mentioned it's strong. Is it strong enough to win him the game now? Because he's out of time. Cody's about to untap with a lot of cards.
Dockside Extortionist coming down. He had it in hand.
He already had the Dockside, so Bloom Tinder is going to now make 2 if that resolves. And if it does resolve, it is still going to make the aforementioned 5 treasures. And it looks like it will resolve. So here comes 5 treasures.
Really dire for the table now. Ryan, maybe
Dockside with Sisse, that's... We can keep playing. But I think
makes
you can
5.
actually safely deploy. You can deploy Sisse and activate it, right? And that's game over. Oh, we have Mana Crypt too. All right, we have Mana in Spades. Interaction has to come down for Ian, or he has, I believe, if you're familiar with Sisse, I believe this is a face-up win.
Yeah,
we
this
can
is
play Sisse. We have the mana to activate it, and the win will be face-up just from the tutor targets available in the Sisse deck. Now, I don't know if players are familiar with this, and I have lost to not understanding that this was a face-up win. And, of course, it can involve Teferi Time Raveler, I believe is the first grab, too, just to pick up and then replay Dockside. I think we have the extra mana for that, thanks to Mana Crypt. We have 4.
I think if the Necro resolved, I think the Sisse is resolving, and Ian sees that opportunity.
So can he win at instant speed? Can he pass the turn and try to pick a spot that's a little better now that all the stuff he has to play at surgery speed works?
I'm not going on. Speed wins. Can I get the C-SPAN camera? There's a lot of hand motions. Maybe he's saying, hey, I don't actually win the game here. Ryan and Ian talking right now. But everyone's pointing at this Remora player. Cody's sitting back going like, And is that a dress down I see in Cody's hand?
Oh, that would be nasty against Ian's combo. And this is part of why I think that you would potentially want to wait. Although really patient by Cody if there is a dress down. As he is showing a card. We get a look at that. Showing a card to Ryan. Those players working together. Like I said, this is lethal.
He's not on dress down, so it's something else.
Can't be dressed down. Not on dress down. Would be a timely dress down. Very good against Sisse in this kind of spot. Cody is on dress down. Are you good over there?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Wait,
I'm not good.
No, I lied to you. No, Cody is not on dress down.
All right.
I was
Are
looking
you good
at
over
Ryan's
there?
on dress down. I'm not good over there. You're right. I am just absolutely confused by everything resolving. Here is Swords of Plowshares in response to the activation. Okay. So first of all, what do we swords? I can't see what's being targeted, but do you swords the Dockside or do you swords the Sisse?
Or the Bloom Tender?
Well, the Bloom Tender could just make mana in response. Oh no, we're doing this Sisse on the stack, so you're right. We could just swords the Bloom Tender, and then the Teferi Wind doesn't work. And that's the best one to on further interaction. So we are
tapping in mana.
If we're swords the Dockside, you need to make the 2 mana now, I guess. Oh no, it doesn't matter. What are we swordsing here? Are we swordsing the Bloom Tender?
I think it's the Bloom Tender, because if he brings out a Tyvar or something, I don't know. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah, this is strange. So okay, I guess we're swordsing the Bloom Tender with the Sisse on the stack. So now we only have 6 mana. Is that enough to activate Sisse and then get another Dockside trigger?
I see, what is that? 4 treasures, 5, 6 mana? The 1 Sisse activation? Is that good enough?
So she'll have 2 power.
3 mana getting used here. For flickering. So we have swords the wrong target here. We have swords the wrong target.
Healy's another Dockside and 2 colors for points of power, because Sisse only checks for legendary permanents to grow the power. So Sisse now a 4 power creature, and Saheeli plus Dockside, that is
you're so cooked here.
Super lethal.
You are dead, Ian. Yeah, there you gotta read the card. You gotta understand that you are losing here. This is so
tricky. Sisse is such a tricky deck, and Ian, someone known for a lot of politicking. We saw a lot of conversation there. I mean, like I said, I can't help but feel like Swords to Plowshares went after the wrong thing.
And Ryan may be hoping, damn, should I have played that Rograk? I could have fierced this. I don't know.
I mean, if he has Fierce, it's not even clear what he does have. A lot of cards in hand. Saheeli does trigger Mystic Remora. So, there should... How many cards does Cody need to find to actually have some interaction?
I think these guys are... I think they're dead. I think this is it.
Oh my god, Saheeli making a copy of Dockside Extortionist. That will make 5 more treasures. And now with Sisse at 4 power, I mean, we're back online for Teferi, and I think we can even just grab Emil, right? We can just make that work right away.
Yeah.
Teferi's the safer way to do it. And I mean, he's tutoring. They let him tutor. Here comes Teferi. And Ian looking like he's going to punch his ticket to the top 16 right here. And what a brutal Swords to Plowshares that, I mean, really...
now that I think about it, I don't think it mattered what they target. I think it's a forked play, because I think the Bloom Tender comes in with haste with Saheeli, allowing the Emil to come down.
So that's still Emil combos?
Yeah, I think they're done. So
how do you cast the Saheeli? Do you have the colors?
You do. You always have the colors, even if the Bloom Tender
right, because the treasures are still left over. No, you can source the Sisse in response to the first activation, though, right?
Yeah, you would maybe need to swords the Sisse there, and
because then you swords the Sisse, and there's not enough mana for Emil, but I think you still get got by Saheeli in that case. So the Saheeli in hand, actually the ace in the hole that makes the swords irrelevant, maybe no matter what.
Yeah, I think so.
Just a second Dockside, so powerful. Second Bloom Tender also so powerful. And you mentioned early in the show, as he was casting Worldly Tutor, that he was going for really either Dockside or Bloom Tender. With him having access to both, I mean, his mana was just figured out. And now Sisse doing what it does best, winning through weird legendary loops. And like I said, Teferi's going to pick up the Dockside. Dockside redeployed. Dockside going to be able to be activated Sisse going to be activated right away. Going to grab Emil, combo out, do the Sisse loop, and that's game.
Dreams being crushed. That's it. GG, no re. You do not get a third turn.
Everybody.
3 dreams being crushed here.
Putting the gun on the table, as you said. And Mystic Remora, not good enough to get the job done for the TNK deck. And this is an effect I've seen at play over and over again at these tournaments. Decks like Kinnan, decks like Sisay really prey on people that think their Mystic Remora is going to allow them to live a long time. These decks just play so well under Remora. Sisay, Kinnan, there's others too, but like those are the top two that really just, they play underneath it. They don't care. Oh, okay,
Exactly.
Mystic Remora, what? We triggered it once in our entire combo? Crazy.
And I wonder there if, I don't know if maybe Ryan could have picked up a Dockside instead of a Cabal Ritual in that game. Played the Necro, have one treasure up, and then just look for that.
I think he demonic
fortune
tutored
or
for the
burn.
Necro, so he had the Cabal Ritual already.
I see.
And then he just led on demonic tutor and then followed up.
You're right.
So he searched for the Necro.
Right.
Now I don't know if there's something better to grab out of the Necro. I really liked the Necro in the spot, but I mean, once again, maybe you're supposed to go deeper, try to find interaction, knowing that the doors are kind of blown open a little bit on the game, get that ROG in play, have some interaction available, really be able to get involved in the interaction. And we see, a little bit of conversation after the game. I really can't help but feel like Ryan with a Necro in play could have dug a little bit deeper for some interaction to guarantee a next turn.
That's true. You need to see that next turn, but it's tough. Let's I don't know if it's possible, Mr. Stream Man Alex. If we can get Ian here for some sort of interview, get the fan favorite. I know a lot of fans, coaching students, etc., are watching. We'll throw him the
like I
free
said,
advert.
you give him an opportunity to talk about his coaching. I really want to talk about Ian's cEDH journey up to this point too. As I mentioned, number 2 on our leaderboard, and someone that is very successful in cEDH at large, had kind of a rough start to this tournament, entered this day, I believe, at 2-3. Now punching his ticket to top 16 once again, really, able to get it done with his back against the wall. So yeah, we're going to be getting him over in just a minute. I want to take an opportunity to talk a little bit about what's next going on with the TopDeck Championship Series while we get Ian situated. So remember, this is the 7th and final round of Swiss. After this, there will be a cut to the top 16, which will function as the semifinals for the tournament. And then the winners of all 4 of those top 16 pods will face off in the finals for their chance at a direct qualification for the end of the year or into the season TopDeck Championship Series Invitational, which is a 64-person tournament with a $15,000 prize pool. And of course, they're also winning a ton of TopDeck Championship Series points, as well as a sword as part of our collaboration with the Iron Deck tournament. Their entire series is very good. Check them out on YouTube. Very, very big fan of their work, and big fan of the swords they give out for trophies. Very unique, and a very unique trophy that I'm sure all these players are very interested in winning. So there's a lot on the line in these finals. There's a lot on the line for these players, and we're going to have a top 16 taking shape right now, as I believe we are getting ready to do an interview.
All righty.
Ian. Yeah, Ian packing up. I actually have eyes on Ian right now, and he is he's got to move all his stuff around, get his dice box refigured out, all that kind of good stuff. Does Ian Flannery. Number
we got
2 on our
nice
leaderboard.
Ian Cam. We're stalking him here on stream. He's putting away those Sisay cards. And what is that deck box? Is that a deck box of his partner, Lewis Stardust? I think so, with the mystery mobile. I don't know where you can get that, but very cool. All right, he's moving in his classic sleeveless demeanor, and we're going to bring him on for an interview.
Sleeveless demeanor, huh? All right, well, I believe that you are going to be taking this interview away. So with Ian on the way, very excited to hear about his cEDH journey in general and in this tournament. Hear a little bit more about how this has played out. His choice of Sisay for this event from Ian here in just a moment.
Hello, Ian.
Hi,
how
it going,
are
guys?
you doing? It's good.
Feeling good right now, for sure.
So that was your winning in, right?
It was.
How's this tournament been going for you otherwise?
It's been a fluctuation between like some really interesting and like captivating games with like a lot of back and forth, and then just some like you could even argue, like, obviously I was favored there in that position, right? The turn order matters.game have been way too many this tournament, and I don't really know what's in the water, but it's like, yeah, every time I'm in fourth, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, person in first wins, and every time I'm in first, it's like, oh yeah, person in first wins.
Gotcha. So from what I know about you, you bring Sisse out when you want to win these tournaments. You've already qualified for the TopDeck Championship Series. I think it was on Kinnan previously.
Yeah.
Yes. Why bring out Sisse? Why bring out the big guns? You want that sword?
Honestly, for me, it's I mean, first of all, yes, I do want that sword. But second of all, I have. I mean, now with today, obviously that's putting me into the top 16. But I was able to win the Boil, but struck out on the other 2 Platinum events, and that doesn't sit well with me. I'm someone who loves this game and I love to compete, and so sitting out of it definitely was not the vibe.
Despite that, still second on the leaderboard, so big congrats there.
Yes, my other sort of reasoning there was Jorman was originally not supposed to come to this tournament, and I was like, oh, I could actually maybe pass him if I do well today, and still looking like potentially that is the case, and it would just be a warm feeling inside to take that #1 spot for sure, if that's possible.
Gotcha. Now, Modern Horizons 3 still fresh on the scene. Did Sisse get any improvements with that set?
So, funny enough, I have a card in there from the set today. I had a bunch of spicy packages the last minute. I was like, no, we're not doing a secret Nadu in the 99. It's just not worth it. But I have one card in the deck. I had the chance to tutor for it once. I said, no, it's going to look too scary, and then I put it back in my deck. So that's the only interaction I've had with it the whole time. The deck is like it was pre-MH3.
I see. Gotcha. I know some people were like, oh, Sisse gets Necro Dominance to tutor out, which is
was
cool.
Definitely a take that I thoroughly disagree with. I don't think Necrodom is the vibe of Sisse for sure.
For sure. All right. Well, you're locked for top 16. Do you have any dream matchups you want to see going into that, or are you just ready for anything?
I've been going on record saying I've seen 8 or 9 Oppos in the first 6 rounds of this tournament. So if I could just see just like less, just less of that would be awesome for sure.
Gotcha. Okay. Otherwise, how have you been liking the event? I know this is the biggest cEDH tournament. Unfortunately, I'm not there, but how's the vibe? How you feeling? I'm sure you're meeting a lot of your coaches and other things like that. It's great.
Yeah, honestly, like it's been really cool. A lot of people I have worked with have been like, in the winners bracket with me, and like people I've either played against or played with, or they're in the table right next to me, right? And like obviously that makes me so proud as a coach to like, and to the fact that they're doing that alongside tournaments where some of the best players in the world are not in the top 16 right now. Like a bunch of them are not doing well in this tournament. It's a tough field. Maybe people are a little on the aggressive side play pattern wise. I think you're definitely starting to see a shift towards I think this kind of happened post lying scandal, but people are like just way more nervous to like have conversations in general, right? So decks that are more proactive, more aggressive, don't need to talk as much. They're just kind of thriving right now. That being said, the event itself, super awesome. The space here is like one of my favorite spaces to do an event at. It's like right in this hotel. I'm not even staying at the hotel, but it's gorgeous in here. Great play space, super safe environment, and the community is. I don't know if there's something in the water this week, but everyone's awesome. Like everyone just is bringing their top mental capacity, jokes, laughs, party time. Like it's great, man. It's great.
That's great to hear. I mean. And like you said, like a lot of top players not making it right now in these top 16 and whatnot. I just tweeted earlier that there's so many good cEDH players right now. There's so many. This invitational is going to be stacked. Is there anyone you want to like? Anyone you want to play against? Anyone you're like, I'm afraid of this player? I don't know, any rivalries developing as we move into that Envy? I know you just said you wanted to pass Jorman.
Yes, I did. Jorman's like, there's a bunch of people here who are participating who I have nothing but respect for. Like the format has gotten so much better, and there are straight murderers out here just ready to take your money and walk away with it, right? So like, anyone who even has 3 wins in this tournament, who has 2 wins and a bunch of draws, like they're all insane players. And I feel like I'm giving like a very politician answer here. Like everybody's great, but like legitimately everyone's awesome. Like there's so many great players in here. All I'm hoping for is, that I go into the pod, and this is so consistently with the people who are at the top, but like that everyone's feeling like you can play the best cEDH in the world and also
Right.
still feel like you can crack jokes. Like that's all I ever want, man. Is like the pivot between you know making a dad joke and then being like, also I put this on the stack.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
Well, as I wrap up this interview, anyone or anything you want to shout out? Floor is yours.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I probably should give myself some sort of shout out, right? Yeah, comedian MTG, youtube.com/, for any cEDH content, if you're interested in that. I do coverage on a lot of these wonderful tournament reports. That TopDeck is the name of the game. If you're watching the stream and you haven't done it before, keep watching these. This is awesome. But no, honestly, this is like, I have to shout out everyone who's responsible for organizing these because it's awesome. You guys have done a great job, and super happy to be here. So.
Thank you. Alrighty. Well, that's about it.
All right. Peace, guys.
I think we got peace. We got about 40 minutes still on the clock, so go enjoy your break before top.
Yeah, some fast wins. Yeah. Wow. And great to hear from Ian. And honestly, what a great story too. Having him kind of battle back and make his way into yet another top 16, already added to a bloated resume for comedian MTG, someone who has really just dominated the cEDH scene since day one. And
yeah.
I mean, like I said, we'll be seeing more of him in top 16. Both of these last two rounds of Swiss were way faster than any of the previous rounds. Now, I don't know if that speaks to maybe the success rate of a just win mentality that you've brought up. I feel like there's always some kind of like term of the day with cEDH. We talked about the mid-range hell, the conversation around that, and all of the previous events. And we even saw some of that, some rounds going really late, some patience, a lot of deliberation about how to navigate turns, a lot of conservative gameplay. And then here in these last two rounds of Swiss, it's felt so much more about, okay, just jam. Get it done as quickly as possible. A jarring experience, and interested to see if that carries on through the top 16 and then into our finals. I've seen finals resolve in turn 2, and I've seen finals happen all the way through turn 7. So, cEDH, a very diverse format, a lot of diverse, different gameplay. Some games in fast, some slow, and in this case, a lot of players get it done very quickly, and that includes Ian Flannery. So that'll do it here for round number 7, the final round of Swiss here at Cowtown Throwdown, the largest cEDH event to date with 256 players is the cap. Of course, it capped. This is the TopDeck Championship Series after all. Platinum event, last platinum event before the Invitational. We will be having a top 16 here for you soon, where we will get the shape of our finals and see who is going to duke it out for their chance at a sword, a invite to the championship itself, and of course all the money and points that comes along with that. So with that, you have probably about a half an hour break before we are going to play out our top 16, see exactly what made it, what didn't, get another feature match for you, have some more high stakes cEDH for you, and of course all the lovely things that come along with that. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, we're back. Post round 6. How'd we do?
Hi. Unfortunately, I lost, so got one win, and I think that's gonna be it for my tournament run today.
That's it for the day?
Yeah, but hey, I did get one win with the best Praetor, so
hell yeah.
That's you can't ask for more sometimes. This was a tough tournament, really good opponents.
Yeah, dude, some of the best in the world out here right now.
Indeed, yes.
Do me a favor, when you get the chance, shoot me a message with the deck list. I'd love to poke around in it and see what you got in there.
Of course, I'd love to.
And for those just tuning in, this is
Luis.
Luis, and he is playing an Urabrask. It's just Urabrask, right?
It's Urbrask, I guess, / the great work, because it's got the saga on the back.
Does your deck have a funny name? Do you have a good pun in the name?
Oh yeah, we called it the Great Forge Cast.
Okay.
We'd like to assume that the saga is him doing a podcast.
Okay, the Forgecast, yes.
Yes. And featuring O'Hare, the Great Bully. Yeah.
All right. So what's your you got any Commander hot takes? Anything hot for us?
I think red's the best color. We got tutors, we got counter spells, we got copy spells, we got draw spells.
Nice, I like that.
Yes, exactly.
What do you think is which color combo or wedge has the worst players?
The worst players. Oh my God, that's a tough question. Okay, let's see. We'll go with the enemy colors of red, right? So white blue, right?
Okay, yeah, white blue.
Yeah, yeah, because it's only because they're on the opposite side of the color pie.
Okay, and what are some of your favorite cards from the new sets? Anything like brand new that went into Urbrask, or just cards you think are going to be really cool?
So I think one mechanic that works really well with Urbrask is the plot mechanic. Unfortunately, there aren't too many plot cards that work with them. There's one, you plot in, it's one of those discard one, draw two. The good thing is, when you cast a plotted spell, it doesn't cost anything.
Okay.
So you go positive on mana, and you get 2 new cards.
Oh, all right.
So if they do more keywords or mechanics like that, I think that will help the Storm decks a lot. Although I hear that Ral is kind of tearing it up right now, so maybe Storm might get put in the shelf for a while again after that.
And last question, what do you think is the most overrated cEDH deck right now?
Most overrated? Ooh, that's a... I guess we'll go with a hot take. I think Nadu might be a bit overrated. Maybe it's good, but I think it draws too much attention. And so then everyone attacks it, and then Blue Farm wins because everyone's too afraid of Nadu.
It's such a hot topic and has so many targets on it that it verges from strong to parasitic.
Yes, and I think that's one of the problems with almost any commander-centric strategy, where you say, oh, Nadu has a lot of really strong abilities, and people are afraid of it, and then rightfully so, but then when it comes to the mechanics of a 4-player game, everyone says, well, I'm Blue Farm, I'm just drawing cards, I'm not doing anything. And meanwhile, Nadu is doing this really scary things where he's just making a bunch of Scoot Swarms and getting lots of lands in one turn, so people have to answer it. So by the time Blue Farm goes back to their turn, they have 30 cards, and...
I've heard that story a couple times this weekend, honestly. I think it's absolutely spot on.
Yeah, that's what I've seen too, so... It's tough. It's not people don't overrate Nadu necessarily. It's just the way it plays out.
It's creating interesting game states that are maybe not beneficial.
Exactly. So that's why I think it's maybe a bit overrated in that sense.
Yeah. Awesome. So one more time, what's your name?
Luis.
Luis, thank you so much for taking a few minutes again to talk.
Of course. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
So Luis Bill Urbrask, the Great Forge, the Flip Praetor, and it's just so cool to see that in the meta, to see that out here making waves and all that. So I'm really, really excited about that. Let's find some more people to talk to. I'm doing my best to not spectate, to not disrupt these matches, and to find some people who have some good takes and to crack some jokes with. So that's next on the list now. Oh, all right. Here, let's come over this way. All right, we got one of the popular favorites. You were sitting pretty yesterday. How we doing? How was this last round?
It was a nail biter. I got the pair down into 3 people who needed to win, and I offered the draw just on principle. They all declined. And I'm in 4th seat. My hand is dog water. Player 1 has a crazy good Corvold hand, and on turn 2 right before his turn 3 he goes, Culling the Weak, sacrifice a creature, and Sam Black, incredibly expert politicking from him this game. And it just says the Culling the Weak resolves, but slides him a face-down card, which we later learned was a Fierce Guardianship. And it was, if you cast your Naz, I'll eat this, don't waste it. So he doesn't cast the Naz. It goes to the Tinathras player's turn. They have an Esper Sentinel, a Soul Ring, a Smothering Tithe. They're just...
everything you want, sitting pretty.
Crushing. they like leave up some mana, get some more rocks out or whatever, dorks or whatever, pass to Sam Black, who neoforms his Thrasios for a spell or neoforms his Thrasios, eats the Timid Thrasios player's Oppo, and the Spell Seeker, or the Timid Thrasios player takes a Spell Seeker.
Okay.
So we're basically dead on their turn. They have like 20 mana and a Spell Seeker, we're cooked. So it gets to my turn. My hand had like one plan, which is I was gonna like jam an early intuition, and I didn't have the work for that. So I just passed, and the Corvo player goes Culling Ritual, and Sam then again shows the table of the fierce and says, I will counter this, and he'll win, or I don't counter it and you win, so you're accepting a draw, and if either of you decline, I'm gonna just make sure the other guy wins. And they're like a little struck. I was like stoked. I was looking for an ID, so now I got like blessed. And I'm like looking at my awful hand. I'm like, I have a console. I'll console Flusterstorm to stop this, to protect him. So like if he goes off, like he's gonna go off. If you try to stop him, I'm gonna console for protection. So we're definitely taking a draw now, which was a miracle for me. I did not expect that, but now I'm at 18, so I'm definitely locked. And
yes,
that means qualified for the Invitational. So everything's going swimmingly.
Yeah, you gotta buy Sam a sandwich if you end up taking the dubs home.
Right. Yeah, that'd be fair.
So, well, congratulations on a nail biter for sure. Being stuck in the in that standoff position is really, really interesting, and I've heard good things about how Sam plays, and I had an incredible interview with him yesterday, and I'm so psyched to see that he's taken so well to playing cEDH in exactly that manner. When I talked to him, he said he loves it because he loves politic-y type of games. He loves multiplayer politics games, and it sounds like he plays them to an absolute T.
Yeah, and that's not something you'd necessarily expect. Like, if you sit down with one of the great 1v1 players, you're like, the technical mechanics are going to be great, the sequencing's going to be great, the mulligan discipline's going to be great, and then to see also a masterclass in politicking, negotiating that, I was like, this was...
hell yeah.
And I get a free draw that I was looking for, so.
Beautiful. Well, good. I'm looking forward to seeing you just through the next 3 rounds, man. I'm absolutely killing it. Glad to have some locals out here taking names.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good to talk with you.
Sorry, guys, coming through behind you here. I want to talk to you. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, I'm live right now. What's your name, boss?
My name is Kalen Coates.
Kalen, I was really appreciative of you giving when it was going off, you were doing the amens, you were preaching.
Very strong words. He had some very strong words.
He's a spirited individual, to say the least, but I love it because he always comes through with just the wildest takes. He has me, like, to the point where I have to try to keep my composure.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
So where are you coming through from?
I'm coming from Columbia, Missouri.
Okay, did you drive out here? Or?
I did, 8-hour drive.
8 hours. So the $1 million question is, did you stop at any like wacky roadside stuff on the way out? Did you go to the big tinfoil ball or anything?
I did not know that existed on my way up.
So what I would, for me, if you can, on the way back, are you driving solo or you got a squad?
I got 2 other people driving with me.
So you got to get the navigator to look up and see if there's any wacky roadside stuff, the big, like, the mystery spot type of nonsense, you know, because I live for that like weird roadside shit, you know. So try it for me and take a picture and throw it up there, you know. Go to the big ball of twine or the giant corn or whatever they got out here.
Oh yeah, that's cool. They got a big traffic cone, like a very large traffic cone somewhere.
That's exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about.
Fair enough.
So what did you play out here this weekend? What are you playing?
I played Sisse, Captain Sisse.
Which version?
I played the Wooburg version.
Okay, which version of Wooburg Sisse? Because we've got planes. Oh, you're on Clam Chowder.
No, I'm not on Clam Chowder. I'm on regular Planeswalkers.
You're on Wooburg Tappers and Planeswalkers.
Yep. Get Dockside, get Planeswalkers, get Wooburg Tappers, untap them, try to win that way. That's what I was playing today.
One of my boys is my boy Malcolm is like one of the pioneers of that deck. So it's been so cool to see people take to it so well and take to all the convoluted lines and all that. How would you say it was situated this weekend? How did it feel to play it?
It felt pretty good. If a lot of people were coming with a lot of fast decks, so it was a little bit hard to keep up, and definitely coming to the tournament, I realized that, but there are a few situations where the pressure got to me and I played the wrong pieces too early, but that kind of stuff happens. But I think if you make the right adjustments to Sisse, that it can still hang pretty well.
Oh, easily.
Yeah, and everyone's still scared of like turbo decks, so everyone's gonna mull for interaction and stuff. So you just rely on them to do that sometimes too, and kind of play your opponents.
Let your opponents kind of take care of the interaction, and you can just kind of stick to your game plan, be innocuous until it's time to push.
Everyone's scared. Everyone's scared.
So, what are some of your favorite cards from new sets for Sisse?
A card I really want to work in Sisse is the new 6 from Modern Horizons.
Oh, it's so cool.
It's so cool, but unfortunately it doesn't work. It might work in Clam Chowder, which I am also planning on building. But I really want that card to work, but it just falls flat.
It's just a little clunky.
Yeah, I want to play those lands because they help me win the game. So, yeah.
I've been seeing a lot of people really enjoying the Shifting Woodlands as well, just in everything.
That is another card I'm very excited for, which works very well with any deck that has 6 in it. So I also want that one to work, but again, that one kind of like falls a little bit short.
That one's tough because like a lot of times maybe your thing that's getting blown up is one of those Wooburg tappers. So I guess if the Shifting Woodland's out there, you can like put the mana into it and then tap it as if it was a creature, like if it's already out there. So it's like, it could do a little bit, but it's also like kind of transparent and clunky.
Yeah, very much so. And then you kind of like, you have to run cards that enforce that type of game style, like Entomb or something like that, Graveyard Tutors or anything like that. And that also doesn't really work in Sisse because everything you want is in your deck.
Gotcha. Yeah. So for me, in my head, I think about it either as something that's like going to be a wheels payoff or redundancy. So when one of your things gets blown up, you can like late game still play it or whatever.
Yeah, most certainly.
So what do you think is the most overrated deck in the meta right now?
Overrated.
Yeah. Blow up somebody's spot. Call your friends out right now. This is your opportunity.
When I came to the tournament, I thought Nadu was overrated, but I haven't personally seen too much of Nadu that much, and I definitely think I was over it a little bit. But I have to say that Talion is my new one.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Have you played against a few Talions?
I did. I played against one Talion.
And how did it do?
I never understood the hate towards it until I actually played against it in a tournament, but it feels really bad to play against a deck that is just countering and board wiping just because it can, instead of making game actions to actually win the game for themselves.
They're just slowing the game down until they have their window.
Yeah, most certainly.
It's a super tough deck to play against.
Yeah, even though the guy earlier that I was, praising to was talking a lot of smack or, was exclaiming his hatred or his, for Roxai, I understand Roxai players. Greed is a play style. Just control with no basis whatsoever of how to win. I mean, it wins games, but personally speaking, I hate it.
Yeah, it's really tough to play against because the plan really is just whittle people down, control the game until you have that super narrow window and then push.
Yeah.
So, do you have any in general, what's your cEDH hot take?
cEDH hot take? I'm trying to adjust to the hot take that it really doesn't matter. Like, if you are comfortable with a deck and you want to play a certain deck, like, you really just need to play that deck and just learn how to play that one deck, because that is something I struggle with all the time. When I came into cEDH, I was all about the fringe. I was all about the decks that are like hard to play, that don't have linear win cons. And even I've succumbed to the pressure of playing a very popular deck like Sisse. So maybe have that in your back pocket, but don't be afraid to like play the decks that you want, because there are plenty of people out here too who are playing things. I played against a Lotho player, Lotho Corruption.
Oh, it's so crazy.
Yeah, that was a deck
that's Zeb, yeah.
Yep, that was a deck that I wanted to play, but I let people talk to me out of it, and I didn't get it. So just play what you want, and if you feel confident in playing it at a tournament, go ahead, because...
How long have you been playing cEDH?
I've been playing cEDH for about 2 years now.
And what was your first cEDH deck?
My first cEDH deck was, shout out to Play to Win, it was Jessica Ishai. That was my first cEDH.
Oh, okay, Bird. Jessica Ishai is crazy.
Yeah, I got second place at my first local tournament I did with that, and I didn't even know what was going on. So, yeah, it was a very fun time. Jessica
Ishai was a crazy time for sure. I had played when that was in its peak, I was playing Dulcim all the time, and Dulcim's got reach, and I've got in that Dulcim deck, I ran a 1/2 Death Touch Reach Spider, and it was an absolute Ishai killer. Just a 2-mana, just don't attack me, and it worked so well. It should put the fear in the Ishai player.
Yeah, 100%.
So ban a card.
Man, I want it to be Talion so bad, but that's a little much. That's a little much. Ban a card. I don't know if I can ban a card. I think everything's really nice where it's at. It's hard to say. I don't know. I like every card. I don't think I could ban one.
All right, so unban one.
Golos.
Oh, he died for our sins.
I want Golos. That card is so sick, and it's powerful, and it would be very powerful in cEDH. But I think it'd be great. I think it'd be great.
I'd love to see it come back. Golos was a crazy deck, and it was so fun to play. I definitely understand the signpost banning, but at the same time, like it's always gonna be like, yeah, he's poor Golos.
Yeah, we need another wacky Kinrith out here. You know what I mean? 5-color, do whatever you want. You don't know what it is. It could do whatever.
So thank you so much for taking a few minutes to talk. What was your name again?
My name is Kalen.
Kalen, thank you so much, and we'll see you at the next one.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. That was a great one. We got a couple more. We got 13 minutes in the round. I'm 17 minutes in right now. We're going to sneak by people. It's our boy. It's our boy. How'd we do? I saw you.
I'm wearing the shirt. This is the day 2 shirt right
We
here.
got the gear. So I saw you shaking hands with Koval at the end of that match. What happened?
Well, Koval didn't do very much because he mulled to 5, and the next player mulled to 3, and then Wounded was in seat 2. I was in seat 3. So it was Kinnan, Malcolm Timna, and Blue Farm, and my Sisse.
Okay.
And I just presented win after win, and like they had to deal with something on my board to stall me.
Okay.
They didn't do anything to actually remove it. I was going to get there eventually.
So you got there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. I wasn't sure if that was Koval's shake because he took it. Well, you took it. So how many points are we at?
I'm at 15.
All right.
Need one more.
Okay, so you got to win the next one. All right, I'm rooting for you big time.
All right. I got my day 2 shirt on. That's where we're going.
I'm so glad to hear that you took that one, though, and that it was just like, was it hard fought, or were you just like, you just pushed and got there?
So I had first turn Lotho with Mana Crypt and one of the filter lands, which everyone says are bad. But, that's the reason they're in my deck, is first turn Lavinia or first turn Lotho.
Okay.
So, and from that, it was just like, I don't know, I had 11 mana on turn 3 or 4.
So that's not one of the filter lands where you need a colored mana to put it in. That's a filtered land where you do a colorless and it makes just the 1/2.
Correct. Yeah, it's the signet lands.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome, and it got you a turn 1 Lotho.
Yes, it did.
I love that. Do you remember the name of the land off the top of your head?
It's Desolate Mire.
Desolate Mire. All right, folks, you hear it. You heard it here first. Desolate Mire. Put it in your decks if you're running Lotho.
That's right.
Awesome. Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Look forward to keep talking to you throughout the rest of the day. That's one of our bullies. We love Dio out here. Stretching out the wrists, man. Holding this. I gotta start doing curls at home or something like that. My wrists are getting brutalized by this thing. All right, let's find somebody else. I want to talk to everyone. How's everybody doing at home today? I think Ian might be out, honestly. I'm not sure, but I think Ian might be out. So we're looking for more people to talk to. There's a bunch of people around me, but it's always weird to try to just talk to strangers for me. I have a hard time with that. You'd think I could just go up to anybody and be like, "What's up?"
I should have showed him my hand.
How about you? You ready to answer some questions?
Not at the moment.
Hey, no worries. Thank you. See, that's what happens. Let's go outside and see if there's anybody out here. Oh, how we doing?
How we doing? Good actually, yeah.
Yeah, how'd we end up yesterday? I don't remember.
I super dropped. Super dropped.
All right, that happened.
But we got a redemption event today. Got to show, the rock side some love, you know what I mean?
Good.
Hopefully don't get super griefed by bad players again, so.
Nice, all right, I like that.
Hell yeah, man.
I totally forgot what questions I asked you yesterday, so I'm totally out on the hot. All right, let's just hear, what's your Magic hot take?
Casual EDH players are broke.
Okay.
Yeah, so like my biggest thing is if you can't afford like real cards, get your bread up.
Wow, that's spicy.
100%. Yeah.
Hustle.
100%. Make your bread, bro.
That's wild. Awesome. So, what else are we here to do this weekend? So you're doing the main one?
Yeah, I did the main one, and like we're from California, so getting to travel from visit Columbus area. So hopefully tomorrow, get to do some cool stuff downtown.
Hang out with your buddies.
Hang out with the boys, bro. You know what I mean? Hopefully Cube.
Yo, awesome. I'm heading out as soon as the finals are over. I'm off to the airport, but we'll get that Cuban eventually.
All right, I'll see you, good man.
It's a pleasure, Rod.
Yep.
Wow, casual players, get your money up. How about that? Deal with it. That's a take. He said that was spicy. All right, who are we talking to next? Oh, Tyler. Gotta get Tyler. All right, we found Tyler. We got him. This paparazzi. All right, how we do?
Didn't get it.
No, we didn't get there?
No, I was 2-2-1 going into today, and I lost my first round, but I don't know. Still a fun game.
Was it like a clean sweep? Did they just clap you up and that was the end of it, or was it hard fought? Or
No, it was a Gila deck that had it all, and no one had any interaction. Every piece of breach naturally, except for LED, and they tutored for it, went off, and everyone said, yeah, GG.
Yeah, good job. You deserve that. We wish we had that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's so funny. So how would you rate the weekend overall?
Oh, dude, 10 out of 10. Great time. Awesome community as always, and an awesome run event. It was like super clean, stayed on schedule. So happy.
Nice. Listen, 10 out of 10 is about as good as it gets. What's Tyler's Magic hot take?
Ooh, hot take. I don't know if I got one. I'm gonna Kinnon's better than Nadu.
Yeah, that's fair. That's like
a hot take.
That's like
people are coming around pretty quick.
Yeah, this weekend I was literally just talking with somebody and they were like, yeah, Nadu is like overrated. Like I was like, what's the most overrated deck? And they were like, after playing against it, it's Nadu. It gets blown out. It's commander centric. Like there's so many things about it that make it hard to do. Once it gets rolling, it's no longer overrated.
Yeah, 100%. But that's a lot of decks, right?
Yeah, that's your Obnix, that's your Keurig, that's all of them.
Absolutely.
So what's the next event for you? Where are we going to see you next?
Ooh, I'm taking a lot of this summer off, actually. I think the next one I actually have on my calendar is Burlington.
Okay.
I think we might have a play-to-win event in August before then, and we're getting up to like 100 people caps on those play-to-win tournaments.
That's what I've been hearing.
Yeah, it's been exciting.
I might have to make the pilgrimage at some point. I think it'd be fun to get out there and do this.
We'd love to have you, for sure.
Awesome. I'm about out of questions at this point. I'm like starting to go fuzzy, which is a bummer because I got about 3 more rounds of this to go. But have I asked you which color wedge or combo has the worst players?
Oh no, this is a good one.
And that could be etiquette, playability, whatever you like.
Ooh, okay. Oh, that's really tough. All right, I'm going to say there are some exceptions with Rockos, but I'm going to say Naya players are not good pilots.
Okay, all right. Any particular reason?
I think it's just like a very comfortable entry point for a lot of people that are coming from casual and like creature-centric strategies. And so among newcomers, I think you just have a lot of people who are not experienced cEDH pilots, and like they end up being soft at tournaments sometimes.
What so I think one of the very first times I asked this question, and Tim answered it, and he said Naya players right away, but it's because they've got a chip on their shoulder about not having blue or black in their deck.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I would too.
So they're just, I don't need it, it's a crutch. He said, it's a crutch, blue-black is a crutch.
Cope.
So, but I think that's good that it because it comes from a more casual place, there's a bit of, inexperience with the meta.
Yeah, which is not a bad thing. I mean, they're just going to learn, and then they're going to start playing blue or black.
I heard a lot about a lot of Rocco players this weekend. And I was so surprised to hear people saying like, oh, there's a lot of Rogsai, a lot of TK, a lot of Rocco, and they were just lumping that in with it. Is it something you see a lot of?
No, not generally. I played one Rocco player all weekend, and he pushed really hard and then didn't get it because the table was able to like collaborate against him and shut down the line. So, I mean, I still respect the deck. It certainly can win. It's harder to interact with than most decks, but I think in the increasingly fast meta, it's not that well positioned.
The one card I've been hearing, I heard yesterday somebody said they saw 3 different times in 3 different games, 3 different times was Oppo is out there in force right now.
That's funny. Ian just told me he saw 8 Oppos in 6 rounds or something.
Disgusting.
0, not a single one. Which is a bummer because I don't give a shit about Oppo. More Oppos, please play the Oppos. I want them.
Yeah, I mean, Ian's also on cEDH, so like people are like super psyched to go home with their gacha. Like, I got Ian with the Oppo.
Hell yeah, we love that.
Awesome. Well, thanks for taking a few minutes. I appreciate it, Tyler, as always.
Thank you so much. Love you, Alan.
Yeah. Right in the back. That's right. All right, we're 27 minutes. I like that. Hold on just a second, folks. All right. We're going to set this up, stretch my hands out again. I think I'm going to start looking into getting a buddy to run camera with me. I think we got to scale up. I think I'm going to spend some money on a wireless mic and a friend to hold the... Oh, the fit's funny today. I'll step back so you can see the whole thing. We got the shorts on. We got our shoes. We got shorts. I can't even lift my leg high enough anymore. But yeah, we're on shorts status right now for sure. Unmatched on anything. It's just we're trying to stay cool, honestly. Shorts and the button down with nothing underneath, just chest hair. So we're trying to stay cool today. By the way, if you're watching the TopDeck stream, this will be put on after round 6, I believe. If you're watching the TopDeck stream, do me a favor and spam a bunch of emotes. I really, really appreciate you guys watching, you guys hanging in here. So make this stream right now, just right now, spam all the emotes, please. Make the TopDeck stream unusable, and also shout out your favorite player from the weekend, the best plays you saw, your favorite player, who you want to see win. Shout them out, drop all your hot takes in the chat, all that stuff. I want you guys to make the TopDeck chat bumping right now for sure. Show them some love for me, okay? Alex, who's running the stream, said that you guys love seeing me out here, love talking to me, and I find that hard to believe because I think I'm full of shit. But if you guys do like what I'm doing here, please, everything you could do for me helps. I really, really appreciate it. Big love. And for the people in the mental misplay chat, I see you. I see you, Proxy Lab. I see you. I see you, Charlotte. I see you, Tyler. I see everybody out here. Big up, Charlotte. Just followed just now, by the way. Really, really appreciate it. I'm going to go try to get one more name in here, talk to one more person, and then we'll see what the next story is. Is this working? Is this on? Can you hear me okay? Seems like it's going. I've been having like a little issues. Yeah, it's doing it right now. So.
Swiss as soon as that Oscar.
All right, everybody, it's time. We have our top 16 players here at the Cowtown Throwdown. The last platinum event is part of the TopDeck Championship Series. Of course, the final event before the invitational that's going to be happening in August, where there'll be $15,000 to be shared among 64 players who will be duking it out. The best of the best from the TopDeck Championship Series. And of course, we have the best of the best from the Cowtown Throwdown here with us right now. This event brought to you by the Iron Deck Tournament. Someone's going to be taking home a sword as well as their share of the $12,000 prize pool. Started with 256 down to 16, and what a stacked top 16 it is. And that not short of spicy pods either. Joining the booth here with Lauren, who's going to break down these players, a little bit about them and the decks that we're bringing, because this is not traditional cEDH like we've seen in round 6 and 7. Lauren?
Yeah, I'm excited. I am excited. Thank you to everyone so much for being here. I want to shout out one quick group real quick, the Tucson Play Group down in Tucson, Arizona. I think you're watching right now. Shout out to the Tucson guys. Love you guys. This top 16 is almost a who's who of cEDH right now. I recognize almost every single name, and if I don't know them by face, I've seen these names do well in tournaments before. Ian Flannery, comedian MTG, Dio of the Bufftown Bullies, Ori Suin, who won the TopDeck.gg Invitational, the first ever platinum event. So we have the guy who won the first platinum event, and we're at the last platinum event, and he's in top 16 contention, for that sword. I know he wants that sword. Yeah, I mean, we might have a sandwich event. It might be an Ori sandwich here for everybody. Evan Pierce, Freedom Waffle, Kirkland Brown, who we covered, and he's actually in this pod. He was in our round 1 match coverage. I'm playing a Spicy Brew, Ernest Street Urchin. Won on turn 2 or 3 with a Snoop combo. It's a Gruul Hulk deck. Huge Brewer's advantage. I know. And probably to no surprise, I mean, we have Rogsai. Looking at the seat order right now. Seat 1, we have Eric Matner. Eric is playing Tavesh Krom, also known as Sharky Online. It's kind of his marquee deck. He's known for Tavesh Krom. Huge believer in it being the most powerful Grixis pile. I have to applaud Eric on his success right now. I would not be caught dead playing a Planeswalker commander. And I think for a while, I was really hot on Zihada, but we're getting into this more mid-range, grindy sort of cEDH meta. And with that being said, my commander, Tavesh, Dahada in my case, my win cons and my command zone that can be attacked directly by creatures, and more people are just playing creatures right now. He's playing on hard mode with Grixis. I know everyone says Grixis is easy. One of your commanders can be attacked directly. So the fact that he's here in top 16, I maybe wasn't a believer, but Tavesh Krom might be a really solid option for those in Grixis not wanting to play Rogsai. But for those who are wanting to play Rogsai, Ori in seat 2. Ori, I believe, is number 8 on the leaderboard.
I think that is correct. Yeah. So all these players on our leaderboard somewhere. Ori at number 8, locked, as you mentioned, because of the win at the TopDeck Expo, first platinum event. So he's already in the invitational, but is number 8 on our leaderboard as well. Now, Sharky is currently on the outside looking in right now, number 99 on our leaderboard. But this top 16, huge for the point totals and could be exactly what Eric needs to put himself into the invitational with those extra points. Kirkland in kind of on the cusp coming into this weekend at number 51, kind of a precarious position, but this awesome performance here today, that's going to put him very likely in the invitational. So he's in a really good spot going into the invitational. And then, of course, Ian really kind of the furthest out, very far down on our leaderboard, has some points to work with, but really I think the finals appearance is going to be very important for really accelerating his chances of making the invitational. But all these players, people we've seen before, you mentioned the who's who, you didn't even get through all the names. I mean, Max Pfefferman in this top 16 as well. Sharky, as you mentioned in our pod here. I mean, a stacked event's going to have a stacked top 16. This is a skill-intensive format we've been watching and playing, and that doesn't stop right here. So this pod, spicy decks, and I don't even think we got a chance to talk about Ian's take on Nadu yet. So I'm going to pass it back to you. Talk to me about Nadu and its kind of performance in this tournament now here in the top 16.
Yeah, the conversion rate on Nadu for this tournament is absolutely insane. I think when we ran the numbers, and I might be a little off. We'll have the data tomorrow morning, more than likely, when on EDH Top 16. But I believe there was 3 or 4 Nadus registered, and 2 of which are in Top 16 right now. So Ian Locke, I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Ian L, we'll say. Hopefully not catching an L this round. But Ian L playing Nadu. And also in Pod 1, Seat 3, we have Temujin, also on Nadu. So a lot of people, I think, were hesitant on picking up Nadu. I know when it first came out, it took the online scene by storm. Our Top Deck Titans event that we did, which was an Emerald level event, 64 players. Shout out to Alex, who was our production assistant, who ran that event. I think it was the top 4 was 3 Nadus, but people are slowly starting to get away from it. But now we see the people who are committed to Nadu and stayed on Nadu. I think the third Nadu for this tournament was Gold Sabretooth, who looks like did not make top 16, consistent top 16 performer, top 4 performer. But two of the 3, 2 of the 4. So we're at a 50% to 66% conversion rate with Nadu.
Quite strong.
Which is insane, especially for a quote-unquote fringe deck. There's quote-unquote better Simic options. People have the whole gamut of things to say about Nadu, but
I do.
Sample size is small, but I can't argue with the deck. I mean, this has a better conversion rate than Rogsai.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Rogsai. I mean, we've seen a lot of it registered and to mixed results. I mean, we've seen it do some winning. And of course, Ori, our Top Deck Expo champion, kind of one of those real, I'd say, trailblazers for the Top Deck Championship Series Rogsai players. Unsurprising to see him once again in the top 16 with his take on Rogsai. Really one of the people propping up, I'd say, its conversion rate compared to a lot of the people that want to pick it up. Very difficult deck and mulliganing a lot, as we do see Ori continuing to mulligan here. But yeah, like you mentioned, Nadu actually had a pretty strong performance this weekend. Not a deck that I expected to see a lot of, and we really didn't. Only, like you mentioned, 3 or 4 copies among the 256 players, so people not really very comfortable with it yet. But those that were brave enough to register it not only got a little bit of Brewer's advantage, because the combo is a little convoluted, and even as the Pro Tour ended with a Nadu deck winning the 60-card format Pro Tour, people were still discovering loops as the weekend was playing out. And so I imagine there's some of that going on as well with Nadu here in this tournament. And as you mentioned, a more Brewer's advantage involved with Kirkland's take on Uranus and the Urchin kind of background, it's Street Urchin enchantment background, which we haven't really got a chance to talk too much about. Talked a little bit about in round 1, as we did see a Snoop line there, but this is a partner commander, but actually choose a background is what's going on here. So we have an enchantment and a creature in the command zone, making up the Gruul color identity available to Kirkland.
Yeah, one of my funniest rules interactions with having your background in your command zone is you can use your Jeweled Lotus to cast it, which you can catch people off guard. It counts as your commander, so things like Jeweled Lotus, Command Tower still work just fine. You have a dedicated creature and Sack out in your command zone to set up for your win line. I think it'd be disingenuous for me to say I know exactly how it wins. We did see it win with the Snoop line. I know there's Protean Hulk lines as well that enable you to get creatures out. And mulligans have concluded here. Looks like Eric's kicking us off.
With a tough land to start with. Yeah, exotic orchard that makes no mana. That's the start.
That's not the orchard that you want.
No, that is not the orchard you want at all. Forbidden Orchard, a much stronger one for casting spells in turn 1, is here comes Gitaxian Probe to start for Ori. A card we don't see as much, kind of being cut from a lot of the Rogsai lists, and it's something that really I think most people wouldn't notice. Gitaxian Probe, not a big flashy card, but I'm a big advocate of Gitaxian Probe. Owe a lot of my own personal Magic success to the card, and people cutting it I think is a mistake. Ori is going to look at a hand to draw a card.
I'm a firm Gitaxian Probe believer. I think with how many top deck tutors exist and are prioritized in this format, your ability to crack that for 2 life as opposed to mana when you're tight on mana. I have it in Timna Crom, and I love that card. But kind of an anemic start.
Looks like a fetch land for Kirkland. Yeah, no, only Probe land go from Ori, and looks like a rainbow land of some kind. I think we've seen a few of these particular ones. Could be Command Tower City of Brass is where I'm at. I think those are the only ones played. I don't think that's a Mana Confluence. And actually, Mana Confluence not actually in Ori's deck? Is that true? Wow, that is true. We have a City of Brass, but no Mana Confluence. Couldn't make the cut. All right. So only 2 options really is Uranus Urchin is going to be starting with a fetch for some land that casts an Elvish Mystic, and it's going to be that Elvish Mystic is the follow-up. And with that, we will go over to the Nadu, which has probably the strongest start of the bunch. Command Tower and a Mana Vault. Most mana, at least, for that deck as well. Eric can finally cast his own Mana Vault now that Exotic Orchard makes mana, but no second land? Are we passing the active player token? No second land for Eric.
You know, you
Tough.
have to think, there has to be some sort of payoff. Maybe you have that wheel in hand, so you're hoping to refresh here, but it's plays like this that are high risk, high reward that I love seeing played in a top 16 setting.
Well, here's a polluted Delta, just cast Rog from Ori. So I've noticed more and more of these Rog side players really holding on to their Rogs, waiting to deploy them. I wonder if this is kind of a development as a result of the Orcish Bowmasters meta that's in front of us. Now, not as many Bowmasters in this particular pod, as 2 of Ori's opponents cannot even legally play the card, being in green, blue, and green, red. Now, Eric certainly has one. I don't even have to look at the deck list to understand that. But, maybe can play around it a little bit less, as here is Gaia's Cradle added to the mix. And now it's Green Sun Zenith for 2. Okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
Green 2 drops. Can't grab Snoop. What do we grab?
I think we're grabbing Oof. I'm willing to bet Oof.
Ooh, Collector Oof against double Mana Vault would be a beating.
I would say I'm not a gambling man, but I am.
You are a gambling man. Yeah, let's not lie to the people here.
I'm willing to bet right now. We'll see the DraftKings money lines pop up right now.
Oh, there he hits. He hits. It's Collector Oof coming off
to
the Green
bank.
Sun Zenith. And now people are stuck because Eric, we know mana problems from the jump with the Exotic Orchard. Now Mana Vault doesn't even work. Tapped Field of the Dead is second land for Ian. That is what I like to call ambitious. As we move over to Eric.
Ambitious and nutritious. You're going to eat good with those creatures once they start getting out. You start doing the Nadu thing, throw some Shukos on some zombies, but it might be a little too late. I think the top half of the table is certainly favored right now.
Yeah, it's interesting because Ori, hasn't deployed any artifacts, so clearly didn't really keep a hand necessarily banking on them, but they are still an important part of mid-combo mana generation for most Rog side lines. Things like Dockside, some of the free artifacts that you get that are really powerful with Rog. These can be very important for reaching the mana threshold you need to actually combo off. Now, Ori has the information that Collector Oof's in play, so he can either prioritize getting removal spells or just the spell mana, things like rituals, but not clear that his hand can necessarily do that. As here comes Raucous Theater on instep, going to get some surveil action going. Very valuable tool in the Rog side repertoire.
Is that how you pronounce it, Raucous?
I don't know. That's what I say.
I cannot say that. I call it the Rumpus Room because I just cannot say that.
The
word.
Rumpus Room. Well, I know it's not Rumpus. We could get some pronunciation guides, but I'm gonna call it Raucous. Raucous. I'm getting an update. It is Raucous.
Room.
I'm a genius.
Yeah.
Everybody else
just
pronounces things wrong but me. I've got it all dialed up.
It's Rumpus Room. And Zane had a good point in chat. Shuko cannot be activated with the Collector.
Yeah, Collector Oof just so brutal for this Nadu deck for so many reasons. Shuko, Greaves, all of those typical combo pieces offline, as well as the Mana Vault that's already on the table. Things not going great. Currently, from what we can see, Ian's best plan is to play a bunch of lands and make some zombies, I guess. Obviously, that's a little bit facetious, but some problems here for Ian. As Ori there's a little bit of conversation here at the table, maybe talking about keeping this Oof in play. Oh, yeah, no, judge conversation, potentially.
Oh, I think the puzzle that Ori has to figure out now is how do I remove the Oof at his opportune time, being able to open his window while keeping it closed for his opponents. But we have a Time
Twister off of Phyrexian Tower. We cut back into that one on the stack by Ori. And, this might be a boon for a lot of players that kept some hands based on these Mana Vaults working.
Yeah, and I see blue mana open, one blue mana open specifically. I'm sure Eric runs and Ian, I'm sure they both run Chain of Vapor. You're running a risk of them being able to untap with that Collector Oof out of play.
No, none fired off in response to the Twister. So interaction is still available, obviously, off of the Time Twister, but players going to be firing off the Time Twister. And Ori, with the land already played, not a great Twister for the Rog side deck itself, but just getting the rest of the players back in the game actually could be big gain here for Ori, wanting Eric and Ian to actually be able to play the game so that Kirkland doesn't just run away with things.
Yeah, I think it's a calculated risk by Ori. You have to refuel yourself somehow, and if that was your best play, that tells us from the booth that he was out of gas. Got to refuel somehow. You do it at the risk of putting fresh cards into your opponent's hands, but It's a hard wheel because you are seeing your opponents already have dead cards. I'm wondering how much of that was to disrupt Kirkland's game plan, who seemed to kind of be snowballing and it might have been worth stopping him.
Just to get other players some help. Yeah, I think that's a big part of the equation for some of these wheels. They have a very varying value does these wheel effects like Time Twister, Wheel of Fortune, and things like that, because they can help your opponents a lot. But when the rest of the table seems to be falling behind, as Kirkland seems to be springboarding ahead with Gaia's Cradle allowing the mana to really be already dialed up, and then there was some premium disruption. Kirkland's in a great spot, and Ori might need some help, and I think that's still the case. Is Lotus Petal, the deployed post-wheel by Ori, another card that does not work. This Collector Oof, brutal for the table.
I'm almost wondering, and I've played a lot with Ori, and I really respect Ori as a player. He's helped me a lot with upping my game on Tim Necrom. I'm almost wondering if that Lotus Petal is a threat. It's putting an artifact into play to show, oh, if you remove that, I'm going to have mana, as a sort of way to posture his opponents to disincentivize them from removing it.
Can't get a great look at what was just deployed there. It looks like obviously a land of some kind.
Shifting Woodlands, the new card from Modern Horizons 3?
Potentially, yeah. That one comes in Old Border. All right, so we got Shifting Woodlands, the new card from MH3. Quick check, that is in the deck list. I believe it is. A lot of hype around this one. Haven't really seen it do much so far.
But this
Cradle,
Manglehorn,
well known for what it does, makes a ton of mana. And here comes Manglehorn. More artifact disruptions. This one able to pick off some things right away. Could even pick off the Lotus Petal if you wanted to. I mean, you can't just sack it in response or anything like that. Get that out of here.
It's a hard decision, I think. It looks like if you attack Sharky's Mana Vault, you effectively get Sharky out of the game, right?
Well, Sharky's probably the most likely to have a creature sweeper, right? If you're thinking about, okay, who's going to have sweepers and also who's incentivized to find them, it's going to be Eric. Wants to play a long game, wants to disrupt these players. I do like going after the Mana Vault, but really none of Eric's mana is even functional yet. As we actually do hit the Lotus Petal from Ori, and we have a Birds of Paradise follow-up off the Shifting Woodland. So Gaia's Cradle making more and more mana. Another mana creature here added. That one looks like Orcish Lumberjack. So much mana generated here for Kirkland, and with multiple artifact disruptors in play, Dockside completely off the table as far as a card that functions. Have a lot of problems that solve there, and these mana vaults still worthless from the bottom half of the table. Just an incredible start here from Kirkland, thanks to Cradle and friends.
Yeah, if you are in Kirkland's position where you're playing, again, we've said this throughout his entire run here, quote unquote suboptimal deck. I really can't even think of any Gruul options off the top of my head that I would think to grab. This might be the one if people are wanting to play Gruul. I think when you are playing at a disadvantage in terms of card quality, you make up for that in player experience or Brewer's advantage, and we are seeing that right now. Every card I feel that Kirkland has deployed, and we see a Mana Vault here that we cannot use, right?
Yeah, the Mana Crypt has to enter tapped thanks to
tapped and can't use it.
I believe we are correcting the game state here as that Mana Crypt does enter the battlefield tapped thanks to Manglehorn. Couldn't wanted to, but now the potential to be lightning bolted every turn for Ian, potentially a posturing that, hey, like we got to remove this stuff. And, Ian wanting to really have access to mana post removal of these creatures. Like I said, I think both of the Grixis players somewhat incentivized to remove these artifact disruptors, as I believe that is an elf of some kind. Not sure which one was printed in 7th edition. I think it's Llanowar Elves was the one printed in 7th edition. So
yes, that looks like a Llanowar Elves. But I feel every disruptive piece Kirkland has deployed, and we have talked a lot on streams about stacks and how to effectively deploy stacks. He has done so with the right card at the right time. And the ability, we've seen his deck, he can remove those to further his own game plan when he's ready to go for the win.
I'll tell you this. This feels a lot like old meeting new. We have, Nadu, brand new deck, generated from MH3. Rogsai, probably one of the biggest winners out of MH3 thanks to Necro Dominance and Flare of Duplication, the power of those cards. I haven't taken a super great look at Sharky's deck, but I have to imagine there's going to be some MH3 cards in there as well. Versus Gruul, which is playing, maybe a new take on the Gruul colors, but we really haven't seen Green Sun Zenith for Collector's Oof. That was a very common play pattern, whatever, 2, 3, 4 years ago, people were doing that all the time because that was just the best way to disrupt mana. And now we're really getting to see it back in action here in top 16 of the biggest CEDH event of all time, 2024. Like, that's a massive thing. As Flesh Duplicate being cast, Eric finally found his second land. It's going to find Volcanic Island, and Flesh Duplicate coming out. Best target among the bunch is Manglehorn. I mean, is that even good for you? Maybe you are kind of playing Kirkland's game now and do want to help to slow the game down even more. Kind of an awful thing to think about.
The only other thing I can see Sharky doing in a weird world is perhaps Birds of Paradise to get just some sort of mana on the stack. Otherwise, I can see, I believe it is some Dork, because I don't see an artifact being destroyed. Double Manglehorn, I can see a world where you are turning off Kirkland's artifacts, like you said, playing Kirkland's game. But yeah, it looks like perhaps a Birds of Paradise. I saw Sharky motion towards that side of the table.
We have Warrior's Oath going underneath a tapped Chrome Mox that, of course, enters tapped thanks to Manglehorn. Doesn't work anyway thanks to Collector Oof. And yeah, whatever we get. I mean, this does have Vanishing 3, so you're going to have to get use out of it before it disappears. It doesn't look like this game's ending anytime soon from what we see right now. So if your plan is to build to Vesh mana, obviously Birds of Paradise helps with that. If we are building, if we're trying to build to Vesh next turn, Eric can make an Orcish Lumberjack, and that could like sack Volcanic Island, and then we're kind of cooking. But either way, it looks like the game's going to drag on, as Ori definitely seems to agree, as here comes Ristic Study as the 3-mana play. Been doing a good job using mana every turn. Has Ori used all of his mana every single turn and playing impactful cards. Ristic Study, a great follow-up to the Time Twister from the previous turn. That card, with all of the mana disrupted thanks to artifacts not working, going to be hard to pay for all the players, and does work against these creature decks. I think this Ristic Study is set to be very good in this pod.
I would be hard pressed to play that to Vesh, because I feel like, I mean, if you're playing it to play Thralls and to hopefully get an ultimate, that's like the only out that I see. You really have no other creatures. There is a bunch of power on board, so if everyone agrees, hey, we're just going to start swinging in, get rid of your Thralls, you're going to make two little idiots every turn. We can eat those and get damage through to Vesh. Like, I don't see, at least from my perspective, where that's furthering the game plan.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you'd want to get some politics involved, potentially be like, hey, I'm the furthest behind, have been since turn 1. Like, there needs to be some politics involved, and like maybe it involves a sweeper into Tevesh. You can like float mana and things like that. Not clear what we could come up with from Eric's side, but definitely needs to start getting the mana going. Has had mana problems all game. Has Eric as here. Is that Sylvan Tutor?
That
Checking.
Looks like a Worldly Tutor, the RKF, Richard Kane Ferguson art of Worldly
RKF
Tutor.
Is correct.
And Weiss Games did make a good point.
Correct.
Cloning...
It is Worldly Tutor off of Elvish Mystic. Yeah, there we go. We're tapping the Elvish Mystic.
Orcish Lumberjack can only sacrifice forests, so even cloning that, you can't eat your own Volk.
Oh, true. You can't eat. It doesn't sacrifice mountains. Okay, yeah. There's no good targets for this Flesh Duplicate. What did we make? I guess Birds of Paradise?
Yeah, I'm inclined to believe so.
Tough way to do it. Well, I think this is on Upkeep that we're doing this?
Yes.
Paying for Ristic Study with the Shifting Woodland. All right. And now here comes Fierce Guardianship.
Okay.
All right. So here's a fight over the Worldly Tutor. I like the fight here because obviously Fierce not going to work against whatever creatures grabbed. And Kirkland seems to be building towards even just a Protean Hulk line, right? We have a sack outlet in the command zone like you called out, and a ton of mana thanks to Gaia's Cradle. Like, we really are building towards just having a Hulk line. So not necessarily obvious if Fierce is going to work against anything going on there. Use it now against the Tutor, even though normally you want to counter the Tutor targets, not the Tutors.
Yeah, Cradle's tapping for 5 right now. Your creature count is getting out of hand, I would say. And we are deploying Airness.
Airness prior to Cradle, as here we're floating green, munching the forest thanks to the Lumberjack. That makes 3 more mana, 4 in the pool right now. Cradle still not tapped. And Birds of Paradise available, ton of mana left over. Oh, well, here comes Cradle. 5, like you mentioned, that's 9 mana total. What are we casting here? Realms Uncharted? Is that what that is? Oh,
Love
talk
it.
to me. The gifts ungiven for lands as players are giving Realms Uncharted a read. We will as well. Realms Uncharted is 2 and a green instant. Search the library for 4 land cards with different names and reveal them. An opponent chooses 2 of those cards. Put the chosen cards into your graveyard, the rest into your hand, and shuffle your library.
Yeah, it's
All right.
mono green gifts ungiven, right?
Well, for land, I mean, you can't grab creatures. I feel like you really want to grab creatures here.
No.
4 land cards with different names. All right, let's take a quick look at what utility lands. And oh wow, we got some utility lands in spades. We have the new Talon Gates of Madara. We have Urza's Saga. That's fine. Lazatep Quarry. Not sure what that even does. Sack a desert, exile creature card from your graveyard. Sure. Horizon of Progress. Gaia Reach Sanitarium. Emergence Zone. Boseiju available among the mix. I mean, a ton of options here.
Yeah, you are reaching deep right now. Getting a lot of different options for a lot of different situations. I feel like Kirkland is pretty in control of this game right now. And I don't know if we're trying to fight our way into another turn cycle, you're going to grab just disruptive pieces, right? I don't think you're going for a win with this card.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. So where we're going is Shifting Woodland can copy whatever you're not given, if that's part of the equation in any meaningful way. I don't even see something like a Deserted Temple that could necessarily double Cradle mana. Like that's something that like you see in casual EDH or whatever, that like there's Emergence Zone as the first card revealed that like I would maybe want to look towards is like, all right, what are we trying to do with this? And Disruption seems like one of the best options. As yeah, I believe that's Emergence Zone is the first choice.
I know before Kirkland had grabbed the Talon Gates and the Lazatep Quarry, which it looks like we are grabbing right now.
Quarry. Sack outlet on a land. I think that's kind of the best of what it offers you. Don't need to have that background in play. That's Boseiju, so we did reach for that. Yeah, I guess this is just like a divination of sorts that you can politic with. Say, hey, give me this and I can answer this. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, when you're ahead, there's not much political capital that you have to work with as you shut down everyone's mana. So unclear that you're going to get any kind of help or anywhere with your politicking, but an interesting conclusion. First Realms Uncharted I think I've seen cast in my entire life. I've not seen people play with this one too much.
It's my second, the first being round 1 from Kirkland.
Extremely fair. As Kirkland reading his own lands here, trying to figure out what the next best 4th land is.
I think this is Kirkland reading the table, the texture of the table, if I can use a Drake Sasser staple here.
Sure.
The claws are in. I think Kirkland is squeezing this game right now and putting pressure on all of their opponents. This spell, I think, is the guarantee that you are going for Kirkland, that Kirkland is going to see another turn. Not in a winning position quite yet. You did deploy your commander, so there is, and I guess no, the free spells for commander aren't great. The green one, Obscure Maze, isn't great. You have a deflecting swap possibly.
Yeah, you have a swap. You see a swap in the deck.
So you have your commander. You're posturing to go for a win, and I think you're just short mana wise, and this certainly is the insurance to try to get to the next turn.
I think Eric here, the table kind of discussing exactly what matters here is I believe Gaia Reach Sanitarium, the last land grab. So it looks like we're separating Quarry and Sanitarium as a pile for one of the choices, and Zone, Emergent Zone, and Boseiju Who Endures, the other pile, is the current separation. Not even clear to me which one of those you're supposed to go to hand. You know, I don't really know how to separate this particular card, as the whole table's kind of weighing in a little bit. An opponent chooses, but that doesn't mean you can't receive a little bit of input.
Yeah, I am not envious of this position. I mean, Gaia Reach Sanitarium shuts down Thoracle lines pretty easily. Boseiju shuts down Breach, and in theory could destroy that Rhystic Study if that starts getting out of hand here. Emergent Zone is pretty scary. I think a little sneaky scary, the ability to win on the stack over anybody, especially when clearly Kirkland has no problems with mana. There's no good options in terms of choosing.
Yeah, we handed all 4 cards back to Kirkland. I mean, it's not clear to me what was said, but I think it's something like, I don't care. Pick 2. I mean, it's not clear to me. Maybe they're still talking about it, but I mean, we just handed all 4 back, and now Kirkland himself is looking through the lands and just separating them. So,
can we see the face cam?
It's not clear to me what's going on here as we get a look at the face cam. Now we're laying them out for the other players. Eric, not clear that he actually had an opinion, as other opponents might have an opinion. I mean, yeah, it's not clear what matters. Like, it all feels pretty minor. And
okay, we've made our decisions.
To go to the bin. Sanitarium hits the bin, and
switch back
to the camera.
Okay, so Diary Sanitarium did get binned, and it looks like we're getting Beseju and Lazatep, I believe.
Okay, and Lazatep going to get deployed. So now Sack Outlet in play. Notably, no more Forests in play. Lumberjack done its thing. Now, we made like 9 mana there. We only used 3. There's 6 left over.
Is there 6? Oh, yeah, true. There is 6. Yep.
Yeah, we made 4 with the float mana, then Lumberjack, and then spent 3. But we also already tapped Cradle. So here goes. Okay, that's the 10th mana minus 3. So we have 7 mana with this bird. So that's Hulk mana, right? And untapped Lazatep, that's a sacrifice outlet. All right, it's just going to be Street Urchin, the other half of the commander pairing here, the background for Arenas Gloomstalker.
I believe some of that mana, I believe, was used to cast Arenas. So, but I think our mana pool is empty.
Okay,
now.
Sure. Then that would be 6. Now 8, 2 mana left, then is what should be. I don't know. The mana seems to be tracked by the players. So I assume that we have used the mana somehow. That was a lot of mana that I feel like we spent on not a lot.
I feel great if I'm Kirkland and I get to live to see my next turn. My Cradle is tapping for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
A billion. I mean, it's actually a billion.
Yeah, or 6, it looks like. Yeah. Insane. I'll take a 6 mana land for 1.
Is that strong, or where do we stand on that? I mean, like I said, I think guys, Cradle's decks are stay winning with the additions of MH3. All of the new creatures and tools that are available seem to really reward creature strategies. I think Gaia's Cradle is a card I would be looking to register if I were playing cEDH tournaments. Not clear that I would do so in a Gruul Shell.
Unban Tolarian Academy.
Okay, wait. Well, slow down. we don't have to do this.
Controversy sells, Drake.
Does it?
I don't know.
I don't know that it does. 2 mana. I have no idea what that is. Taking a look.
What is that card, chat? I thought it was Elvish Champion for a second.
It's 2 mana, whatever it is. I'm checking as well. Seeker of Skybreak is my guess. That's my first guess.
Oh, it's an untapper, right?
Yeah, that is just a 1 and a green for a 2/1 elf that taps the untapped target creature. I believe that is what that is.
Oh,
the only
Vala staple,
other than Springheart and Antuco, that costs 1 and a green. So Seeker of Skybreak is what we're working with. Okay, I mean,
we missed our mana crypt roll.
All right, we're gonna put that on the stack. That's a detrimental trigger, so that one has to go on the stack. Players caught it. We have our bolt machine now. Unclear that we took damage. Looks like evens are safe. So we've deployed Seeker of Skybreak. Notably, could have deployed Nadu. Chose not to. Chose not do.
Boo. It is clear, though, with this success that Nadu is having, we are no longer in Mardu Summer. It's Nadu Summer. The conversion rate, like we said at the beginning of this cast for this round, we're at like 50% to 66%. I think there was, out of 256 players, I believe 3 or 4 registered Nadu.
Wait, so there's 3 mana's tapped. Is this a 3 mana card? Am I mistaken?
Chat is saying that it is Seeker of Skybreak.
Okay, yeah, that's what I said it was. That's a 2 mana card.
Why
is there a 3rd mana tap? Oh, we paid for Ristic. Gotta remember that Ristic study. It's been a long turn. We did so much Realms Uncharting and deploying weird green creatures I've never seen before. A lot of cards I've not seen cast before on commentary. No matter how long you do this, you still see new cards all the time. As 1 Vanishing Counter removed from Flesh Duplicate, as we are finally back to Eric's turn. Spent last turn deploying a Flesh Duplicate, copying something, believably a mana creature, and deploying a Chrome Mox and imprinting something under it that did not make mana. So,
yeah,
not a great sequence of turns here. I mean, every single turn cycle that goes down, Eric seems to fall further behind somehow. And we started on Exotic Orchard Pass as the first player.
Yeah, again, I think that hand with Exotic Orchard Pass is a situation of high risk, high reward. Oh, we may have drawn a card without meaning to, or not sure what happened there, but these are the make or break. These make or break risky hands of Exotic Orchard Pass, hope to draw the land, Mana Vault. Who knows what we're gonna do with 4 mana on our next turn. I think playing those in Swiss is fine, but I love seeing those in top 16. The pressure is on, and if it works, you feel like a genius.
Would you say that Eric is feeling like a genius right now?
Considering how many cards Eric has had to read between Realms Uncharted, I was about to say Green Gifts Ungiven, Realms Uncharted, all 4 of those lands Eric had to read, and then having to read this Skybreaker, I think my brain is hurting. It's day 2 of a 256-person event. I'm a little PO'd if I'm Eric. Like, why am I having to read so much?
Why? These are supposed to be, all the fringe is supposed to be banished to the Shadow Realm. Not quite, Eric, as no third land for Eric, I believe, is what we're seeing here. And that is brutal. And we're doing something here.
Activating Lazotep
on Eric's end step. It looks like we're tapping to sacrifice a creature. Let's get a quick read on Lazotep Query once more. See what the options even are with this card. All right, Lazotep Query. This is a... Where the heck did it go? Oh no. Am I looking at the right deck list? No, I'm not. That is your problem.
Does it ping?
Here we go. This is a land. It's a desert. Taps out of colors. Taps out a creature. Add a mana of any color. And then you can pay 2 and X. Tap it. Sack a desert. Exile target creature card with mana value X from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a 4/4 black zombie. Activate only as a sorcery. So we can only sack a creature to make mana. And it looks like we did. Did we cast anything?
I believe that the Elvish Mystic was sacked to activate Street Urchin to kill the Birds of Paradise.
To pick off the Birds of Paradise. Wow. Aggressive.
And Undercity Sewers looks like it milled a defense grid.
Yeah, Undercity Sewers plays land for turn, surveils, and to the graveyard goes defense grid. Not a lot of interaction at this table, clearly. Defense grid, a little late to the party.
Yeah, you have to think if spells aren't being cast, that means spells are in hands, right? That's a staple I've picked up from Brian Koval. And we see Ori casting Mystical Tutor. Do you think we're just going for Thorkel here and saying Mana Rocks be damned?
I mean, if we have it, definitely. A lot of cards drawn for Ori, I'd say, even though players have been pretty responsible. We've seen a lot of players doing a good job paying for Ristic Study. And now we have a Mystical Tutor still, and quite a bit of resources left anyway. Ori still got a few cards off Ristic Study so far. Question is, what do you go for in this situation? Do you go for a Wrath and try to unlock your artifact mana? Or, like you mentioned, do you go for Tainted Pact, Console, whatever the next piece is of that combination to try to break out and just win the game on the spot? Not clear. Depends on what is in Ori's hand. So naturally, whatever we see be revealed will give us a good indication of what's going on in Ori's hand, what his plan is to win the game.
I think the longer this game goes, the smaller Ori's window to try to go for a win is. I think Ian and as on Nadu is kind of locked out. Eric on Tavesh Krom, you're not doing too much. I think this is a battle between the top half of the table right now. Praetor's Grasp is a very interesting choice, and I'm excited to see what Ori's line is thinking this. Maybe grab a meme bet. I don't know if meme bet's good right now. I don't know what you grab if you're Ori, but I was even thinking he was posturing Adnaz mana, depending on how long he thought he might have in this game. But Praetor's Grasp was not what I was thinking we were grabbing.
Yeah, not the card I would have called either. Taking a quick look for any kind of sweepers or anything that could have been grabbed, and it looks like we're starting with Culling the Weak. Okay, so we have 4 black. We have the mana figured out. We even still have Phyrexian Tower if we want to try to do something with that.
We know.
And we have Praetor's Grasp. What are we grasping for? So we don't even have opposition agents we need to play around. Eric doesn't even have access to 3 mana right now. So it's not even like, oh, I need to play around opposition agent. That's something you see come up every now and again with Praetor's Grasp. So it has to be a card you're interested in that you don't have access to, or a second copy of something like Double Dockside, for instance.
Yeah, it could be double dockside if you can get rid of the stacks pieces. It could be a breach if you have a way again to get rid of those stacks pieces. I think it's guaranteeing you have access to one of the two combo pieces you might need to pop off. I think we're about to see a Nas right now. Potentially, this is at we're active player. I'm sorry, I thought this was at the end step of Eric. So
no, I believe we've untapped. We've drawn the Praetor's Grasp, and now Ori has Praetor's Grasp in hand and has sacrificed Rograk to the Culling the Weak. So Rograk is in graveyard right now, and constantly the reason we're doing this analysis is Demonic Tutor's in Ori's deck. So theoretically, if you're not grabbing Demonic Tutor, why are you grabbing Praetor's Grasp over Demonic Tutor? Right, Demonic Tutor typically considered to be a strictly better card on all fronts. So what exactly are we reaching for here? Is Cabal Ritual now being cast? No think
threshold.
We have 7 in yard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, the Rog deck doesn't actually make a difference. I think we were asking about threshold there for a minute. And now here comes Praetor's Grasp, 3 mana left over. And targeting Eric.
Oh,
passing
we might potentially have the SWAT.
Is the table right? We're pointing to Phyrexian Tower here. I believe players are just validating mana. Yeah, it looks like we're all validating mana, making sure that 3 mana floating is correct. And that is what is going to be happening here with this Praetor's Grasp. I mean, like I said, it could just be playing around Opposition Agent if you feel that you could afford to. That's a big reason to grab Grasp in place of Demonic Tutor, assuming you have both. But not clear. Very interested to see how Ori's going to navigate this. And passing over the Tavesh Kram deck of Eric. And now we'll see what Ori chooses. It's Toxic Deluge. Okay, so now this makes a lot of sense, right? You grabbed Grasp because looking at Ori's deck, no Toxic Deluge. And in fact, no sweepers. So if you need a sweeper, rely on other people.
Yeah, and I want to point out real quick, Eric does need to shuffle their deck. I don't know. That's not something that just happened, but Ori grabbed the card. We did not shuffle. Alex, I'm not sure if you're able to assist with that, but I'm wondering, the way Kirkland postured is possible deflecting SWAT, and it looked like they have held priority at the cast, but again, not sure. If there was a SWAT, you might feel like maybe a little bit of egg on your face for not using it in response to the Praetor's Grasp.
Sure. Yeah. If players had access to SWAT, maybe that could be a tough one. And it wasn't, I mean, we were all kind of confused here in the booth is, okay, what are we doing with Grasp? Why go for Grasp? Now we see why. Toxic Deluge, not a card that Ori has access to, is a card that is in Eric's deck. Now on the stack by Ori. And we're starting with Chain of Vapor. Wow.
Is that a Chain of Vapor? I believe that's a Snapback.
Oh, Snapback. You're right. It's a different bounce spell. It's the pitch one. 2 mana Snapback, bouncing a creature, saving it from Toxic Deluge?
It looks like there's enough fear from unlocking Eric's mana and Ori's mana that the Nadu player is using Snapback to save the oof in response to the Toxic Deluge, so that way Kirkland can redeploy it.
So many new cards I've not seen here before. This is quite a spicy top 16 game indeed. Interesting lines, interesting cards, and interesting plays. Yeah, I guess Ian maybe a little bit worried about his chances of surviving with no oof in play, doing a little bit of a team up potentially here with Kirkland by trying to save Collector Oof. Very interesting. Mind Break Trap. So does that card work? The answer is yes. Ori has cast 3 spells. Actually, 4 spells, I believe. So that can exile the Snapback. So now this is left versus right here, as Eric and Ori are teaming up the Grixis decks here to really answer all of these problematic green creatures.
This is such a collaborative effort and just shows the political nature of tournament commander. Not often do you see these moves where I'm going to protect your stacks piece. Okay, I'm going to counter.
I'm going to defend his spell.
Yeah,
crazy.
I love this. What's better than casting my own board wipe is casting your board wipe, and Ori was able to navigate that with no mana to spare. It was a very tight line.
Yeah, exactly. And now, I mean, what a board reset for the table. Kirkland, who was working with 7, 8, 9 mana, now down to 2. Yeah, 2 functional mana. Cradle does not even make mana right now. devastating for Kirkland was that Toxic Deluge. And ironically, not even that bad for Ian, though. He was trying to protect the Collector Roof, which maybe speaks to a weak hand from Ian. But I mean, Ian untapping with an implied 9 mana, that's a lot.
Here's the nice thing, if you're in Ian's position, is you just baited out a piece of free interaction that can't be used against you now. You have all this mana, you have Nadu, maybe a way to start getting equity off of Nadu, but I think the ability to get rid of free pieces of interaction out of your opponent's hand is there's a distinct value to that. Looking at I see.
So no play. Yeah, I was gonna say, is there no play from Kirkland? Nothing at all? That's so tough as we go back to Ian. Like I said, an implied 9 mana. We do have a mana crypt roll that we do need to remember. Alongside, I mean, like I said, 9 mana. Nadu costs 3. You have 6 mana left to work with to deploy creatures, and any kind of whatever Lightning Greaves Shuko effect that now work, that could present a potential win, and does do a very good job of winning underneath Rhystic Study.
Yeah, that's backbreaking for Kirkland. You hate to see it, especially with how much we put everything on the table. We thought we were going to see an extra turn, maybe a possible win attempt on the stack, and to be blown out like that. I've been in situations like that. I feel for Kirkland. It sucks. There's no getting around it.
And now to 10 mana goes Ian.
Did we miss our mana crypt trigger?
Not clear. I mean, it could have been done and we just didn't catch it. I mean, it can happen very quickly. I'm checking real quick.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we deployed Waterlogged Grove. We have 10 mana. We're starting with, I think, Eternal Witness from Ian. It looks like an Eternal Witness. Checking. I've gotten a lot of these cards wrong. It is the Eternal Witness. This one, the F&M promo.
Sorry, one moment.
And now a pile of mana as a follow-up. Okay, so
easily redeploying.
Yeah, Seeker going to be redeployed. So this is one of the ways that you can trigger Nadu very easily, is these untap effects. Interesting. I mean, this is the best play we have. All this mana is so tough. Nadu's still stranded in the command zone.
Yeah, not
3 mana left over, nothing to do with it. I mean, not a good sign. Not kind of an indictment of what's going on with this post-twister hand, potentially very much disrupting the assembled game plan off of the mulligans from Ian.
So yeah, a lot of talking now. We entered the politicking phase. If we can switch to the face cam here. Curious what's being discussed. Kirkland, we bled a little bit of his hand. I did see a Tybalt's Trickery.
Tybalt's Trickery from Kirkland, the only counter spell I think available to the color combination. So not one of the only playable ones. So there is some interaction available. Actually, no, that's not even true. We can't even cast it, right? This quarry only makes colored mana if you sacrifice a creature. The mana situation now so bad. How the turntables indeed for Kirkland, as Tavesh now can finally hit the board for Eric and have the ability to pay for Rhystic. The question is, will we?
I don't think you do. I think you need to get ahead. You've been behind this whole game. You need to start trying to outpace in some sort of capacity. I don't like paying my taxes. I do when I have to, but right now I wouldn't be doing it.
You heard it here first. Lauren advocating for tax evasion on stream.
No,
everybody.
Whoa. Don't pay your taxes, everybody, unless it's Rhystic Study.
Unless it's Rhystic Study. Okay, all right. The Rhystic. If you're studying, That's when we're talking about it. Here comes some Yu-Gi-Oh cards that are going to represent our 0-1 Thralls. Not an easy token to get a hold of. Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I guess, will do it. We need to get in word with all trades media here. We need some 0-1 Thralls. What's going on? I can't do these Yu-Gi-Oh cards. They look blue. They look like real Magic cards because they're blue. There we go. We got the Thralls. Shout out to Eric. Actually has the tokens. Let's go.
So it sounds like you're not too enthralled about this, Drake.
No, that would be an accurate assumption. Whatever. We have Thralls as blockers. We're getting the Warriors Oath moved to Exile Zone there. 2 mana left over for Eric. I mean, that's quite a bit to work with for interaction. And now we have a Planeswalker developed. The board is cleared. This is a spot that I think Eric was really excited to set up. Really a big reason to protect that Toxic Deluge. And you mentioned, Tavesh, liable to get attacked, can just get attacked down. Now, not anymore. Not very many good attackers in play and multiple Thralls, but Ori is someone you have to worry about. All the mana's unlocked. Rhystic Study's still been in play, and Ori's not done tutoring, as here is Vampiric Tutor on Eric's end step once again.
You have to think we're in the end game now. You saw the free interaction get used. I mean, you're maybe worried about a Fierce Guardianship with the Tavesh live now. Kirkland's out of the game. Ian, I believe, is down to 1 card in hand, maybe 2, maybe. So you're really fighting against Eric right now, who also needs to fight against your Rhystic Study.
Exactly. A tough situation all around. The creature decks really had a strong start, and this is the reason to play sweepers. I mean, I think through the entire season of TopDeck Championship Series, as clones have gotten more prevalent, as creature-based stacks has gotten more prevalent, creature tutors have gotten more prevalent, Kinnan, Sisay, the rise of those decks and how they leverage their creatures, we've seen a push every single weekend after a creature deck wins to play more removal. And nobody does. Nobody except really Eric. I mean, even Ori, he was like, all right, I don't have removal. I guess I just hope you do. And Praetor's Graphs, Eric does happily find a Toxic Deluge among the mix. But I mean, you want to talk about being responsible involves paying for Rhystic Studies and things like that. What about just putting removal in your deck? I mean, what a flip of this game by just having access to a Toxic Deluge. I mean, we spent 6 mana to cast a Toxic Deluge last turn for Ori, and it really flipped the game on its head.
Yeah, you took control over that game Ori took control of the game with that Toxic Deluge. I think it was smart to not go for some later game combo piece or some value-based card. I think looking at the problem, being there in the here and now, going, this is what I need to take care of, and I have the mana to do it. I think it was really well executed by
And here is Dockside Extortionist. I think we saw that one immediately drawn and played. Likely the Vampiric Tutor target. And with all the artifacts unlocked, this Dockside actually looks to be pretty good, I believe. 2, 3, 4. Okay, actually not that good. 4 the total?
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if it's less about the count and more the color fixing if we're going for a win line right now. You're turning 3 mana into 4 mana. But you have access now to blue, black, if that's what you're needing.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if we're trying to just set up a protected Thassa's Oracle Consult win, we are going to have access to that mana. Can be very mana intensive, especially with a Phyrexian Tower in play. Unfortunately, you would like to, when you cast Dockside, be able to sacrifice it right away to your Phyrexian Tower, both getting it off the battlefield so it can't be cloned and just getting that burst of black mana. Ori, no 4th land to really enable that play pattern, so either doesn't need the mana or doesn't have a land. And I'm not sure what's better for the table in either of those scenarios.
It's a lose-lose for the table. I think the only person trying to win right here is Ori.
Right.
That's pretty clear.
Yeah, I mean, this Dockside has the potential. I mean, 4 mana is still a lot. And if we have any kind of bounces involved in the mix, then we can get that going as treasures are being made. Here comes 4, 5 treasures. So I missed a artifact or enchantment somewhere. Chromox, Mana Vault, Mana Crypt. Oh, the enchantment from the commander. Too easy to miss. That is not a creature. That is an enchantment. Yeah, we're all pointing to that. That is a background, which is an enchantment. So there's a 5th treasure. Okay, so we actually have quite a bit. 5, I think, is kind of the threshold where things start to get serious. Very easy to miss is the fact backgrounds are enchantments.
Drake, I'll be honest. I hate when my opponent's Dockside for 2. Really, anytime a Dockside's on the
stack. Just mana replacement? Sure.
Yeah, I'm unhappy about it. So I don't think there's any such thing as a good Dockside for my opponents, especially, as we've seen in previous games here. we have seen where a dockside gets put into play, doesn't win the controller the game, and then it opens up this clone world where, you know, Fallout 4 synth stuff, there's copies of docksides running around everywhere. Yeah, it's a dangerous thing to put on the table.
I agree. I think we're getting a quick pause real quick. So some kind of judge conversation, not clear what that's going to be about. We can get an update later on that, what kind of conversation is going on there, if there's any kind of resolution there. It looks like two players are kind of being pulled aside, some kind of question, conversation, something going on there. So we're going to take a quick pause on the match, which, I mean, unfortunately is just starting to heat up. You know, dockside finally coming down, finally able to work after Collector Oof and Mangle Horde really gummed up all of the artifacts and things like that. Dockside actually works, actually makes a reasonable amount of mana. And Orrery, someone who's been posturing all game, had to spend 6 mana, commit a Cabal Ritual, a tutor, all of that work to get the Toxic Deluge resolved. And actually had to get the help from Eric as well. That Mindbreak Trap had to be involved in the process as well, just to get this Toxic Deluge resolved. Finally can get to resolve a Dockside Extortionist, as players are not quite sitting down yet. We have a look here at the camera at the table, getting a look to see what's going on with the players as some conversations happening here with the judge. I'm sure, like I said, some kind of quick question, some quick thing to resolve. And
while we're paused, I'm more than happy with my gift of gab to fill the space. I would love to thank everyone. Our collaborator Iron Deck Tournaments, thank you so much for helping us make this tournament such a success, and for donating the trophy sword, aka the Cowtown Cleaver is what folks are calling it right now. I appreciate everything you've done. Iron Deck Tournaments, you know, a lot of fun tournaments. They get a lot of, you know, high caliber players to play in their events and their invitation. They're usually invite only, if I'm not mistaken. So that's incredibly cool to see. Rodney, thank you for vending for us. I know Monroe with Propaganda couldn't be here. He's in Amsterdam right now. And Alex, you know, part of our stream team. Thank you so much to everyone who's putting in the hours. You know, we're filling the time right now during this judge call, and I'm sure we'll get the inside scoop on this judge call once it's resolved. But just thank you to everyone. It's been an awesome event. 256 players, and we easily could have surpassed 300. There's people begging for more tickets. We just did not have the room or capacity.
Yeah, there's just no space. I mean, this happens over and over again, where we are gated by the amount of space that we could get for a CEDH event, and that's awesome, especially in this Columbus area. I mentioned that is the epicenter of cEDH at this point, as we will be back for our invitational at $15,000 prize pool with 64 players in August. So really the center of cEDH, it feels like, in the United States is this Columbus, Ohio area, and they've showed out in spades. All 256 players played. We're down to 16. We're in our top 16 match right now, and I believe we are getting started with the game again as we go back into the match. It looks like Lion's Eye Diamond just deployed by Ori. Do we have an Underworld Breach follow-up? Can't get a great look. It's Windfall!
Windfall. Let's go. Love to see it. You have to wonder, is this going to be followed up with something like a meme bet?
I mean, if so, this is signed up to be a great meme bet. Now, it would be hard to do intentionally, right? Because we have not tutored. We've used all our top of the deck tutors to make this Dockside Lion's Eye Diamond shenanigan happen. We can crack LED response, but notably did not. Interesting sequencing there.
And
a little bit of conversation here. Maybe expecting some interaction.
To the 400 people we have watching right now while we're seeing how this Windfall shakes out, thank you. Oh, wait, there's the meme bet.
That one just goes straight to yard. No way to flash that one in without Born Upon a Wind, and no Born Upon a Wind or mana for that present, as Eric discards Hullbreaker Horror and Yawgmoth's Will among the mix.
Interesting to note too, Eric had the ability to Red Elemental Blast that Windfall and chose not to.
Really?
So
interested in new cards. Okay.
Yeah, that refill is helping them out right now.
Second wheel we've seen cast this game normally doesn't really happen. A lot of times when the wrong side deck wheels, it looks to move to win right away, and that did not happen here. So we may see 2 wheels resolve and 2 passing of the turns afterwards which would be wild. I don't think Ori wants to do that if you don't have to.
No, that's I hate wheeling and then passing. You're giving your opponents a bag of tricks that they can then use against you. It's a precarious position to put yourself in.
Indeed, as we do deploy, so we did pass the turn to Kirkland. Dryad Arbor the deploy. So now Gaia's Cradle back online to make mana. Shifting Woodland is going to get tapped for a Delighted Halfling. Okay, that one functionally free underneath Gaia's Cradle.
Okay, now we have a Delighted Halfling, making Gaia's Cradle even better. We're tapping for 2, so we're slowly, redeploying our creatures. Vexing Shusher. Okay.
Vexing Shusher deploys. This one's uncounterable. Okay, so we just got a quick update. It looks like there was just some deck, I guess, malfunctions and things upside down or whatever that were resolved as a part of that kind of judge call. So no kinds of rulings or anything being delivered in that way. Looks like it just got flipped upside down maybe when Ori was searching through and stuff like that. So easy fix. Made sure that was fixed. Made sure all those cards were fixed. And I believe everything's corrected there. Yeah, like we kept playing from where things lie. And now Vexing Shusher is on the stack.
Something I'd like to add to the mix with Vexing Shusher now being in play, you can make your opponent's spells uncounterable. So you have some sort of political ability to curry favor. If there's a situation in which there's a counter war, you can sort of make that counter war work for you rather than against you.
Yeah, I mean, an underrated part of the card, I'd say. Another one, it's so funny watching this Erinus Urchin deck, even though these are relatively new cards. These cards, the backgrounds and the choosing a background, all that stuff came with Commander Legends Baldur's Gate. A lot of this just feels so much like a return to old cEDH. Vexing Shusher, an old time staple of green decks for exactly that, political leverage, and of course punching your own cards through. The Collector Oofs play patterns that we've seen, another kind of return to form of old cEDH. Very interesting to see. It's a land that I have not seen before is being put in
Teleria. OG Teleria.
Not Tolarian Academy, Teleria.
Legends. I believe that's from Legends. Yeah.
You know the text box, that one offhand? What you got?
No, I just recognize the art because I have one at home. You want to fill us in?
Oh, I'll fill you in. Legendary land, taps out of blue, comes in untapped, has another ability, Broken.
Ooh.
You can tap, and during upkeep, remove the banding or bands with other ability from target creature until end of turn. Or in current errata, target creature loses banding and all bands with other abilities until end of turn activate only during any upkeep step.
So it's a land that can trigger Nadu.
On your upkeep or your opponent's upkeep. But also, it's not a 0 because it can actually pick off random phantasmal images as well. And it's just a random untapped blue land. That's actually a pretty neat little trick.
I kind of like that. I love stuff like that. I like that.
Here's Mox Diamond. That's going to pitch Verdant Catacombs to stay around. A lot of mana here for this Nadu deck. I feel like it's really time to get something started. We finally going to see Nadu Winged Wisdom into the battlefield. Have not seen it cast in any game I've commentated so far this tournament. Might finally be time to change that.
Pendelhaven's also cute with Nadu. I just put that together.
Is Nadu a 1/1?
Really?
Oh, no, you can turn another 1/1. Drake understands.
Your little dorks.
Yeah. We got. Well, we have. Is Seeker a 1/1? Yeah, Seeker's a 2/1. We have no targets for this thing right now. No 1/1s. But we can still use Teleria to trigger Nadu, and we have the untapped target creature to trigger Nadu as well. Oh, it's Pyroblast coming down. So Nadu, attempt to be put on the stack, is getting blasted. Wompity womp for Ian. I mean, not even that bad. He has so much mana. Maybe just let this happen and recast it. You have so much mana to work with. Does he even care?
Well, the way he would, again, it's really important, I think, in multiplayer formats to see how physically your opponents are posturing. When that Nadu is at the stack, counting your mana, looking at cards in hand, that tells me that Ian wants this Nadu to be around. And I think there's some politicking right now where Ian's going, we need to stop Eric. Can you make this Nadu uncounterable? Because I believe it's still on the stack.
How does a Nadu in play stop Eric, though?
No. I think that's Ian's argument that they're trying to make right now. Is you need my Nadu around. This is why. Sacrifice one of your creatures. Sacrifice the Dryad Arbor. Make the green mana. Vexing Shusher on the Nadu. I think that's what's happening.
No. I mean, I don't even understand the. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, we can't be. I mean, even Kirkland doesn't even seem to be in on this. We've tapped and untapped this Lazatep Quarry like 3 times. There's no way you're supposed to sacrifice. I mean, you need this mana for your guy's cradle. You need Vexing Shusher to protect spells that matter. I mean, maybe there's something in Ian's hand he's revealed that's like, I need to do this, and Nadu needs to be in play for that. And yeah, wow.
So
it's left side versus right side continues as Pyroblast number 2 has hit the stack.
So explain the stack to everybody. Ian cast Nadu. In response, Eric cast Pyroblast targeting Nadu while Nadu was on the stack. In response, Kirkland activates Lazatep Quarry to sacrifice the Dryad Arbor to make 1 green mana to activate Vexing Shusher to target Nadu to make it uncounterable. And in response, Ori on the stack casts Pyroblast targeting Nadu.
That is accurate. And so top of the stack is currently a Pyroblast targeting Nadu for the 2nd time. And what a mess. I mean, like I said, left side versus right side continues. The Toxic Deluge was devastating to the right side of the table. And now Ian trying to punch a Nadu Winged Wisdom in. Got some help from Kirkland at the cost of mana, creatures in play. I mean, Kirkland sacrificed a lot to try to make this Nadu resolve. And just to get met with another Pyroblast. This one from Ori is devastating.
It's kind of funny. Again, just like you said, we're seeing left side collaborating and right side collaborating. It seems like an old school versus new school kind of situation here in a way. But Ian activating the Waterlogged Grove to try to find some sort of answer, and it looks like at the end of it, Kirkland has lost their Dryad Arbor. The Pyroblast from Ori is resolving.
And back to the command zone goes Nadu Winged Wisdom. First time I've seen it cast on camera, did not resolve. So that is where things are at with Nadu Winged Wisdom count here at Cowtown Throwdown. Over to Eric. We go.
Oh, we had I see a Ristic Study trigger here. I think from the cast of Pyroblast. And Eric
right so from Eric's Pyroblast. Okay, so we got that all figured out, and now here comes some beatdowns. We got 2 Thralls to get in the way, going at, so these are I think 2/2/1s. We got an Eternal Witness and a Seeker of Skybreak. That's like 4 power 2 toughness. That's like real.
Yeah, going after Tavesh, I believe.
And after Tavesh, they go
taking it.
Yeah, down to 2 loyalty counters for Tavesh, but Eric set up the spot, got to untap with Tavesh. Here we go, expecting some big things here. This is, I mean, mana problems all game long for Eric. Finally broke out of that, got Tavesh in play, got a sweeper of his own resolved by somebody else, and now finally gets the untap to uptick that Tavesh. And we were talking earlier about Tavesh. I mean, it can excel in these mid-rangey games as long as there are not heavy creature presence, and the creature presence heavily diminished. Thanks to the Toxic Deluge, Command Tower added to the mix. A lot of mana. What do you got, Eric?
Yeah, 5 mana should win games, right?
Maybe.
I think looks like maybe 1 block.
Maybe indeed. Cabal Ritual.
I think we have Threshold as well.
I think I agree. Windfall very good at enabling Threshold.
We have a Ristic Study to fight through. I think the left side of the table was much better off than the right side of the table after that exchange with the Pyroblast. You force Kirkland now to have to use that Vexing Shusher. I think that was very good for Ori and Eric. You don't really have to worry about it. You know you're not going to see any free interaction really from Kirkland sans a wild deflecting swat. Ian did not defend their Nadu. I don't think they have anything. And again, we've put ourselves, I think, in a 1v1 situation between Ori and Eric.
And this is the team up that was just working together. And now with Kirkland using the Vexing Shusher activation in order to stop Nadu from hitting play, doesn't have it available. If Ori has any interaction left over with the 2 treasures, of course, no commander in play. So no, the commander spells don't really work. But I mean, 2 treasures is quite a bit of mana for interaction. If there's any interaction coming down for Ori, Kirkland can't back it up with Vexing Shusher because we already used that.
Yeah, I thought
Necropotence is the follow-up for Eric.
Looks like it resolved too.
Yeah, I believe it did. I mean, maybe a breath of relief. I think that's got to be one of the least scary ones post 2 wheels and a Tevesh uptick. There's already been a lot of cards flying, so more of the same is less scary than something like a breach. But I mean, still not what the table wants to see. This is a huge move from Eric as Grim Monolith added to the mix here as well. 6 mana now. So somehow we've cast 3 spells and we're up mana from where we started. Went from 5 to 6.
It's a good rate.
Not bad. Pretty strong cards, I'd say.
I'm concerned now about feeding Ori. Eric, I think, has to close the window right now or run the risk of feed. Ori's drawn like a limited deck's worth. He's drawn a draft deck's worth of cards right now. Like that grip is, I think Ori has probably seen 30 to 40 cards this game of his deck. Eric's time, I think, to win is running out, and I don't believe any player is going to see another turn. I think if this gets past to Ori with an LED.
I was about to say, are we paying it all? We have a Born Upon the Wind, and we have a Final Fortune. We have 2 hits.
Yep.
That lets you try to go for it at instant speed. Now we see the Warrior's Oath in exile underneath the Chromox. Would have loved to have that one here. Obviously looked really bad at the time we exiled it. Liked exiling it there, but would have loved to have it right now. Now we've gone deep. This is a big Necro. We're digging deep. Remember, 2 hits. Born Upon the Wind lets you cast all your things right now, and Final Fortune lets you cast all your things right now. Any development before you pick those cards up? Let's find out.
I love this from Eric. I love the deep. I'm in it. I gotta win. I gotta close this. I'm gonna have a little life in case I have to like Grim Tutor or Vamp Tutor or Gitaxian Probe. I think you can safely go down to 5 life. There's no stray lightning bolts to worry about from Kirkland, I don't think. I'm concerned, if I'm Eric, really about the Rhystic Study, and it looks like we're exiling Simian Spirit Guide. I think we're going to see one of those.
Is it one of those options? Time? Do we find it? We did. It's Final Fortune.
Trigger Rhystic Study. We're going to see interaction here. I think Ori's slow rolling us.
You think Ori's slow rolling? I mean, you mentioned Ori, as you said, drew a limited deck worth of cards. I don't know that it's been 40, but it has been a lot. Now, like I said, a lot of spells don't work. None of the commander spells work. Flare doesn't work.
I think once Eric discards, because if we used Final Fortune, I don't think we have Born Upon a Wind. I think once Eric discards and has to now fight through a Rhystic Study with Ori.
So if you have interaction, you think this Final Fortune should just resolve?
Yeah, and I think you fight Eric on limited resources. You can't draw a card for turn. The only risk you have is drawing more cards with Tevesh activation, but you've already let the Necro resolve, and we moved to end step and found the final. You have a full grip. I think the interaction point now is not fighting against the 30 plus cards in hand. I think you have to wait till the Final Fortune turn to try to do something.
Okay, let's imagine a world where Ori has a Final Fortune in hand. Do you cast it?
I think after cards are discarded to exile.
Okay. And looks like we got something going on there. Is that okay? We got a Culling the Weak, but we haven't untapped our things. So this is still an in step. We're Culling the Weak on the last Thrall token, which is going to make 4 black. And now Grim Monolith is tapped. Here comes more colorless.
But I think if you do have a Final Fortune, if you move to discard with a Necropotence, those are triggers, and when you are done discarding to exile, Necropotence creates a round of priority that's passed in discard, weirdly enough, in cleanup. So I think that is the decision point when you have priority and you know Eric only has 7 cards in hand. I think that's when you go, if you do have a Final Fortune.
Tainted Pact, the follow-up here for Eric, still on end step here with the cards from Necro. We have not discarded. Final Fortune has resolved, and now we've Culling the Weak the token. Then we tapped Grim Monolith. We have 3 black left over. We have cast, I believe, Tainted Pact.
Fascinating.
Okay.
Kirkland fighting for his political life right now.
What is this accomplish? So this could be reverse Thoracle, right? Because we don't have to draw a card for turn. So we just be like, all right, whatever. I mean, obviously, it's a little risky if someone has like a bounce spell for your Necro or whatever, but you can just go to 1 card. That's also totally fine. And Okay, yeah, we're showing cards. So Ian has something. It has to be something that couldn't protect Nadu.
I'm trying to think of what it would be that wouldn't protect Nadu. A bounce spell is really the only
Bounce
thing I
spell,
can think
removal
of.
spell. Okay, so yeah, maybe exile the whole deck with Tainted Pact, not the move here. As it looks like Tainted Pact is going to resolve. Let's see what Eric is interested in. Not SWAT, not mana. We just passed a lot of powerful mana. There's a Dockside. That one looks like a lot of mana. Not interested in mana is Eric. What is Eric interested in? Going for broke here. There's a Demonic Consultation. A weird one when we're already resolving Tainted Pact. Force and Will.
That's one free piece of interaction we know is not available.
Right. There's Brain Freeze. Not interested in doing any Underworld Breaching.
Okay.
Ad nauseam
We know
relate to the party.
So we're going for a Thorkel win. Is there's a Born Upon the Wind?
Or we're going for Born Upon a Wind. We still have the command tower up. So we can actually just deploy a bunch of stuff here on Instep, and then we have Final Fortune as backup if things go bad.
And we noted, but we lost the Chain of Vapor, so we can't get rid of that Rhystic Study. If we dump our hand right now, we're going to feed Ori and then have a wall to fight against going into our Final Fortune.
Right. So yeah. The question here is, can we use this Born along with the extra turn to overwhelm the interaction Ori does have access to? Now, I don't know if the answer is yes, but it's at least a reasonable strategy. You know, there's a little bit of risk with casting the Tainted Pact to do just that. Now Demonic Consultation gone and Brain Freeze gone. So winning the game starts to get a little bit harder as Chain of Vapor is coming down now.
Maybe on to
Are we going after the Rhystic Study? No. Okay, it's not coming down now. What is happening here?
You don't want to hit the Necro, right? Because you want those cards to get exiled.
Right. Oh, here we go. Ori showing some cards to Ian. So this is a 3v1 for all intents and purposes, as Eric has resolved a massive Necro, found Final Fortune, and now with the help of Tainted Pact has found Born Upon the Wind. Black left in pool. Now,
yeah, this
card doesn't matter if Born resolves. So if all you have is Chain of Vapor, it doesn't accomplish anything because you're going to play all the things you'd want anyway. Discarding your cards doesn't really matter.
True. Unless you can't, for whatever reason, make more mana or make mana efficiently, right?
Right. Okay, so we're looking at the free interaction that Eric has used. The answer is SWAT, Force, and Pact of Negation.
Yep. So we are worried about Force of Negation. We're worried about. No, not really. Mindbreak Trap has been used. Really, only Force of. No, I'm sorry. Fierce Guardianship. That's really the only piece of free interaction.
Yeah, I don't think we've used Fierce, right? Yeah, I think Ori maybe has used a Fierce.
Yes, Ori did use Fierce.
But not Eric. So, yeah, Fierce, the only one we really have to worry too much about as far as free interaction goes if you are the table. Now, the question is, how much stuff can you even beat?
Yeah, with no access to blue mana, I mean, any that black mana, I mean, say you put a talisman out to start producing blue or something, and that gets countered, what are you doing? You move to your turn. Yeah, your Mana Vault's tapped, your Grim Monolith is tapped. You have 5 mana, discarding down to 7 if we move to the Final Fortune turn against, Ori's, Draft Chaff.
Draft Chaff. Wrong side deck. Confirmed Draft Chaff. As
a
flare of duplication on Born Upon a Wind? Sacrificing Dockside Extortionist? Oh no.
This timing is crazy, but it makes sense because you can keep Born Upon a Wind on the stack and do everything while the Born's on the stack, so there isn't really even an option for Eric to play things out.
Oh my goodness. In a battle of trying to win over the top of each other. It's Fierce Guardianship. Eric has it. Mindbreak Trap coming down, targeting both spells?
No, you don't want to target the Born, because then you lose access to your flare, right?
Well, is that bad? Like, what if Ori doesn't really have that much to do? We're just looking to draw a card and deploy some stuff and maybe hope that gets somewhere.
I think what we're about to see, I think MBT is only targeting Fierce, and then I think Flare is going to target Born Upon the Wind. Born Upon the Wind is on the stack, and Ori wins on top.
I think going to take it on top. Okay, well, we'll see.
I think we're winning
Fierce
on
being reached for. Remember, this Vexing Shusher has no way to get involved. That is a Summoning Sick Delighted Halfling. Wouldn't be able to activate it anyway. As here's Flare of Duplication. I think you're right. Yeah, so Board Upon the Wind resolves for Ori. I think. Yep.
Yep, we're about to draw our card.
Yeah, we haven't drawn a card yet, so we're getting a storm count, I think, started. Because, yeah. Here we go.
And the crazy thing too is we have the possibility of being able to, like, if we have a brain freeze in hand and we rip an Underworld Breach and we brain freeze half our library or whatever, we can Savine's Wreck now at instant speed. We have the LED. We have a full graveyard between two wheels that we've seen this game.
Man.
I think this game is over. I think the time traveler was right that talked to Zay, and I think Ori's putting this one home in response to this Born Upon a Wind.
Crazy. And Flare of Duplication, I mean, what a performance for that card. Haven't seen too much of it in action so far. Now, best possible use, I'd say, as Mox Diamond, Mana Crypt, Dark Ritual all coming down. All this mana being used here from Ori, leaving a black and a colorless floating. What is the follow-up? Is that Nauseam mana? No, it's Grim Tutor at instant speed. Whoa.
There's our breach.
Yeah, and we have 2 treasures left over. 4 implied 4 mana here for Ori as Grim Tutor looks to be resolving with this with this Board Upon the Wind from Eric still on the stack. We're still in Eric's end step. Final Fortune's active. Board Upon the Wind's on the stack. All these things available for Eric, and he just ran out of interaction. And Ori's going to resolve this Grim Tutor, and I think, yeah, there's Underworld Breach just revealed face up. Probably the next spell cast.
I have to applaud Ori on the patience, and this shows why we're in. I believe Ori's going to win this game, and I think Ori, if he's going to go to top 4, if he wins, like we said at the beginning, he'll have won the TopDeck.gg Expo, which was our first ever platinum event. This event's our last platinum event of the season. He could sandwich these wins together, and this sort of patient play, this exact timing on when to interact and when to kind of lull your opponents into a false sense of security. This is why Ori is number 8 on the leaderboard. This is why Ori has won a platinum event already. And this is why Ori is in contention of winning his 2nd ever platinum event.
Yeah, I mean, Ori, just an incredible performance through this tournament. If you follow Ori on Twitter, DoomDG, they've been posting about how their run so far, they had a great run through day 1, now into day 2, and now with this sequencing, this patience, like you called out, just incredible play. And we talked a little bit before the show, the conversion rates of decks like Nadu in this tournament, looking very good. Brewers Advantage helping versus Rogsai, a deck I believe clearly by the community believed to be better than a deck like Nadu. Not having near the same conversion rate, and I think you're seeing Ori demonstrate why. It is small mistakes cost big, small interactions can win big, and Ori has leveraged all of those things very heavily, and some politicking to boot. Just excellent performance here. Underworld Breach resolved, mana left over, and here
Dockside.
We are getting things started. We have LED already in play. It is time to count Storm, I believe.
And
No, we're
here's
counting
something-
Dockside count. My God.
Yeah.
So big.
This is what
Sure.
I believe separates good players from great players. I think good players know how to win and how to do so effectively. Great players know when to win. And Ori is demonstrating that, I think, right now.
And Diabolic Intent, able to put the Dockside Extortionist
Brain
back in the
freeze.
graveyard. So you just get it all. You can do it again at instant speed. Make all of that mana you just made at instant speed. You said, prophetically, I believe Ori is going to win the game. I now agree with you entirely. I don't even know what a way out for the rest of this table looks like from this spot as Brain Freeze has hit the stack. Now we have to count. I've been too aggressive about counting Storm leading up to this. It is finally time to count Storm. It's big. The answer is a lot.
If I'm Ori's opponents right now, I'm not counting Storm. I am counting the cards in my deck to make sure I have all the 100 before I put them in my deck box and go get dinner.
And it looks like dinner is what is on the menu for the rest of these top 16 players. For Eric, for Ian, for Kirkland. There's already fist bumps. There's handshakes. This is going to do it. Ori is the first member of your top 4 here at the Cowtown Throwdown. And brought to you by TopDeck Championship Series, of course, joined in collaboration with Iron Deck Tournament. Ori, is it time to win not just the first, he already did that, But the last platinum event of the 2024 TopDeck Championship Series, we will find out here as the rest of the finals is determined. A sword on the line as a trophy, along with thousands of dollars from the total 12K cash pool, and of course a direct invite to the end of season invitational, which Ori already has, so could be robbing an invite from the top 4 is Ori if he chooses to play for the sword. But points and cash abound for all of the finalists, and for Ori, he is going to be playing for it all here in just a moment. So with that, I believe we're going to get an interview with Ori as soon as we reasonably can. But that is going to do it for our coverage for our top 16. This is the semifinals. So we will have one final pod left in the day. We will end up after the interview taking a short break, bringing that to you, and then we will determine who is the final platinum event champion, and of course who's going to take the 4th slot for the end of the year $15,000 TopDeck Championship Series Invitational, which will happen again right here in Columbus, Ohio, where this Cowtown Throwdown is. So Columbus, the spot to be if you're in on high stakes cEDH. 2 events, both with over $10,000 in prizes for cEDH events. Capped event, the largest to ever happen at 256 players. I mean, it doesn't get better than this. This is what cEDH is all about. This is what competitive Magic is all about. And Ori really demonstrating all of the skills that we like to see in our top competitors in spades. Very excited to watch more of him in the finals. Believe he's headed over for an interview now. Lauren, I think you're going to take that one away. So here we go.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you, Drake. What is up, Ori? How you doing?
Good. It's a good game. Good game. Good game for you to cast, right?
I want to wait till I can see you before I pump your tires here. I think we're getting our camera situated that way I can see you. But holy heck, Ori! It's one thing to win; it's another thing to win on your opponent's turn. I think we're working out our technical details here. I think we also have over 400 people joining us watching this live. So thank you so much to the
Lauren. Can you see me now?
No. I cannot see you, Ori.
Okay.
I want to, though.
He still cannot see me. I know. Okay, cool. The man is fixing the thing.
Thank you, Alex, our wonderful production assistant, for being our thing fixer. I'm anxiously awaiting to be able to see Ori's beautiful face right now, much like the 400 viewers we currently have. Can I get some Oris in the chat while we're getting this camera situation figured out? If everyone, O-R-R-Y, pretty easy to spell. No offense, Ori.
Oh yeah.
There we go. I see. Well, I see me and Ori now.
What's up? Good to see you, Lauren.
I'm seeing double.
I missed you here, man.
What is up, Ori?
I missed you here.
I missed you too. I'm sorry I couldn't join you, but yeah. I'm so proud of you right now. Holy hell.
that was a game.
So, kind of going into the top 16, and I'm sure, I don't know if this is on your mind already. I'm seeing double right now. I'm watching me in the little window, and then I'm watching myself here. So bear with me as I'm dealing with that reality right now. But you won our TopDeck.gg Expo, which was our first ever platinum event, and now you are here and going into top 4, possibly winning the last event of the season. How do you feel? I mean, we're about to sandwich, possibly about to sandwich wins together, 2 platinum events. Talk to me.
So like, it's kind of surreal because I've been on a little bit of downswing in the middle of the year. Like I went to Pun City, I went to Boyle, and I scrubbed out in both of them. So like I'm like, maybe I'm just not playing as well, or like people are getting better and like I'm not able to adapt. And I think like picking up new deck, the Ralphsai just really made me like the game a lot more. The games are a lot more fun, very dynamic. I'm not sitting there attacking Timna. Yeah.
I feel outed.
Yeah.
As a Timna attacker.
Hey, but you won your gold event with a Born too.
No. This isn't about me right now.
This is about you.
This is about you.
Mm-hmm.
And you did it in absolute show-stopping fashion. Winning it with, I mean, it was the Born that won it, but it was your opponent's board. It was the Flare of Duplication, Modern Horizons 3 new card. I mean, that's an auto include in Rogside. We all know that. But how has that done for you this tournament?
So, honestly, this is the first time I've casted this event in the main event, right? But okay. So, but the fun thing is, like on on Friday night at LobbyCon, we had a TNK player, like, he plays his Nas, I flare it, and he just like, immediately after the game, de-sleeves his deck and switches to Roxai. Yeah. It's been good. There's a lot of cool things you can. There's a lot of cool things you can do with it. Like Vincent, our other friend in top 16, he had a turn 1 win with Tainted Pact, Flare Tainted Pact, Crack LED in response. Oracle. It's pretty sweet.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm sure, as you know, as someone who's also on online Magic communities, Flare of Duplication was a hot card for CDH. Nadu was the other very hyped card coming into CDH. You had a Nadu in this pod. Have you seen a lot of Nadu in the tournament, and kind of what was the result of that?
I haven't seen much Nadu. Like, there's 2 players playing in the top 16. I think it's a little bit parasitic. Like, it relies on the table to do some policing for you to get to your board state where, like, you can do your Nadu thing. It's a little bit like Sisei, to be honest, but worse. Like, Sisei just wins, and then instead Nadu just, like, draw some cards and maybe win. Yeah.
So I'm checking top 4 right now. I think you are the first person. No, it looks like Pod 2 does have a winner, Corey Hayslip. So you and Corey Hayslip.
I played Corey. He's fun.
What are they playing?
He's playing Blue Farm.
Okay, so we have Tim Necrom and Rogsai. I don't know what Blue Farm is. We have Tim Necrom and Rogsai so far going into top 4. You must be feeling good about your game, and you're so much fun to watch. What's your mindset right now?
I'm happy to be here. Like, this is, that was a great game. We had lots of good banter. A lot of, like, chit chat and figuring stuff out along the way. Like, what is it? Street Urchin and what is the
Aranis.
It's like, figuring that stuff out was interesting, right? Like, at some point he had E-Zone in his yard. He had Delirium. He had a shifting Woodlands, and I'm like, I can't figure this shit out. Here's a Toxic Deluge.
Yeah, I think you had 2 major plays of the game. When we saw that Praetor's Grasp, we didn't know, maybe you're looking for one of 2, Oracle or Tainted Pact, maybe just going to try to jam through all the stacks pieces. But 2 plays of the game, first being your winning play with the Flare, or your second being the Flare, and then the first being that Toxic. You had us on our heels, edge of our seats with that Toxic. Yeah. So, I mean, there's a reason you're here. Something I said while you were playing was, good players know how to win, great players know when to win. And I think you're emulating that, or you're embodying that, showing you knew the exact moment to just go for it.
Yeah, so, like, in that scenario, like, I think Eric was a little bit behind already. Eric Mattner, the other Grixis player, and I had a Rhystic study. The Gruul player has like 16 mana, so he's like, and a dominating board. So the only way I come back is to try and put everyone back in the same level, and then they would start casting spells in the Rhystic study, which is basically what happened.
Yeah, you got fed. We were saying you had like a limited deck's worth of cards, just a 40 card grip ready to go off at any second.
Yep. Yeah, we had I had like 12 cards in hand at some point, but yeah. Well, Eric on his storm turn like just jammed.
Well, I'm so proud of you, Ori. I miss you. I'm sad I couldn't come celebrate this with you in person, but thank you for taking the time to be interviewed. Any shout outs, anything you want to say, to wrap it up, any final words?
TopDeck.gg, all the judges are awesome. Yeah, this has been a great event. Best event yet. 242 players, I think. 256, yeah, 256 players. Biggest event ever. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, well, biggest event ever, and you're in top 4 of 256. So, congrats on your top 4 match, Ori. Much love to you, and good luck, my friend.
All right, I'll see you later.
All right. Well, thank you so much to Ori for taking the time to interview with us. Him saying "see you later" may be prophetic. Maybe we will be seeing him for the finals win. Who knows? It looks like he had a little bit of swagger behind him. So who's to say how this is going to pan out? But we do, again, have 2 confirmed top 4 people. Corey Hayslip on Tim Necrom and Ori Swain on Rogsai here. So it's neck and neck. The competition has never been higher. We are cut out on OBS. I hope my audio is still going through, though.
I think we're still here.
But what an incredible tournament series. There's so many people that go in behind the scenes to make these a success and make these fun for everybody. And it's been awesome, getting to join you, Drake. I think this is your last round with us. I think it's me and Zane for the finals, but thank you, Drake, for your time and hours and being my casting partner for the rounds we shared.
Of course, it's been a pleasure, and I'm always here to commentate high stakes CEDH. I mean, you just don't see awesome plays like what we just saw, Ori accomplish. Often, I mean, this is what it's all about. When everything's on the line, these players have all locked up $1,200, 350 points, and now are duking it out for first place. That qualification, that sword, everything's on the line. You don't see that's where those really naturally it plays out in such an epic way. And there's no replacement for it. It's a pleasure being here. It's a pleasure working with TopDeck, and their entire championship series here for the first season has been a success. It is a little sad to me it's the final event, but we still got one more event after this, the Invitational, that is going to be, as always with the TopDeck Championship Series, the highest stakes yet. So, lots to play for today. Biggest tournament ever. Still a lot of stakes right now, and even bigger stakes to look forward to later. It's been a pleasure. And Lauren, finals coming up soon. Can't wait to watch it.
Real quick, Drake, are the stakes high because it's Cowtown? What are you thinking? Rare, medium rare?
Ooh, I'm a medium rare guy, so that's where I fall on the whole equation. So I'm gonna go medium rare on the stakes.
Okay. The correct answer to that is actually cut off the horns, walk it through a warm kitchen. That's where my stakes are at. So thank you to the 400 plus people who joined us for this. We will be back once top 16 concludes with your top 4 coverage and crowning our champion with the Cowtown Cleaver in hand. They will be leaving with a sword.
Cleaver. I love it. That's a great name. Wow, I can't believe I fumbled that. You're so sick. You're so
Thank
sick.
you to everyone. We will see you after top 16.
All right. We're live again. We're going to find some people to talk to. We're going to find that everybody's kind of sitting and chilling. Some of the people I'm like not keen on talking, chawing with. Oh, let's ask the boss man. Uh-oh, it's the boss. Hey, we got the nicest guy in cEDH. Tad, how we doing?
What's going on? How are you?
How's the day? How's the weekend been?
It's been good. It's been busy, but overall, it's been a whole lot of fun.
Fairly minimal as far as complications and hiccups?
Other than my printer not working, yeah, we were good.
Okay, yeah, we hate printers, first of all. They're really cumbersome, and AV problems are always a pain in the butt. Is it something you run into a lot?
Not only here. Only here. The last
This specific venue?
Yeah, the last time we were here, the printer got fucked up too.
Maybe we need a new printer or something.
Maybe.
I believe it. I think we can do it. So what's next on the list for you? What's the next tournament we're doing?
I have my locals next week for a couple duels, and then we have the TopDeck Invitational in August.
Yep.
I won't be working. I'll be playing in because I already.
Oh, let's go.
Because I won the last Platinum event.
And Mike is working today. I'm sorry, I'm reading the chat. So you won the last one. So you got an invite to the invitation.
Yeah, automatic qualification. So.
Oh, we love it.
Yeah.
What are you going to be playing?
No idea yet.
All right, I like that. That's keeping it a secret. I know how it is.
Okay. Yep.
You're like making sure we're not in the way and all that. I see you.
I'm making sure everything is going around okay here.
We got the judge conference going.
Yeah, I gotta like keep my eyes open at all times because I may get called to do something at all the times. So.
Well, don't let me distract you too much, Tad. I appreciate you taking a second to talk.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Yep. Big ups to the Bufftown Bullies. Tad runs the show out here, and we love the shit out of him. Oh, all right. You want to talk? How we doing?
What's up? What's going on?
How'd you do this weekend?
Not my best. I had a win and 2 draws.
What were you playing?
Tivit.
Tivit, oh, Big Stinky.
Yeah. It was Big Stinky.
I heard one person call Tivit Big Stinky, and I always think of it from now on. Anytime anybody says Tivit, oh, Big Stinky.
Yeah, sometimes it is Big Stinky.
So what did the games look like as a Tivit player? Were you getting focused? Did people just have the answers at the right time? What were they disrupting you specifically?
It was a combination of both, but I mean, all the games were good. I put wins on the stack, they interacted. I didn't get there.
Listen, I feel like sometimes like it sucks to push and like get stopped, but at the same time, like it sucks even worse to have a game where you don't push at all.
Yeah. That goes with that. It's better to at least try, right? Yeah. You miss 100% of the shots you never take.
Better to do something than live in fear of doing it.
Yeah, for sure.
So, what's the new tech for Tivit? What's the new cards? Did you put that the frog that draws cards in there, or what do you got in there?
From the new set, the only 2 things I put in was the Talion Gates of Madeira, the Phase Land.
Okay.
Which was good, better than expected, and then one of the MDFC lands, Sink to Stupor.
The counterspell, bounce spell.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's I mean the MDFC space is crazy. I can't believe they made more of the pay 3 life MDFCs, but like there's no reason not to put these in your deck.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
The running joke is free real estate.
It's free real estate. You're not lying. For sure.
So what do you think's overrated right now? Cards, decks, anything?
I think Nadu's overrated. It's a good deck.
It is a good once that ball gets rolling, you gotta run like Indiana Jones.
But like any other good deck, right? If you are playing with good players, they'll interact, and it's not unbeatable,
Yep.
And you just, have a good time playing. I don't know.
Once that Scoot Swarm shows up, it's like, all right, you're good for it.
We got to exile that, buddy.
But it does have a couple of key interaction points. It's like stop the bird from landing, blow up the Greaves before it equips, that kind of crap. And it's like, okay, we're doing all right.
Yeah. But it's a good deck. I don't think it's as good as everyone makes it out to be. But I also, as someone else that's playing in the pod, I don't mind that everyone else overreacts to it, right? Yeah, go get him. Leave me alone.
That's what I've been thinking all weekend, is it creates a parasitic game state where people go so hard on Nadu that it gives other people a window.
Yeah, I think that where people will freak out over that, and then, Blue Farm draws cards, and it's like, it's just him to relax, guys.
I literally heard that story like yesterday. Somebody was like, everybody focused the Nadu player, and while they were going to war, the T&K player was just like, draw trigger.
Yeah, like, oh, look at this, breach. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know how I got there by drawing 20 cards.
Where did all these cards come from?
Yeah, for sure.
So, what are some of the other good ones that I've been asking? Oh, so how long have you been playing cEDH?
Oh, I think I started maybe like 5 years ago. Like, I got back into Magic. Cool story. I got back into Magic because I went over to my brother's house, and he was like playing video games, and I was like, I don't want to watch him play video games. So I stopped by. I was driving past, and I saw like a store I thought it was a comic book store. I go in there, it's a full-blown Magic store.
Cool.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh wow. So I pick up like 2 starter decks, whatever. Go and play with my brother. And when I'm playing with my brother, he's like, you know what? I think the cards that we grew up with are in Mom's basement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So then I go down there, and it's like the entire Unlimited set is there. So I was like, okay. I go in there and I trade in a bunch because I still didn't know. Like I was like, yeah, let's go trade it all in for money. And I kept a couple things. And then the guy at the store was like, just hang out and play. And then that led to me getting back into the game again. And then you get into EDH, and then EDH. Once you start playing enough, like, okay, let's turn
Power creep.
Yeah, let's turn it up a little bit, and now we're here.
That's awesome. So what was your first cEDH deck?
What was my first cEDH deck? I remember my first EDH deck. My first cEDH deck, the Boros Stacks.
Winota? Okay, interesting.
It was Winota. I started with Winota, and then from Winota, I went directly into Tivit.
Oh, awesome.
So when Tivit was first made, like when it was first spoiled, I picked it up then, and then I started playing the deck a bunch, and then that's when I bumped into Ian at ELDs.
Yep.
I terrorized him a little bit with the deck there. He's like, maybe this deck is good, and then of course he picks it up the next week and he wins. I was like, oh.
Tivit does cool stuff. Tivit's a fun time. So what advice would you have for somebody who's like looking at cEDH and like maybe plays 60 card formats or plays casual? What advice would you have for somebody getting into cEDH?
Be patient and be willing to learn.
There you go.
And ask questions. And if you're playing with people that aren't making you feel welcomed, just find another group that does.
Beautiful.
This way you learn, because even now I'm always still learning, and I'll ask questions like, oh, that's cool, that's an interaction that I didn't know. But if you're not playing to have fun, why are you even here, man?
I play between 2 and 6 games of cEDH a week, and I ask questions every game. And I have the luxury of playing for entertainment, so I can stop and explain things and ask where the interaction points are, but I always do. When somebody's going through a combo, I'm like, okay, let's slow this down. I've got something in my hands. Where do I want to stop this? Where do I want to blow it up? And it's great because I learned from it. The player who's playing it learns from it, so maybe they're more careful next time. And the audience learns something from it because they're seeing how you should interact in that situation.
Sure, for sure.
So from a new player, like, that's so important to be like, don't be intimidated. If somebody's going through a combo, say, whoa, break this down. Tell me how this works.
Yeah, but not everyone is like that, especially like tournaments like this. The competitive guys aren't always good teachers.
Yes.
But if you're blessed enough to play with people that, want their community to grow, they tend to be the better teachers. Because it's like, I don't want to pub stomp people. Come on, man. I want a war. War.
Yeah, that's Stack War.
Yeah.
So this has been a banner weekend for sure. We've had an absolute blast. What's the craziest play you saw all weekend? What's the wildest thing you saw happen?
I was playing in my 7th round with a Rockside player. Sergio was his name. First time I played with him. And it's one of those games where everyone has a Ristic study but me. Fun, right? And I play a Boromir of all things, a test card, right? And it stops them from winning. So long story short, Sergio tries to go for the win. Rockside doing Rise.
Yeah, pushing.
Rockside stuff. And he has to force the draw, right? Where I hit him with a silence with the Necro Dominance, and he's like, all right, I'm dead, right? So he can misstep it, which he does, except he has the decon, loses half of his library. And then he goes, the other two Ristic guys have like 30 cards in hand, right? Because, Rockside doing Rockside things. And he wheels to force the draw to kill himself, and we all draw 30 cards.